going to have such a surreal feeling to it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going on air? There we are.
Dang it! Why is that? All right. Hello. We're back. We're back. A little more than 10 minutes, but sorry. We're back. You should be happy that we're back.
It's always better to be late than ugly still. I can at least speak for half of us now.
Okay. Tonight we have UK Neil up at the top. Welcome, brother. UK.
Hey. Good, guys. Good to be among good folks, good patriots. Thanks for having me on. And great to be involved again tonight. And hopefully we can break down some of what the craziness that's been going on tonight.
Yeah. UK does the show The Great Awakening. I think he's going for Chris Mack's record, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No. UK has a lot of good information on there, factual information, so check him out. Hello, peoples.
Yeah.
Rusty Iceman and this famous sound test show. Oh, I'm only kidding, Russ. Say hello, Russ.
Now it's called Is This Thing Working?
You went from sound test to Is This Thing Working?
Yes.
We'll
I did a story the other day and it cut right off.
Really? That happened,
Yep.
So it's all freeware, so hard to control freeware.
Well, this is true. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's...
You sent myself flaccid. I don't type Asian very well. Well, I don't take the Asian. Kimmy Y censored. Holy shit.
Yeah, for real.
Electrolux is back.
Sorry, I had my
Sugar.
volume up. I think I just gave y'all feedback. And not
No.
the constructive kind.
What's gone?
I had my volume on my phone when I turned it on,
Oh.
and I think I just gave us some feedback and not the constructive kind.
Yeah.
Hi,
We're so glad to see you. How are you, Sugar?
I am good. While y'all were introducing yourselves, I was at the liquor store.
Oh, hey, what'd you get us?
I got something called a Pink Whitney.
A pink Whitney?
Yeah, I'm incredibly indecisive, impressively
What is
indecisive.
that?
I don't know.
What they got in it?
Vodka. That was the key word. I was
long as
worried
it
it was
said
going to be like some
vodka.
kind of a whiskey situation, and we weren't doing the whiskey situations. But it said vodka, and I'm like, good, we'll take it. That's probably the fastest decision I've made in my life.
Well, if you're going to be decisive about something, liquor's a good thing to be decisive about, I guess.
Yeah. I walked in, I didn't know
Although
what I
I
was
think
going
they
to
spelled
get.
tequila wrong.
I know they always do. I I haven't drank tequila in a long time. I just know I like vodka. I know I like tequila too, but you know, vodka's got more variety to the drinks or whatever. So,
Wow, RM Johns in the chat just said that they're looting in Beverly Hills now.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, if they're going to loot, that's a good place.
Holy shit.
If I was going to be looting, I'd be on Rodeo Drive. I'm sorry. Did you see all those people that broke into the Louis Vuitton store?
Yes.
And my niece tweeted out, she goes, well, there goes the value of Louis Vuitton.
Right,
Now that the masses have them.
Yeah, they stole all the bags or what, I don't know what they have there. Handbags or something.
Oh, hey, yes, they've got every leather good known to man. They've got
ladies things.
Leather goods of every sort, every luxury leather good you could have.
Did you say lady sandals?
Ladies things.
Ladies
things.
Well, actually, they have a really nice leather line for portfolios and things of that nature that, you know, you can use in a business setting kind of thing for men.
Okay,
saying,
if you say
not
so.
That I'm a
man bags.
Yeah,
I didn't say I buy it. I just said I know they have it.
I'm not getting a man bag.
Makes me think of Kramer.
Yeah.
You might be gifted a man bag just where you'd have to carry it or hurt their feelings.
Well, you might be gifted a butt plug soon, from what I understand.
Well, Lord have mercy. if my cohort in crime here has anything to do with it, I would.
He's like, if I can't plug in one end, I'm gonna make sure the other one gets plugged up.
I am going to say the one thing though. I lasted a lot longer than Phil. Just want to go on record.
Staying power.
I do have the picture of the who's this Tim Truth's Periscope feed up. I think it's out of Philadelphia, but he's also been switching to different cities. So I like the multi feeds because then you can see multiple cities being destroyed.
Yeah, let's see it. We want to see it.
So far, I'm looking at Periscope. San Francisco, San Antonio, Minneapolis, Philadelphia, L.A., Salt Lake City, L.A.
Mormon's gone wild.
L.A., Philadelphia, Chicago.
Salt Lake City?
Yep. New York, Chicago, Charlotte, North Carolina. Holy shit, Atlanta, Seattle.
Oh, Atlanta now has a new name. Did you see the video today of T.I.?
No.
Of T.I.?
T.I. is a rapper person. And he was up there speaking to his fellow citizens of Atlanta. And he said that Atlanta was Wakanda and it must be preserved. And then he walked off stage.
Raleigh, North Carolina now has popped off. Raleigh, North Carolina. So St. Louis, probably Baltimore, Brooklyn,
Portland.
Portland. Yep, Seattle's on there.
Or as J-Dub calls it, Portland.
Portland. Let's see if
that's what J-Dub called it, Portland. That's funny.
Let me go see the waiting room real quick here. Oh, Boogie Bumper's here. I hope he's still here. You still here, Boogie?
Like here? OMG.
Hello.
Baxter.
You must have dialed the wrong number.
Hey, sugar. How are you, honey?
Oh, his audio's trying to connect.
Well,
hasn't connected
Leave it
yet.
to the master to
How you
have
doing?
problems.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can. Hi, honey.
Hi there. How you doing?
Oh, I am just tickled pink. I actually get to talk to you. I never get to talk to you live. So how are you?
Well, what a cliffhanger.
Where'd you go?
Come on,
Boogie,
Sugar
come
Britches.
back.
Answer the lady, Sugar Britches.
I'm still here.
Come on, Ponica Pete.
I
Are you
heard you
there?
wanted. I heard you wanted to have a word with me.
Well, I did. I have.
Okay.
I
got a
was
bone to
listening to
pick.
the. Well, I didn't say I had a bone to pick. Y'all inserted that. I said I had a question for you because I was listening to that absolutely cliffhanging, spine-tingling giveaway for the boogie plug.
The boogie.
And
She can't
Oh,
even
we
say
got it.
butt plug.
I heard you say that. Of course, this was after. I just want to point out this was after the old Yankee had already been knocked off, because I had more staying power. But when
Yes.
I finally did get knocked off, Biggie, you said that I was not going to have one of those plugs for my prison pocket. And I
Yes.
just want to know, number one, what in the hell is a prison pocket? And number
Well-
two, why would you think that I would have one of those, darling?
Well, I thought prison pocket. I thought prison pocket was pretty self-explanatory because the pants that they give you in prison obviously don't have pockets because they don't want you to keep things, on your person when you're in prison. So where are you going to keep stuff when you're in prison? There's only one pocket. God gave you a pocket for this reason.
I guess so.
Therefore, it's your prison pocket.
You know what? It's funny. I never
We've
knew
all
that was
got a
why
prison
he gave us that.
Yeah, people have you're not the only one who's like, why are you giving away a butt plug for? What's with the dildos and the sex toys and the butt plugs? And it's like there's a number of reasons, right? So if I could just clear the
never
air,
hurt anybody.
I'll give
the way I
Phil
look
the
at it.
exclusive. I'll give Phil the exclusive, right? The exclusive hot information, like the real information that people care about. There's a couple of reasons. First of all, it's very humorous to me to have people like on a Twitter thread nominate and say, I want a butt plug. Like, so that's the first reason, right? So it's comedy. But the second reason is like everybody gives away shirts and shit. Like people give away shirts, they give away stickers. Nobody remembers that. Like here we are a week later, 3 weeks later, people are still talking about giving away a glass dildo. So, it's memorable now. It's become its own thing. So you got to be memorable. Who
I
cares
have
about a
a
shirt,
few
man?
ideas for the next giveaway, darling, if you need. I mean, if we're going to do it, let's do something fun. How about a sex swing or something?
That's a little too pricey. Like, I want to be fun, but not pricey. I have said for 10,000 followers on D Live, I will give away a sex doll. So
Well,
that's
we're going to have to make sure Yankee gets that one.
Go. I don't need a sex. Maybe I'll cover it in raw hamburger and pig's blood and throw it out in the field and watch the cops decide
How good
if
was
it's
that?
living or dead for a couple of hours.
Yeah, for all the Back of the Blue people out there, I did a story on my show. The police, it took them hours to discover that a murder victim was actually a sex doll and not a real human being. So you got to take these things. You got to take these things with a grain of salt. When you're like, well, whatever the police say, that's what I'm on board with. Whatever they say, it's like, well, if you go down that path, you're going to end up with murdered sex dolls, right? So consider your options.
I'm just amazed it took 2 hours.
Well, we never claimed that they were, the sharpest knives in the drawer.
No, that's more reason to be skeptical, not less.
I would have to definitely agree with you on that one. Where was that? And what was their excuse?
Oh, that was in Queensland. So because we're on the opposite side, because we're upside down land, it's the opposite effect here. So the further north you get, the more redneck people are. The further south you get, the more trendy they are in this country.
I take issue to this.
Yeah, well, I don't know a better way to describe it to rednecks. I mean,
Trendy?
friends.
Did you use the word trendy for Yankee?
Trendies, yeah, trendies. The people who wear berets and go to poetry readings and shit. They're in the south.
Like Phil? Yeah, we
Yes,
know.
exactly like
I've
that.
seen Phil in his real life. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I have a beret, a
He's
whole
Mr.
collection of
Treaty.
berets.
Yeah, so that was in the redneck state where they couldn't figure out the police in the redneck state. It's probably the
So-
most fun state, to be honest.
Do most communities grow north and west
No,
there,
most
or do
people.
they grow south and east?
Yeah, most people are in the southeast. So I'm in the southeast. So
Wow,
It's-
really?
yeah, the two biggest, the two most populous states and the two biggest cities are all in the southeast.
Interesting. Now, tell us more about. Do you live in the city? Yeah, I assume you do.
Doc, I love
take-
you so much. I can't take it.
Technically, I live.
You.
Technically, I live in Sydney, but I'm in a part of Sydney that's not really like Sydney's hard to explain unless you live here. Sydney's like a whole bunch of little cities all stuck together. So each region of Sydney hates the other part. Like they all think that they're the best, but collectively, all the other parts of Sydney hate us the most because this is where all like the blue collar workers and all the immigrants live. Where I live, where I grew up. So, you know,
Well, Vicky,
whenever-
I do understand that,
All
don't
those
you? That's
dirty
like
blue collar
Texas.
people.
That's
Well, whenever
like
there's
Texas and
crime
our
or anything-
49 states.
whenever there's crime or anything in Sydney, they just go, "Oh, it must be the western suburbs sending their shit here again." You know what I mean? So, and we're really proud of that.
Are
We
they
say
right?
that about Yankees.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We can live where they live, but they can't live where we live. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we wear that shit like a badge of honor. Neil would know what I'm talking about. Like London's probably a very similar vibe with all the different areas of London because I've spent some time in London, and East London is very different to West London. It's like two different fucking countries when you're over there. You know what I mean? The whole culture is different. How people talk to each other, how they relate to each other, it's completely different.
Well, it's the same with South London and East London. Us South Londoners don't like the way East Londoners talk or the culture that they have over there. It's very much, there is a very animistic type thing between South and East London.
What kind of vibe do they have?
Well, everything from the way they talk to the football clubs. Well, sorry, soccer clubs. Anything between. There's a long enemy thing between. East Londoners, they're called Cockneys, and because South Londoners sound very similar to East Londoners, we don't like being called Cockneys. We're like, well, we're South Londoners, we ain't Cockneys. So it's like a cultural thing, it's a sport thing. There is a big division between East London and South London for many, many reasons.
Well, I understand that very well because that's the same way as it is with Texas and the rest of the United States. Just saying.
But then it's the same in different parts of
that.
Texas too, isn't it? Like different parts of Texas hate each other as well, don't they?
Well, hate's such a strong word.
Oh, come on now. Don't be so damn sweet. It's sickening. What are you doing? It's like swallowing like a whole barrel of sugar at once. You've got to stop this. You've got to give people diabetes.
Well, it's true, though. What I'm saying is
Emotional
because,
diabetes.
you know, in Texas, we're taught above all else, you know, it's that same old mantra of, I can talk shit about my family and to my family, but you better not. In Texas, we believe in you always dress it up. It does not matter what you say to each other within the state. You better not let it go beyond the borders. You better not go and diss Texas anywhere else. Now, we are free to correct the different parts of our state that are not acting right, like Austin. You know,
Correct. We correct them.
We correct them. But, you know, every now and then you have to joke around there to remind them, you don't ever fuck with the queen. You know,
It's
I'm
like-
sorry.
I could imagine Doc, like in a previous life, being one of those teachers at those schools where they made the girls walk around with the books on their head, you know, and then smack them in the side if they play with their hair and stuff like that. You know, make sure that their skirts are, because if you are displaying the wrong behavior, we will correct you. You know, you have to act like a lady.
We will. I am telling you, my mama, she would say, you go get a switch. And if you get a fat one where it won't hurt, I'll make you go back and get a skinny one. And she would switch you up and down your legs and say, I'm going to make you wear dresses to school. So people will ask you what you did that was so bad, your mama had to whoop you like that. And she would. So, you know, you have to understand, I come from a very disciplinary background, you might say.
Hey, you subscribed. Does it feel good?
John
Oh, thanks for
one
the
time told
subs,
one of the
Boogie.
girls to go get a switch, and I was like, "Oh no, we do not do switches. We do not do switches. We don't. There are no switches, no switches." And he explains like, "Well, my mom gave me a switch," and I'm like, "That is not evidence that these things work."
Oh, honey, my mother would be turned in for child abuse, but nowadays,
I don't have a problem with
back then it was
physical
called
discipline.
good parenting.
Physical discipline, I'm fine with. Spanking, I do it, but the whole switches thing, I'm like, no, no.
Mother would
No
use
weapons.
whatever was close.
I mean, I've been known to throw a plate or two at a kid, but not a switch.
Oh, I mean, let's keep our priorities right. Hey, how's your drink?
Apparently, a hairbrush, according to them. It's good. The Pink Whitney. It's good.
Pink Whitney.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's pink lemonade vodka. I don't know who Whitney is, but I appreciate it.
Oh, gotcha. I
It's
like
good.
pink lemonade pie.
Oh, girl. That's good.
So good.
Anything with what was that good
Eagle
stuff
brand
called?
milk, condensed
Yes,
milk.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes. Yummy.
I once got out of a beating by putting a book down the back of my pants, and because I knew I was going to get in trouble because I was a little brat, and so it was like, oh, okay, and so they picked up the wooden spoon. That was the item of choice in our house, the wooden spoon, and I was like, okay, come on, let's go. And I spun around, and it was like I made sure it was like a really, really big book, so it was obvious. And Mum just started laughing so much, and she was like, "Okay, get the hell out of here." I won my freedom.
You won your freedom.
Always had a way of getting your way.
Get outside the square. So
I was
it's
in
popping
high
off
school.
in Philly.
Yep.
I'm looking at the screen here. I'm looking at Gloom Tube, Phil. Philadelphia, huh? I thought they'd be over it with the Eagles a couple of years ago. They already had a riot not long ago. So,
You also weren't expecting New York.
No,
Everybody's going
definitely.
off.
Yeah.
It's like Philly though, right? Philly looks around at the rest of the country. It's like, well, how come all of these motherfuckers can get away with it? What are we doing here? Come on, let's go. Let's do it. Why should we miss out? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it up the rear.
Well, I was telling Doc that Philly has a pretty large Antifa contingent too, and they love this stuff.
Philly does.
Oh yeah, yep, just as big as Portland, if not bigger.
I don't expect anything to happen in Jackson. Jackson is like a mile away from my house. I don't expect anything to happen there, just because.
I didn't expect anything last night, though, Kimmy. And I'm
Yeah, but
telling
we're
you,
lazy as fuck, dog. We don't do shit. If they
Oh,
start looting in Jackson, it's happened. It's out of staters.
they
for
know
sure.
there's going to be something really good, huh? Well, I'm just telling you, I was telling Phil earlier that I think we're probably about 12 miles maybe from Dallas as a crow flies. And last night, all night long, all we heard was sirens going by. I mean, like, they were passing our neighborhood. So I don't know what was going on. I know Dallas was way on fire. They even dragged that one man out of his car and whooped him right there. Did y'all see it? It was terrible.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
Did you see the morbidly obese white woman getting knocked out by the cop?
Yes. I wish he'd hit her. I'd hit her again. I'm saying she deserved it. That was rude.
If I'm
When a
morbidly
When a
obese, I'm
woman,
not
when a
starting
woman
shit with
hits you,
anybody.
then I'm sorry. It's when a woman does not act like a lady and she raises a hand to you, then I'm sorry. All bets are off.
What'd you do? Hit him?
Well, no, it was funny. So she went up
Yeah.
like there's a whole little bunch of little microcosm subtext playing out in this like 30-second clip. So the angry, like big white woman who you think probably has a sense of entitlement because she's been taught a man can never touch me. I can fucking do what I want. But so there's two cops there. One is like a big, like Officer Hightower black guy, like fucking huge. He's built like a refrigerator. And the white cop is like a short, stocky little dude. And the white cop has a face mask on and the black cop doesn't. So like you can see like how even in that little scenario, like the racial tensions are presenting, like they're manifesting into like real world behaviors right there in front of your eyes. Like the little white cop is the one who's like following the COVID-19 order, and the black cop's like, no, hell, fuck no. Like, we out here, we're doing a job, motherfucker. And the white guy's
That's
like,
right.
can you please get out of your car, sir? Okay, please. Can you please follow the rules? So she goes up to the white cop and slaps him across the face. And then the big black cop comes over and just knocks her out. Like one punch on the chin. Bang.
Well, he didn't. Boogie, he hit her. She hit him twice. What happened?
Oh, I did
You
see
can
that.
tell he's asking her to move over or do something, trying to get her to move or cooperate.
Mhm.
And she hauls off and slaps the ever-loving shit out of him.
Yep.
And he's like, you see the shocked look on his face. And I thought it was funny because the tall, cool black cop, he didn't step in, and the guy was real surprised look, and he says something to the woman, and then before you could even say jack squat, she co-cocks him again. And the black, if you notice, the black cop in one fluid move, he swings around. It's not even like it is like it is second nature to him. He swings over and just
It might be.
boom, slams the shit out of her. I mean, it wasn't something that he stopped and thought and how to whoop her or what to do about her. It was instinct for the man. It was like, okay, all bets are off. Boom, and it knocked her out cold.
We got another
And
city
that
popping
little,
off.
That little chubby white guy stands on top of it then like he's some badass.
Nashville, Tennessee's popping off now.
Nashville.
Yes, Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville.
They better not be
Yep.
tearing up.
Nashville was going the other night too, a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, they're trying to knock down the light poles right now.
They looted the college something museum. Didn't they?
Wow, Philadelphia is a disaster. People are just looting right on the main. I know that Market Street. All the shops are there. That's Market Street, where all the stores are. All the nice stores. All the windows are busted out. There's merchandise all over the street. Wow,
Which
I'm
one of your
looking at this on
screens is
GloomTube. And they got it up. We got it up on the screen, too. You can see the mannequins. That's Market Street in Philadelphia.
Which
Well,
screen
There's
are
a
you
tweet
talking
that
about? That video?
shows
The top
Wow.
right. That's Market Street in Philly. I've been down that street many, many times when I lived right outside of Philadelphia.
I had to speak at a conference in Philadelphia.
Are these
and,
dead people or man? It's gotta be
in
mannequins.
Bucks County. And you know what's sad? I don't remember it for the Liberty Bell and all the wonderful things. I remember Philadelphia because right outside of it, they had this little barbecue joint. It was called Smoky Bones. And they did have a really good barbecue, but at the end of the barbecue, at the end of the meal, what was really important was they would bring everybody this paper bag. And what they do is they'd come out of the kitchen shaking this big old paper bag. You know, they had it scrunched up at the top, and they were holding it. They're just shaking it while they're bringing it to your table. And you're going, what the hell? And it is their own homemade fried donuts. And they were heaven. But what was the
Powdered
absolute
sugar?
bomb? No, they had brown sugar. But what was actually the bomb on it was they served it with this strawberry cream dipping sauce that looked like Pepto-Bismol. But it was the most divine stuff you have ever put in your mouth. And we would go back every night we were there. We stayed there. We would go back for those donuts. They were the best darn things ever. You can tell what's most important to me. I remember it because of food, not because of the history.
Can I just
saying.
I see J-Dub in the chat saying this is not organic. I think a lot of people have been saying that recently, but
Yes.
I think it's worth considering, right? Just because like you can see operators and people with agendas and stuff infiltrating and manipulating stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing is like a staged uprising or that it's not organic, right? Because if it's like, think of it like this: if a truck that's carrying money from different stores crashes right on the road, and money spews out all over the road, what are people who are sitting in their cars going to do? They're going to jump up, and like they might be law-abiding citizens, right? And they're going to start picking up the money. But if that doesn't mean then that like somebody on the street like planted road spikes to make the car crash. Like it could just be that people are being opportunist, right? So if somebody, like if one person is going, like this has always happened though, like you shouldn't be surprised. Every movement, the Tea Party was infiltrated and people would try to manipulate it. The G20 protests were infiltrated and people try to manipulate it, right? Basically every like movement that you can think of will always have somebody who's trying to be in there, trying to turn it into something else. That doesn't mean that it's not
information
organic, right?
warfare. They're trying to control the narrative. It's a great way to try to win the war.
Right.
At least it gives you the advantage. If it doesn't win the war for you, it'll give you the advantage.
And that's how come I don't scope it, because everybody else is. I've been trying to avoid bringing attention to it. But I was going to say that in Chicago, I just saw a tweet where a group just like tackled a cop.
Yeah,
Where was that?
Yeah, I've seen
Chicago.
that. They drag them down the street, don't they?
Yeah.
Literally.
Where's that? Tennessee.
I was gonna say, to me, it's like the nothing draws a crowd like a crowd thing. I think that the beginning of it might have been like the paid people, like bringing the crowd,
They're
and
inciting
then people are like,
it.
"Oh, what's going on?" And so then the rest of the people join in to the crowd and make the crowd bigger. I do think that a lot of this was planned out, not necessarily. I'm not saying that the death of George, I can't think of his name.
Floyd.
Thank you. Was planned on purpose. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I think that it's an election year, and I do believe that they were intending to do something to cause.
They were
trouble.
waiting.
Yeah,
they were waiting for the right moment, and this was it. It was a catalyst.
That's what I think. I do think so.
But like people are saying it's like a left-wing riot. That irks me, because like how many people out there who are looting stores do you think even fucking vote? Like, do you think they even know when the election is, right? Like you're talking about people who are like on the bottom rung of the socio-economic ladder, who probably drink beer at 8 o'clock in the morning and play dice in the fucking street. Like if they're not thinking left-wing, right-wing, they're not thinking, we're Republicans, they're Democrats, you know what I mean? They just see a smashed window and it's like, I'm going to get myself a new fucking TV. You know?
Yeah. You've kind of got the layers. Yeah, as you say, average Joe that's sitting in the street there drinking his beer really don't care about politics. But then you've got the layers. You've got him, and then behind him you've got the layer of who's instigating it. So you've kind of got layers. And I would say a majority of the people out there rioting probably are just average people on an opportunist run and just thinking, heck to it, let's just do it. But then behind the scenes, on that behind layer, you've got who's instigating, because we've seen footage of what looks like Antifa types hooded up, going around the back, smashing windows, and we've seen several videos the same. We've seen cops dressed as supposedly CNN, dressed as protesters going in there. So you've got two different layers here. You've got the people that are not really involved in it and just doing it for the heck of it, and then you've got the instigators behind it.
And they count on it. That's what makes it particularly despicable to me, Boogie, is the people that are the organizers that are just waiting on the right moment like this to use as a catalyst for their own nefarious purposes. They know that these little people that you're talking about are out there, and they use them. They count on it.
Sure, but like
they know that they're going to be, and that to me is particularly reprehensible, because when you use someone that is not capable of knowing that they're even being used, that's pretty low.
But I mean, I agree with your sentiment, but in reality, it happens all the time, everywhere. So it's like how faith healers use your faith to fill their fucking bank account, right? Like the cold hard reality of the world is everybody's using everybody all the time, right? You know what I mean? So like it doesn't really even upset me anymore. As long as you can as long as you can see it, then I think you're in a better place. But I in terms of like, of course, people, Democrats are going to come out and blame Trump for like CNN's going to blame Trump and Trump's going to blame CNN and everybody's going to blame everybody else. But in reality, like the reason that we're here, like at this point now, is because of everything that's happened before. And just like, it's not, people say, oh, this is all the Dems' fault. And it's like, yeah, but so look, take the COVID-19 example, right? People are like, oh, this is all the Dems' fault. But let's be honest here. There was Republican governors locking down their economies too. People like, so why is Trump getting a pass? Trump was tweeting things out. Trump was tweeting things out, but then when he was on the stage with the press in front of him, he stood behind Fauci and swallowed everything that Fauci said. And then, 20 minutes later, when the press conference is finished, he'll tweet something out like, liberate our states. And then everyone's like, yeah, he's on our side. It's like, yeah, but hang on. Every other time with Fauci speaking, Trump's standing behind him, nodding, going, yeah, that's right. That's right, doctor. Yeah, we got to do what we can. So, like, it's like, why does he get a pass?
Well,
and
but
then
I
people
think
go, well, he had to do it.
amount of that is war, because that's what you do, is you use the weakness of your enemy. And that means sometimes you have to saddle up next to them. But, my granny always said the best way to measure somebody for their grave is to hug them. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes in war, that's required. I do believe that he's smart enough to have known a lot of it, and there's some of it that he had to go along with for optics and for different reasons in the art of war. That is what I'm hoping, but I don't think any of us are going to know the truth about what was actually known and what was.
Well, that's the thing, right? You can,
and all of that until the end of the movie.
But you can debate like intention, you can debate motivation, you can debate the things that you don't know. But what do we know? What we know is when Donald Trump was on the stage next to Fauci, he agreed with what Fauci was saying, and then he would tweet the opposite later. And effectively, the whole, like most of the country, was put under house arrest for 2.5, 3 months. Like that's what we know, right? So.
But
and people say, well,
he didn't have a means to stop that.
Okay,
without
but if people
overreaching his constitutional boundaries, because the governors are the ones that are supposed to be running their freaking state.
Yeah, that's true, but it starts from the top, right? So if he was, then why have the immigration ban? Like, why close the borders then if it's all bullshit? So, like, it starts from the top. So if he from the top is saying like, no, there's absolutely no reason to do any of this. It's all garbage. It's all a hoax, blah, blah, blah. Then the governors underneath do not have the justification to do what they do, right? Like that, you can't just, a governor couldn't, like if everybody else was open, one governor couldn't say, okay, we're going to arrest you if you go fishing, because that would be like, that wouldn't be allowed. There'd be outrage. There can be court cases. William Barr can, do things. He can say this is unconstitutional. This is 3 months we're talking about here. This isn't like a week. You know what I'm saying? So, and we can debate like the intention and the motivation and stuff. That's fine. But, in the end, this is where we are now, right?
Yeah,
after
but look
3 months.
Barber. Look what they did to the barber in Owasso. He got told to shut down. He took him to court. He won. Now the governor took his license. Now he's going back to court.
Sure. Somebody in a chat saying totally agree with Doc. Trump is putting Fauci out there to let everyone see Fauci flip-flopping. That's great, but then you also have to take into consideration that in order to show Fauci flip-flopping, that is so important, apparently, in Trump's plan. If this is true, if what you're saying is correct, that is so important, that is such a high priority that it's worth 30 million people being unemployed and people losing their small businesses. Like, to show some guy is a liar? He could just say it and people would believe him. He could just tweet. He could have come out on the first day and said, don't believe anything Fauci says. We've got the real data. It's all bullshit. Why the charade? Why the theater? Because it's costing people lives, right? It's costing them their livelihoods. It's putting people out of work. It's sending people out of their homes. Is it worth it?
I see it like this. I see it that he knew something. He knew that they were going to do something like this. He's known that there's going to be a whole lot more of them before we hit the election. They're pulling out all stops. He knows this is all out war. Last time we were fighting a covert war. This time we are fighting out in the open. And he knew that something was coming down the pipe, but he didn't know exactly what. And when we assume he's kind of, people act like he's, and I'm very bad about this. I have to check myself quite frequently. He's not omnipotent. He's not omniscient. He doesn't know everything all the time, not aware of everything all the time, and always plotting and planning. But I do think he knew something of this nature was coming, and he was kind of having to feel his way, because if he banked wrong and 2.2 million people did die, I mean, you can't chance something like that. Even if you feel like this guy was deep state establishment, knowing it is a different thing. And sometimes you have to go along and judge your enemy as the play or the action unfolds. You have to reassess, because the sign of a good, to me, the person that is most likely to win the war is a person that is nimble, that is always assessing and reassessing. Are we being most effective, or do we need to change our strategies, that kind of thing. So I think that my point being, he had to take some of this at face value, and then decide as you go along, and also amongst the constraints of enemy media and the constraints of a constitution, trying to do things by the letter of the law, which is what he's trying to restore. So, to me, I don't know,
Well, I don't know about restoring the Constitution, because he just signed an extension of the Patriot Act, and he's slapping Google and Apple on the back for them coming up with this brand new social tracking app that he says is going to be the biggest and best in the world. So, we can take that into consideration as well, right? But like, I understand your point, right? And I understand your sentiment. And like, I don't want to turn your show into a shitty debate style panel show. So apologies, but just one thing. So, but like, you can say, right, that he can, just one more thing, and then I'll get out of your way.
No,
so
stay.
you
No,
can
you stay.
okay. But just one more. So you can say that
You can't light a fire and leave.
But why are you farming for coins when you have a heavy bag?
You can say that sometimes you have to go along with things, and you have to play it as you see. That's fine, but where I have a problem with is where it conflicts with the foundation of beliefs that people have about Donald Trump in the first place. So the belief that people have had about Trump for the last 4 years is he doesn't care about the enemy press. He'll do what he wants. He tells people what he really thinks. He's a straight shooter. And now people are saying, yeah, he's a straight shooter. But now he has to pretend to go along with stuff that he doesn't like because he has no choice. And it's like, well, that doesn't sound like Donald Trump of 2016. You can't say it's the same guy, because the Donald Trump of 2016, people would have said, if a doctor comes out and gives him information and he feels like he's being pressured, he's going to get straight on the front foot and he's going to give him the finger and he's going to say, no, we're doing it my way. I don't care, because this is what people want. But now we have to believe in a parallel set of, circumstances where he is, number one, the guy who tells people what he really thinks and he does what he wants, and he's not afraid to break, from the pack. But at the same time, they've got him in a corner. He's afraid of the enemy press, and he has to do what the doctors tell him. Otherwise it looks bad. Like, it can't be both things.
Well, I don't think it was a matter of just looking bad. It was a matter of reality. Do you want to let 2.2 million people die?
Me personally? Absolutely.
I mean, you wouldn't. You would.
No, absolutely no.
You can't sit here and
if
tell
it's
me
up to
that
me,
you would let 2.2 million people die.
A genuine answer, I
You
would
thought that there was
pile.
really a possibility of it?
Genuine answer. If it's a choice between bodies and subverting individual freedoms, I would pile men, women, and children sky high before I let civil liberties and individual freedoms be threatened.
To go this far.
Individual freedoms.
Really?
The right to free assembly, freedom, to open your store, to be able to move about freely, these protected rights that people have fought for centuries to get to. It's not worth, I don't care how big the body pile is. Now, Do you
I
think, right?
on that.
See, you agree, but like 2 minutes ago, you were saying, well, Donald Trump, he couldn't say it. He's got no choice, right?
Well,
But
no, what I'm saying is, I think what he asked people to voluntarily step back for a short period of time.
fine.
He did not say it is a free for all for governors to lock you in your house for the next 3 months and totally lock our economy down for the next 3 months. That would
Sure.
be stupid.
When the governor of Georgia, do you remember this? When the governor of Georgia said, we're going to relax the restrictions, we don't believe in it, it's BS, Donald Trump threw him under the bus and said, I don't agree with what he's doing.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's the explanation? There's a prime example to stand on the side of individual freedom, of individual liberty. That's a free hit. That's an underarm over home plate. And he swung and missed.
If you look back at what he said, he did not say that he thought the man was totally wrong. He said, I would not go whole hog like the man did.
What does that mean?
Let's just go
he
half
was
hog.
opening everything. You know, Donald Trump advocated safe reopening practices where you limit the number of people in for a little bit, use safe distancing, you do all that shit. The Georgia governor was wanting to remove every restriction, just go back to normal life.
Yep.
And that was a very dangerous play. And again, as a good strategist, I think that POTUS was wise enough to see that you can't do that. You have to go back, with some parameters. Because, honey, I'm telling you,
but it's all a hoax, though, right?
The third week of it, I was ready to run down the street naked barking at people. I was like, everybody, let's just go back to work. Let's go back to
that's a Wednesday
life.
for me.
Come on. But you know what I'm saying? But a prudent person, which is what a leader can't always even do what he wants to do. Sometimes he has to temper it with what is in the best interest of the herd. And I think what he was saying is, I can't be linked politically and I can't be seen endorsing throwing the doors wide open after I've been cautioning everybody to use safe distancing.
Exactly. There it is.
There it is. Nothing more
exactly.
than a second wave boogie.
No, forget the second wave stuff. That's the point right there. You made it exactly. He couldn't go back on the previous stuff he said because he doesn't want to be seen to be wrong. That's the issue here, right?
No, I disagree. No, I disagree. Your premise is wrong. You said because he doesn't want to be wrong. That's not right. He doesn't. What I'm saying is, you can't encourage people when he knows that it has the ability to be a full-fledged pandemic. You can't say, everybody just go mix and mingle all you want. Well, that's stupid. That's going to play right into your enemy's hands because you will be back into a full pandemic again.
He doesn't have to, though.
Locked down for the next year.
That's a straw man, though. That's a straw man, though. That's a straw man. I'm sorry, Doc.
For was prudent.
I
disagree.
Volunteering.
Let me tell you. He was saying, let's go back safely. Let's practice some, common sense. It's not a superpower. Okay. Although people like to think it is these days.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So I do.
So
now, Doc, I love you. I love you, Doc, but I'm gonna have to push back again because you said Donald Trump. I will forcefully.
I'm not afraid of you.
Donald Trump's. You said just a few minutes ago. Donald Trump said we should voluntarily follow these things, right? Now, the Georgia governor didn't come out and say, I want you all to have orgies with one another and cough in each other's faces. He said, no, we're going to open up our businesses, right? We're going to open up the economy. Now, why did you jump then?
Everything that have intimate contact. Everything that would put you in close proximity with somebody else.
Yeah, that's life. So Donald Trump asked, apparently, according to you, that people voluntarily, just be common sense and follow orders. But now you're saying he was right to question the Georgia well, okay, but whatever. He was voluntarily, follow the guidelines if you want. Practice, whatever semantical thing we want to put on it. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just holding you the same.
Okay. Well, okay. So Donald Trump asked in the nicest possible cherry pie way that people please volunteer to observe social distancing guidelines. How's that? Okay.
Yes.
He didn't order anyone to do anything. Great. When the Georgia governor came out and said, we want to reopen our economy again, you're now saying it was right for Donald Trump to push back on that because you can't open things up too quickly, which is the opposite of volunteering to follow social guidelines.
Hey, I'm saying he is entitled to his own opinion. He said he has a right to open it the way he sees fit. I think it's a little aggressively open, but the man has the right. Now, what more could you want from somebody, Boogie?
Well, I'd say I don't understand the aggressively open, right? Putting that level of like an emotional context onto opening businesses.
No limits to anybody coming in. Nobody having any kind of limits.
Thus allowing people to volunteer to follow social guidelines without the government being in the way.
I didn't say I thought the Georgia man was right, Boogie. I said I think that Donald Trump was allowing him his autonomy in running his state like he saw fit, while still saying, you know what, I wouldn't be that aggressive over it, but I can certainly see where he would be, and he has that right. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion.
Sure.
Is there?
No, but that's not what we're discussing here, right? Well, we're discussing the fact that here's it's not about the opinion though, Doc. You said before it's not about the opinion. Sometimes you've got to go along with what people say, even though your opinion's different, right? So that's what we're discussing here, the strategy, right?
He did.
Okay, so his opinion is effectively irrelevant if we can say, well, he should be allowed to express his opinion, and his opinion is they are open too aggressively, but he also has an opinion that all of the shops should be open and people should volunteer. But when a governor says, well, we're relaxing the official laws in our state to let people volunteer, he comes out and says, well, that's too aggressive for me. That's my opinion. But I thought your opinion was that everybody should volunteer and you don't want any government mandated social distancing laws. Yeah, well, that's my opinion. But I also share the opinion of the doctor who says we should lock things down to keep people safe, right?
Well, I don't know that I ever heard him say he agreed with the doctor locking everything down, except for the initial when he asked everybody to. But going back to your other point, I do not see that as a juxtaposition. I see those things on a linear plane, in that he was practicing exactly what he said. He, I think if he had his druthers, he would open everything up and just say, everybody use your common sense, And
wouldn't that be aggressively opening?
Yes, and I don't think he has a problem with the aggressive opening. I think what he was saying is, we still have to do it safely. If you can't be in an environment where you can practice your craft safely or keep your customers safe, then hang back. Just like he said, the older teachers, we've got to go on back. The older teachers, people that have problems, might want to hang back. That's common sense. That's not a juxtaposition to him saying that he still believes that everything should be open, or that we should be practicing safe guidelines. I think you can do it all. And I think he was allowing the man to, while saying, let's be respectful of it. Am I going to throw him under the bus? I wouldn't do it that way, but, okay.
Okay.
I just don't see that as a juxtaposition.
I know. And again, I don't want to hijack everything. So, but that's your interpretation of what he said, which is fine. Like, you can say, well, what he was really saying was blah, blah, blah. But I'm just taking the tweet. I'm just taking the words as they are. So I don't need to interpret a pro Donald Trump interpretation of Donald Trump's tweet in that respect. I can just say, well, here's what the governor did. Here's what Donald Trump said about it. That's all I'm putting out there. And, the effect is what we see. 3 months of lockdown across the country. And you can say, well, he doesn't really support it, but he hasn't really come out on the front foot and been against it, except for the occasional tweet which goes out, which is something ambiguous. It's always really ambiguous, like liberate my state. Right?
No, that's not fair, because I've heard him say on multiple pressers that he wanted to open America back up for business. He pushed for it.
Yeah, and when a guy did, he criticized him.
No, he just said, do it in phases. Just like he was very supportive of the way that what's his head in Florida and Abbott here in Texas has done it. I think he was just encouraging it to be done in a conservative manner.
DeSantis is a problem as well, because he's the guy who he also locked down Florida. He also locked down, beaches and whatnot, and then he reopened them. And then he's giving press conferences saying, look at all of these stupid Democrats locking down their states. Do you believe them? Do you believe these guys? And it's like, hang on, last week your cafes and restaurants were closed. What the hell are you talking about? Like, it gets to a level of absurdity, I think, is my point here. And all of the ambiguous statements from the top flow down, and it's all just it will all just devolve into finger pointing on either side. And people on either side are going to say, well, it's all their fault. The other people are going to say it's all their fault. But in reality, they all did it. They all went along with it. A lot of them are still going along with it. And if Trump is the guy who's going to save it, if Trump is the big, the hero, and I just don't put a level of infallibility on the guy that some people do, that say that he's, we can always find a way for him to be in the right. I don't do that. So if he's the guy to save it, then, he had that prime opportunity to stand up there and slam his fist on the dais and say, that's it. We're not doing this anymore. But no, he's got to support the soft rollout, which is exactly what Fauci and the others say. So,
Well, Fauci was actually saying no, that he wanted us locked down for the rest of the year practically. So
see if we're going to apply, if we're going to
accurate about that with Fauci.
Yeah, I am going to be accurate about it, because if we're going to detail every word that Donald Trump says, we have to be accurate. It has to be accurate to the other guys too. He's a health professional. Now, he said if we want to eliminate the virus, right, I would lock everybody down for the rest of the year. But he's also said in other interviews, that's not possible. So it's not going to be possible to eliminate the thing.
Though.
He's giving his opinion, right?
Until much later, much later. If you look back in those remarks, he's only come to that because he's been forced to, finally, because he realizes he can't keep peddling his bullshit. And to your other point, yes, I think that there is a certain amount of level of just BS that is inherent in politics, just like it's really inherent in the human condition. And to be without it would be to not be human, because we really all operate off of those same, even in real life. If you walk up to somebody and they have an ugly baby, you're not going to say, well, gee, your baby's ugly. You say, oh, what a lovely baby. Oh, how precious.
I use the word precious.
You find every other word but the word beautiful. But, really, if you wanted to call somebody out on being, exacting and held to the letter of your words, we would have to say, well, your baby is homely, but I'm still sure you love it.
Just an update. We got a bunch of fires in Los Angeles now.
Nice. They were burning cars this afternoon.
Yep.
When will we get Koreans on rooftops again?
This is in broad daylight too in LA. Remember, it's only 7 o'clock in LA.
The idiots took their kids to the protests, and apparently one of their kids got sprayed with pepper spray, and then the kids and then the protesters oh my god, you pepper sprayed my kid. Well, don't take a fucking kid to the.
Were they holding the kid up in front of the stream, to protect themselves? You know what I mean, like a little meat shield.
Kind of looked like that in some ways, I guess.
We were just talking about on the last show, guys, what the hypocrisy of the media with the social distancing. Remember all the videos of people on beaches? How dare they? They're killing people, but now it's okay.
Suddenly regulations.
Now they're going with
it. What's that, Neil?
I said, well, suddenly COVID's just not an importance anymore. This is the thing in the media eyes, in protesters, rioters. I'm not going to call them protesters anymore. They're rioters. This is COVID's just gone out the window. Where's all the regulation stuff?
I don't know about you, but Minneapolis and LA looks like it's aggressively reopening right now.
It's more than that. It's Tennessee. It's all over the place. St. Paul.
Yep.
Holy cow! Chicago, New York City's going off tonight. And there's people. Look at them. They're standing 2 feet apart, not wearing masks too.
It's spilling over the border too. It's happening in Toronto as well now.
Is it?
If you go to Minneapolis, their little mayor will give you a mask if you want to go out and riot, loot, and
It's lovely.
protest. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, a little black mask.
Very accommodating.
Little black mask.
Fantastic.
To go with the rest.
Right now, he has this little mask.
I just hope they're color coded.
They've got a curfew in Minneapolis that doesn't appear to be working.
No, funny that. Funny that.
Never mind. Well, I was gonna say I'm not trying to bring the debate back unless it comes back. But my what I wanted to say earlier was I've got a lot of problems with the way this is being handled by all people, every one of them. But my main problem with the situation as it's been is that it is teaching us, it is training us to give away our freedoms and to accept that. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care why they're doing it. As far as the ones making the decisions, that the people involved are irrelevant to me. What's relevant to me is when I have conversations with my own adult kids and my husband, that I'm watching the people that are in my family that are like, oh yeah, of course I'm going to wear a mask in public. And I'm like, no. And then anyway, my family and everybody else's families and friends are being trained to accept this shit so that when the second wave comes, if it comes, which it will, whether it does or not, and if it doesn't come, something else will come. There'll be something else that will instill fear in the people. And if it doesn't, then the media will be damn sure to make it. So, I mean, there will be something. There will come another time, if this ever fucking ends, there will come another time when some other people or the same people want to oppress us again or have us self-oppress, and they will tell us this is the reason you should be scared of yourself and each other, because that's what they're doing. They're making us scared of each other. They're not making us scared of a fucking virus. They're making us scared of each other. And because each other probably has the virus. Well, next time it's going to be something else, or it might be the virus, but they're going to do it again. And people are going to be like, okay, well, I'll put on my mask and I'll put on my goggles or whatever. And I'll also do this next step that you're asking me to do. Because I've already gotten used to these steps, these little conformities. I've conformed to this far, so that's no big deal now.
Does it feel
good?
good?
So I'm conforming this way and in the other way that you're now asking. And that's going to happen until we've given away every damn thing we ever had.
I'm with you.
That's what pisses me off. I don't care if the virus is killing people.
Does it feel good?
I mean, I do care. I don't mean to say I don't care if it's killing people. But what I'm saying, and I
but
guess
regardless,
I'm on the side of Boogie when it comes to, I don't want to see the bodies pile up, men, women, and children. I don't want to see it. But at the same time, people have died for, I don't want to say I'm willing to sacrifice other people, but I kind of am. For freedom, I don't.
Well, there's a price to be paid for freedom. Freedom isn't free.
Well, and honestly, I'm going to sit here and just be honest. I'm asking other people to pay it. I don't want to be one of the dead bodies on the Bible. It's going to be, and I don't want it to be my family members either. But at the same time, it.
Well, look, I would rather
next?
get sick and bedridden with coronavirus than lock you in your house. Now, how many other people would say the same for me?
Right.
Well, I will, Boogie.
Thank you.
But
we're dealing with but that's the issue, right? So
fun.
I don't particularly want to see piles of dead bodies either, but that's the thing. If I have to make a choice between we need to remove everybody's rights or see a pile of dead bodies, it's like, well, pile them up. Start piling them up, because I'm not taking anybody else's rights away, because I don't want them to do it to me. Right?
Mhm.
I don't want them to take my rights away.
And then who's dying right now? I don't mean specifically who, but I mean, like, we've got the people who are dying of corona. And we've got people who are dying of, like, the complications from corona or whatever. Like, they've already got an underlying health condition. Counting that as a corona death.
Sorry. You set myself flash and sent me some background music, and it was way too loud. Sorry.
So you've got the people who are dying of corona, corona death. And then you've got the people who are killing themselves because they can't provide for their family anymore because they're not allowed to work because of corona.
Correct.
And you've got people who are killing themselves And not only that, but y'all, we need people. I know that not everybody thinks that, but like we need people, as whatever her stupid name it says. And like you have got to have human contact. And I don't just mean like touching people. Like you got to be in the presence of people. And you put this mask on yourself.
Have a life.
Yes, but you put this mask on yourself. It's a barrier. I mean, it literally is a barrier between you and other people. And you're doing it. If you're not sick, you're putting this mask on your face because you're scared of the other person. Or you're putting a mask on yourself because you want the other person to know that you're so good and compliant, which is scary by itself.
Well said.
Well, I think
like none of it's worth. None of it. I don't care what the issue is. Like, I don't care. It could be a super virus that if you go outside your home and breathe oxygen, you will drop dead on the spot. If any government says to its citizens, hey, we're just going to put you under house arrest and throw you in prison if you don't follow these guidelines, quote unquote guidelines, that are strictly in direct opposition to all of the freedoms that people have fought for in Western society for literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, right? It took us to get to this point, and we're just going to throw it away in 3 months. I don't care. If I should have the right, if I want to go outside and breathe that toxic gas and drop dead on the street, that is my deals, right? That is my prerogative. And it's the whole thing could have been handled better if it was like Doc said in the interim. Here's what we would like you to do. We can't force you to do it because, hey, that's against the Constitution. We're not about going against the Constitution. We're not about shitting on people's rights. But if we would like you to follow these guidelines, please. And if people don't, then I guess there's nothing we can do about it because we have a system. We have laws in place for this purpose.
Yeah, because I mean it's okay. Maybe I just believe too much in the Darwin Awards, but if you are stupid enough to go out and get yourself exposed to something dangerous, a super virus or whatever, then sorry, we'll miss you.
Yeah, why am I gonna stop somebody from licking a toilet seat? Whatever. I don't even want to stop people ODing on drugs. Like, I'm not protecting you from yourself. I don't want the government to stop people putting a needle in their arm, and I don't want the government to force people to put a needle in their arm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And then going back to like people needing people, like you need that human contact. You're needed, like you physically need to touch each other.
Well, lucky I'm not human then. So.
I know.
I don't know in that context, because I'd rather just chill by myself than go out there and have a conversation with someone that's as thick as shit and it's just going to annoy me, to be honest.
If you saw me, you would.
Why are you here, Neil? Why are you here?
Joking.
Every one of y'all want to hug me, and you know it.
Doc really wants to hug you, Kimmy.
Well, good. You volunteer her for a lot.
Yes, I do.
Oh, he's always
Joy
happy
Pessy
to
in the
do
chat.
that.
Shout out to Joy Pessy.
Hello, Joy.
Enjoy the joy of Pessy. Oh,
and
great!
Also,
that
it's
song
psychologically damaging us. It's making us scared of each other, and we're already scared of each other just because we're humans and humans suck. But it's making us even more scared of each other.
See, I'll give you some feedback on things here in Northern Ireland, right? Ever since this started, I have seen literally maybe one person with a mask. Nobody wears masks over here. Now, yeah, we follow the social.
It makes me crazy.
We follow the social distancing rule, but with regards to coming and going, I've been able to go out for walks. I've gone down the coast. I've done, I've been into the city. I walked into the city. Barely seen the police officer. So how is that working here, but not working? I'm hearing in the States and different other cities and countries, you have to wear masks, or like in Florida, you have to wear masks in Florida,
Hey,
but
you subscribed.
the death rate here is not
Does it
that
feel
high.
good?
Maybe it's all the green lushness of Ireland that's keeping everyone safe.
Could be.
So
I don't mean to be dismissive. I'm sorry. I just made a joke. I'm irritated.
Oh, nice. The
I
riots
got
are
in a
still
discussion
going.
with someone today who doesn't think that the mask prevents any molecules of oxygen from going into your body. Like having this barrier in front of your face doesn't change the level of oxygen that you get when you inhale. And it doesn't collect any of the carbon dioxide that you breathe when you exhale. None of it stays in this little pocket between your face and your stupid mask.
Well, the whole mask debate for me reached absurd levels when I was watching a press conference, an interview on CNN with Nancy Pelosi. And she was asked, like, as though she were some kind of Hollywood starlet on the red carpet, she was asked who her mask designer was. And, oh, that's a very fashionable mask you have there. Yeah, I've got the tweet somewhere in my archive here because I thought it was ridiculous. She was asked by the interviewer, wow, that's a really stylish mask you have there, Nancy. And she's like, well, yes, this was designed by such and such, and you can get it here at this store. And I'm like, wow, they're really doing like paid promo spots for the mask makers now.
Like her fucking ice cream freezer.
You're right. So, like,
This
that
is my
was the
deadline.
moment where I threw my hands up and I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm done. That'll do.
Phil, play the fuck this shit, I'm out for all of us. We're leaving Earth today.
The designer
grab
mask
hands.
maker.
And rides.
Oh, man. Unbelievable.
Amberlina, I'm still a hugger, but I'm a lot more selective.
So, do you think these riots are a culmination of? Well, I don't even think they're about this Floyd guy anymore. I think it's 3 months of people being locked in their houses, and they just lost it.
Yeah, for sure. The porn star.
Then you're just gonna have the thugs that just want to destroy anything.
Yeah, I've got it for you now if you want it, Phil. I can play it for you.
Sure.
There's Nana Nance. All right.
Oh, that is a stylish.
That is it looks like a
It
cravat.
looks like she's melting as usual.
I'm thinking it's gonna look like a Rorschach mask when she pulls it up.
Speaker, one final point, because social media has been commenting on your face mask, which also serves as a scarf. Are you making a fashion statement?
So I don't know. People are sending me these. This is a mask
Go.
from all over the country. I'm getting these masks, and it is like my colleague Shelley Pingree sent me one from Maine. Has lobsters all over it.
Listen to this.
Donna Lewis's store in Virginia they sent me this one and a few others. But
good grief!
Again, people, it's a distraction. You know, people enjoy sharing something that they may have done that could be useful, and maybe they see it on TV.
We know a kindergarten teacher. She's a friend of ours. She sounds like a kindergarten teacher speaking to kindergartners. Right?
She doesn't sound like our kindergarten teacher friend, though. Our kindergarten teacher friend got a lot more sense than that.
But I just mean the cadence of it all, like, you know, and you know, people, it's a distraction. People love to share nice things, and this one was made by Donna Lewis, and it's very pretty. And you know, I got one from Maine. It's got lobsters on it, and look at the little lobsters, children. Aren't they cute? Aww.
You can be cute and compliant all at the same time.
It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so that was the moment where the mask thing jumped the shark. You know, it was like, okay, that's it. Fonzie is firing up the motorbike as we speak.
Regina says, I don't hug because I'm short. Don't want dick in my face or chest.
Oh, maybe she should be a guest on JJ Stoner show. If she's that short.
Can I bring something up about the George Floyd autopsy and the coroner's report? Because that's the next thing that's going to be used now. So the coroner came out and said,
after all.
Well, no, see, that's the thing, though. This is how silly, like, we've spoken about this before, like on my show, how things get easily taken out of context in order to skew them and spin them a certain way. Mm-hmm. So people are now going to say, well, see, it wasn't police brutality. It says in the coroner's report that he had like a underlying heart condition and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, an underlying heart condition, which was probably aggravated by the fact that he had a guy's knee on his neck for 10 minutes, right? Like if he had been walking down the street and left alone, would he still have died at the exact same time? You know what I mean? Like, come on now. We can't be this stupid, surely. Right?
Yeah, I'm thinking there might have been a correlation to his death between his death and the knee to the trachea situation.
Yeah, it might have had something to do with it. Like putting somebody under stress, I think we all know, can do things to your heart rate, right? can make your heart work really hard when you're put in stressful situations like being pinned down to the ground, having a knee on your neck, and your face shoved up against an exhaust pipe of a cruiser. That can do things to your heart.
Who can't help you because they're being stopped by more people who are okay with what's happening to you.
Exactly. So, but now you're going to have people that say, no, he died of a heart condition. You know what? That didn't work for Heather Heyer, because Heather Heyer wasn't killed by the car that drove into the crowd at Charlottesville, yet that kid still went away for murder. She died of a heart attack later on, right?
Yep.
She had a heart attack when the car thing happened, and everyone's like, well, it doesn't matter. If the car didn't drive into him, then she wouldn't have died of a heart attack. But now all of a sudden people are going to say, well, this is different. And it's like, no, it's not. If the knee wasn't on his neck, then he wouldn't have died of complications with the heart, right?
The only thing I disagree with you on, I agree with everything you just said, except for that people are going to say ... and some people will say it. But I think what I'm feeling right now is, dare I say, a unified response to this stuff. I don't know a single person that I'm aware of that doesn't believe that he died wrongfully at the hands of a police officer. And it was never like that before, like in the 2015.
just the policeman who did it. He's probably the only one.
He's like, oh, I didn't. But like even when oh gosh, I can't think of his name right now. And I said his name earlier today. The guy with the Lucy's in New York. Somebody that
what?
I'll think of his name in a minute. Everybody that year had died, like Michael Brown. All these people had died, and it was arguable that it was reasonable for the police officer to kill the person. And then when this one guy comes along, I wish I could think of his name.
The guy who was selling the Lucy's in New York City.
Yeah.
The cigarettes. Yeah. I think he was killed by the cops.
Is that Brown? Michael Brown?
No.
Brown. No, Michael Brown was a hands up, don't shoot, but his hands weren't up.
Right.
I want to say Gray, Anthony Gray, or something like that.
Well, whatever his name was, he was the only one that year that I remember hearing about that I could look at and say this guy shouldn't have died. Like there was nothing he did that made him earn what he got from the police officers. But everybody else up to that point, you could look at it. Eric Garner, Rational Times, got it. Thank you.
Yep, Eric Gardner. Yeah.
But by the time Eric Garner died,
his crime was selling cigarettes without collecting the tax.
Yeah, one at a time.
Yes.
Not. I mean, that's like, how much tax are we talking here?
Doesn't matter to the state.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also
they're charging even the nurses and the doctors that came to help in New York treat the woohoo virus people. They're charging them state tax, and when confronted from us as well. Sorry, we need
a question. What was going on with the ambulance that pulled up and was supposed to taking him away?
Hey,
it was police officers that jumped out the back.
Does it feel good?
They didn't even. All they did was literally just like. What was it? They took his pulse or something, literally, and picked him up, put him in the back of the ambulance. But it was
they had to carry him to the ambulance, like his legs weren't working or whatever, or he wasn't using them, whatever. They had to carry him. Wait, are we talking about Eric Garner?
No, they put him on a stretcher. On the footage, they jump out the back of the van, they lean over, they look like they're taking their pulse, they pick him up, they put him on the stretcher and put him in the back of the ambulance. And it was
Eric Garner?
No, I think he's talking about Floyd.
Floyd George.
Okay. I was still on Eric Garner. I'm sorry. Yeah, Eric Garner was
about Floyd George. Why are police officers? Why would you have police officers jumping out the back of the ambulance? I mean, I'm not saying it from a conspiracy theorist point of view, but it's an actual fact. You've got the video footage of police officers jumping out the back of the ambulance, they take his pulse, they pick him up, they put him on the stretcher, and away they go.
I haven't seen that video.
I got it in the room.
If the guy's a suspect or something, they might put him on the stretcher and make sure that he's secured, like secure his hands to the bed or whatever, so he can't attack paramedics. If he's aggressive, they do that with people who are on drugs and shit, right? Police have to supervise them in the because you can't put somebody who's like irate on drugs and stuff, who's violent, just pop them in the back of an ambulance and send them on their way, because they'll attack people in the ambulance, right? So cops do travel with people from time to time if they suspect them of being like a dangerous person or something like that. But I don't know the context of this thing, just saying like that it can happen. Right?
there was no EMTs. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be something as simple as like, I'm just offering, other possibilities. Could be something as like simple as the EMT were dealing with somebody else and saw a couple of cops standing there and said, "Hey, get that guy, help us out here. We need your help. Put him on the bed, put him in the ambulance," right? They might have been dealing with something else. So who knows?
And have they come across the missing 7 minutes from the film footage yet? Because you've got the first.
Yeah, it's in a vault where they keep the Jeffrey Epstein video.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, they show the first part where they put him up against the wall, and then the next thing you see is obviously them with him against the car.
Only
four of them.
Yeah. Well, I would be cynical enough to say, because they're saying, "Oh, there's 7 minutes. There's 7 minutes of footage." That is exactly the kind of thing that I would say, like, not because they point to, "Oh, there's 7 minutes of footage we haven't seen yet," right? They don't say that the 7 minutes of footage clears the police's name. They don't say that. They just say there's extra footage out there. That would be the kind of thing that I would say if I'm just trying to inject a little bit of doubt into it, right? I'm just trying to put enough doubt in it. So then when people say, "Well, we saw the 2 clips. We saw the one where he wasn't resisting and he was pushed up against the wall, handcuffed. He wasn't resisting arrest. And then we saw the other one where the cop's knee was on his neck." And then somebody else will chime in, "Oh, but hang on, there's 7 minutes of footage we haven't seen yet. So it might be something else," right? It could be that it was all justified, but nobody ever sees it. Nobody ever says what the footage is. It's just something that you inject into the conversation to just put a little bit of doubt out there, right?
Well, being an EMT class, you don't have ride-alongs, cops in your ambulance before you get there. Now, if they arrived after, I could see them riding with them cuffing him, but they jumped out of the ambulance.
Right.
See, that video you sent me doesn't show them jumping out of the ambulance.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I've just looked at it twice.
I had one on my Twitter. I'll see if I can send it over to you.
And who are the guys in the brown shirts? I don't know. The brown uniforms? Are those EMTs? I don't know.
They're not even police. They're not even police uniform.
No. Those might be ambulance attendants. It's possible, right?
And then?
Monica says, whenever would there be a white woman videotaping, talking, and not getting in the conversation? I don't get that. What were we doing? What's the context of that?
Again, when you do your ride-alongs, you got to go with them for 72 hours when you do your class. They've never said anything about attendance or anything like that. It's just a paramedic and an EMT.
Did you throw it out there, Neil?
Yeah, I'm just checking it's the right one. I've got it here. 2 secs. I'll put it in the group.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that, because that video that you sent me, Russ, didn't have that piece. But no,
I just grabbed it real quick.
No, it's more. It's about the. Most of it is the cop. Man, the way he's kneeling on that guy's neck, that guy's head is like all cockeyed when you look at it.
I've just put it in the group there, but what you're looking at is what's going on behind the copper standing there, because you could see that they're taking the stretcher out.
Okay, right. You know what? It's a Twitter video, so I'm going to download it, because these Twitter videos never run for some reason. I
don't barely use Twitter anymore. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it's terrible. I can't get these Twitter videos to run right, so I'm going to download it. Let's see. So that we can all see it. Well, I'll see it first, but... So let's throw this out to the chat, because I'm pretty sure everybody's going to agree. 1, for the cop killed him. 2, you're not sure. 3, no.
Wait, what?
1, the cop killed him. 2, No,
Look, fam, I know
not
this
sure.
is hard to watch, but I need.
I don't want.
And
want
not
to
sure is a pussy answer, just in case anybody's wondering and tempted to press 2.
Pussy answer.
I used to
Also,
tell my
did
kids,
they
give me a
work
number
together?
between 1 and 10, and 5 doesn't count. You got to pick one side or the other.
Didn't the two of them work together for a number of years as well?
That's what a club owner's saying.
Mm-hmm.
They work the same shift together.
I don't know for how
She
long
said,
they worked.
she said 17 years.
Wow.
Well, I had
Said,
heard
but
that.
one of them worked inside and one of them worked outside. And you're going, yeah, but how big could that bar be? It's not like you wouldn't know people that you'd work with.
I just love the footage that Phil's showing there, the top left-hand corner, and it says curfew in effect until 6 a.m. Monday, and there's literally like thousands of people just on the screen. Like, good job, like following the curfew. But again, like, doesn't it go to show you how, you know, we've been talking about for the last 3 months, how can they get away with this? How can they enforce these guidelines? How can they make us close our businesses down? Well, there's your answer right there. Because you do what they tell you, because you follow the orders, right? Because you follow the guidelines. At the end of the day, these people here have a curfew, and they're just going, no, don't care.
Well,
don't care.
But see, one thing they have that we don't have, but you know, whatever, is that there's a number of them. You know, like it's easier, and I'm not trying to take away from what they're doing, but it's easier to say, you know, fuck the police if you've got more of you than you do of them. Like, I don't want to go home right now, and neither do these other 1,000 people, so we're staying right here, than it is to just be like that one lone person who's like, you know what, I'm keeping my freedom all by myself.
Yeah, but you've also got that one lone person I agree with you. It's not only the fact that they're on their own, it's also the fact that there's 10,000 Karens with the phone in hand waiting to fucking snitch on them as well, you know?
Where are the Karens videotaping all the people not social distancing and wearing masks?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. They were at the beach. Look at these people
having a crisis of conscience right now. What do I do?
Well, where the other thing is, I've watched very little corporate media, but no mention of social distancing or masks during these riots. Not one.
I saw one.
What was that, Russ?
I did see one. They were talking about it.
I would love to see like a Fox News, like a da-da, you know, those breaking news things, and it comes out and it's like Sean Hannity or something. It's like, listen, people, I can't stress this enough. When you're out there looting stores and throwing Molotov cocktails, do it safely. We want you to wear the mask, okay? We need to be sure that transmission doesn't happen. So when you're out there kicking the shit out of a police officer, make sure that you're looking after yourself. I would love to see that. I would pay money for that.
Be safe.
Here's that video. I got it up now. Let's take a look. Well, play. Thank you.
Damn it.
Twitter video, man.
Especially when you're in a situation like this, the first thing you look for is neck trauma. They did not.
Irrational times. Since I met someone named Karen today, I felt bad for them.
Here we
didn't
go.
even do anything yet.
Look, fam, I know this is hard to watch, but I need y'all to pay attention to something that no one seems to be talking about. Now, this is the roughest part of the video. Yes, the man has already passed. But this is when they called the ambulance. Nobody seemed to take notice of something I noticed. All right? So now they're pulling the gurney out right there, as you can see. All right, you're going to get
we
glimpses
just have a moment
this.
to appreciate this guy's voice. Wow.
I think this guy.
Man.
I think this guy George Floyd is dead in this picture, because
It's like real quick.
I don't see him moving.
He's definitely unconscious. So.
You think so? That looks like, well, maybe he pissed himself.
Barry White's doing social commentary now. Damn, you look at this fool here. Nobody noticed this. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
My darling, I noticed an ambulance there, baby.
I want you to notice something. You're going to come over and see somebody somewhat check his pulse. They're still arguing with him. Just pay attention now. Now, here's where it's at, where I'm talking about. and all this starts to happen, pay close attention to this. That man right there that you can see, that guy in the top of the screen that's about to walk over to the man. He gets out the way. Just look at this. This man who's touching him, all right? Not the officer. The man with the watch on right there. I want y'all to pay attention to something to him. He has a bulletproof vest on, all right? He has an officer's uniform on. No one paid attention to that when the ambulance pulled in. Not one EMT got out of the vehicle. But there's no medical equipment there whatsoever. That there were cops who jumped out of the back of that ambulance and picked up that man and put him in there. So they didn't even give him medical attention. And those were not the EMT. When they show them, look at that. Those are police officers. Those armed police.
What's that, Neil?
They're not even carefully putting him on the stretcher. They literally did, and dropped him on the floor.
Just dragged him around. Somebody in the chat said, "Look at the P trail there," and it's like, yeah, because that's what happens when you're out, like when your muscles relax.
Yeah.
So they can say, "Oh, he wasn't unconscious." It's like, well, he obviously was. Like, you can see, like, all of his bodily fluids escaped him.
I saw that too. Yep. That could be from a heart attack too.
Urination.
That could be from the heart attack too, right?
Right. But why didn't they cite him for peeing in public, Phil? I mean, come on. We've got to uphold the law here.
The citation's on the way to the fiance right now.
Exactly. Back to blue.
Police officers are taking that man away. There is no EMT on the scene. It's like it's a sham. They got an ambulance and put police officers in there and wouldn't pick that dead man up off the street. That was some straight bullshit.
Yeah, EMTs are supposed
to be... This is hard to watch.
Sorry. Interesting. Was he dead before this happened?
Well, it's not the same as the police uniform for a start, so it's not a blue shirt, right? So it looks more like a state trooper kind of. It looks like he works for the Parks Department with that color, like that khaki color on.
Yeah,
it could be a trooper or something, right? But why would there be a trooper in the middle of the Minneapolis city center? Like, that doesn't make much sense to me. Don't they normally do highways and shit?
Could be the county sheriff too.
Yeah.
Just researching that uniform. Actually, I might have to look into that.
Well, I mean, what if that's the EMT uniform there?
Well, he had a gun on the right hand side.
maybe he's got an open carry license.
Maybe you need one.
Yeah, maybe you do. Who knows? Maybe they have a lot of people showing up. Like, maybe I know it happens here in Sydney quite a bit. Paramedics show up to someone's house and they get attacked. They get bashed. You know.
Ooh, look at that! They're trying to break into a gun store. I think in the bottom right corner.
Oh, that'll be fun when that happens.
All the bars on the windows. I wonder what that is. I can't tell. But if it's LA, that makes sense. All the stores have bars on the windows. Look at them. They're really going at that fence, trying to that gate.
Those boys are dressed for riot too. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Black backpack, black mask, black hoodie.
Yep.
Because you've got all your gear in the backpack. You know what I mean? You got your crowbar, your spray paint, your accelerant, all ready to go.
You have a much larger screen than I do.
Who does? Yes, I have a large screen. Thank you, Kimmy. Look at that. They're going to town. They got into that store. They got in there.
Did they ever get into the CNN building?
No, of course not. The riot police stopped them. They're protecting CNN.
Of course.
Protecting the government.
But Brian Stelter was brave today. I saw his tweet.
Was he?
Oh, I bet he was ready to come out and say, I'm going to teach them guys a lesson.
I'll go out there and fuck these people up. I don't even care. Fuck them. Let me at them.
He was letting us know that they were safely inside the building between lots of locked doors and that they would continue to bring the news no matter what.
People like to make fun of my big head. Let me tell you, you can smash a baton. It'll break on this fucking skull. Let me at them. Let me out there. I'll take out all you bitches. I don't even care.
But the police are holding me back.
Police are holding me back.
Don Lemon on one arm, Anderson Cooper on the other. Let me go! I want out there.
I was hoping Don Lemon would get his butthole looted last night, but well.
No, you have to make a reservation with Don if you want to do that. We love you, Don. That's not it. We love you. Just jokes.
Yeah, well, no, it's because he's gay. I mean, it's a gift. Like, I was hoping for him that somebody would give him the pleasure.
Speaking of Don Lemon, I Boogie played this the other night. I thought that this was amazing. This was
when
amazing.
When you first made that little clippy thing of the lemon tree, I was like, what? I heard it one time, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then the second time I heard it, I was like, this is my new favorite song.
Oh, lemon tree.
Oh, you Kimmy, you mean this thing?
I don't hear anything. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. It always does this when I'm on a call. I'll fix it. Look. Okay, you mean this thing?
Lemon tree, very pretty, and the lemon flower is sweet, but the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat. Lemon tree, very pretty, and the lemon flower is sweet, but the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat.
That's it. How did you know?
Hunch.
I got that video up that you played the other night, Boogie. I thought this was astounding. It just killed me, this guy. Don Lemon.
I wish someone would come up with another platform, honestly, so that everybody could just delete their accounts on Twitter and go to the other platform, because this is outrageous, disgusting behavior. Stop companies like Jack Dorsey and all. Stop hiding behind the First Amendment.
That is my favorite part. Stop hiding behind the First Amendment.
Right? That's what I said on my show. Like, now that he said this, right? Every time he comes out and accuses somebody of attacking the free press, play that to him. Every time he comes out and says, well, you shouldn't be allowed to criticize the media, play that to him. Every time he comes out and says, well, this is what I think and I should be allowed to say, people have a right to have their voices heard, play that to him. Just keep hitting him with it. Don't hide behind the First Amendment, Don.
Well, it was his own colleague, Jim Acosta, who got his precious White House press pass taken away from him for being violent, pretty much. Not really, you know what I'm saying. And they were all, ooh, free press, free press, free press. And I guess it only counts for them.
Oh, Monica in the chat says that the Atlanta Police Department has a precinct inside CNN.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's interesting.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Sheriff!
That's amazing. So
Hypnotize me right now!
That explains why all the cops were there inside. Oh, we got protests in Beverly Hills now.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yes.
What is it? What is it?
What was that, Ed?
Tear gas coming.
Oh, they're using tear gas in Beverly Hills.
They're throwing
Beverly Hills. Too many rich people out there. They won't tolerate this stuff.
They're throwing things out.
No, they will not.
Right there. You saw that? Good.
Oh, Antifa's there. You hear that, girl?
Things were relatively peaceful until they threatened tear gas and people started threatening.
People are throwing things at the cops. Now they're firing tear gas.
Let's go.
Things were peaceful until they started throwing tear gas.
They're shooting.
Oh, they did it for no reason, I guess. I'm thinking.
Threw a metal bottle at us. We gotta go. We gotta go.
I'm thinking some millionaires and billionaires called in to the cops and said, "You better get rid of this quickly."
All right, I saw a metal bottle hit a police officer in the chest, and then firing started.
I'm looking at the comments. Wait.
They got very close to us. We should probably get off here.
Karen, chill.
There's bottles getting thrown at them, and we're in between.
Yeah, we need to get off of here.
Karen, what do you think?
Karen, what did you think was going to happen?
They're throwing bottles. We're next to the people throwing bottles. We need to move now.
How many rich women went down to see this little protest?
I'm not getting hit or shot.
Waiting to see Ellen come out.
You
Yeah,
need to
it's
go
like,
back. We need to go back down here.
come along, little Jimmy. I heard there's some black people in town. You want to see a black person?
Let's go.
Listen, her name is Cassie Dillon. Can you get any more? Cassie Dillon is her
Who is
name.
Cassie? That's the streamer.
Yes,
I feel so bad for these cars stuck here.
that's the girl talking right now.
Too.
Oh my God, there's black people here.
I want to reiterate, things were peaceful,
Sure they are.
and then people started throwing bottles in the place.
So the rich white kids decided to protest, and then some bad dudes showed up.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
In Beverly Hills. Where the cops aren't going to tolerate that shit there. Like I said, there's too many rich people living in Beverly Hills.
Terrible.
Not a single building will be burnt down in Beverly Hills, trust me.
Wouldn't that be something if it
Hang on, guys.
did?
I'll fix my pants.
I thought I saw in BloomTube that they were trying to loot some stores in Beverly Hills. That's probably why the riot cops showed up right away.
And it smells.
Oh, they'll send the army in
like
instantly.
I don't know.
Live rounds.
They're throwing more things.
I think we need to play the Beverly Hills song.
The police are holding their ground against Beverly Hills.
Is it Weezer?
We support your right to protest, but just do it in South
I don't
Central,
know.
not
Were they
here.
shooting
Oh yeah, you got some professional protesters there with the backpack, the black mask, the black outfits.
You see them, they're throwing things to the police.
Antifa don't dare do jack shit over here.
They're throwing water bottles to the police. It's an athletic toss.
Are they designer water bottles?
American Antifa is generally
we're
pretty
next to the South,
average
so we should
compared to
follow
the
it.
Europeans. Like Neil would know, like the German Antifa and stuff, they're next level. They're actually fucking hardcore. You know what I mean?
We a few years back, I think it was like 2014. There was the battle of Battle of Britain, I think they called it. Like Antifa called on all their lot down to Dover, like every Antifa member they could, and then I think it was National Front and EDL when that all went down there and literally just kicked the crap out of Antifa. Antifa got slaughtered that day.
That's British though. Like if you watch the German Antifa, they will legitimately shut down an entire city and the police get out of their way because they don't fuck around.
Yeah.
And other parts of like Eastern Europe as well, there's some really hardcore ones there too. Like
So
there's
I've
some
been-
great
I've been-
videos on YouTube of in Poland, like Polish Antifa versus Polish nationalists, and you like there's victims, people die, like they kill each other in these brawls. So it's a totally different game in Europe.
Well, I've been to Hamburg, which is like the kind of capital of Antifa, and yeah, I've seen some of that lot hanging about because they're all part of the soccer club St. Pauli. That's the heartbeat of Antifa in Europe.
Yep, sister club to Celtic, incidentally.
Yeah. We won't get into how it's not really.
I get on well with the St. Pauli boys, but I just never tell them what my politics are. Like, yeah, fine, you go, you do what you
Funny
want.
enough, there's a club I follow. My club in Germany is Hansa Rostock, and you've probably not heard of them. They're in the third division, but when
Yeah, I've heard of them.
you've heard of Hansa Rostock, awesome.
Of course.
Well, they when they play St. Pauli, like literally St. Pauli, it just goes off, and St. Pauli just and Hansa Rostock just try and beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah, right.
Ben K. Veritas, if you're out there, yes, you are more than welcome to join.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump in a minute anyway. I'll have to say goodbye.
Are you scared of Ben?
No, but I've been on here for a couple of hours. I was only gonna jump on for a few minutes, but
Why the fuck is the search function busted?
I don't know what that is.
I don't think we're in control of that.
What the hell just happened? Ah.
The hell happened to all the screens?
I don't know.
Fucking the boxes.
I'll let you guys go. It's been good chatting. Peace.
Have a good one.
day. Stay safe.
Yeah,
Talk to you later.
Okay, Boogie.
Hey, darling.
He's a pain
Thanks
in
for
the
having
ass,
me.
isn't he, Doc?
Thanks for having me.
No,
so
I
glad
love
you
it. I love
came,
a good discussion, a good debate, and
He's my
especially somebody
favorite pain
that
in
can,
the ass.
and somebody that can cuss and discuss and not leave mad. I love that.
Yeah.
That's a good, very good trait to have. But we love you, darling.
Guys, make sure you get Boogie to 10,000. There's a sex doll up for for grabs.
And Yankee wants it.
And maybe
I told you what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to leave it out in the field with a hamburger all over it and pig's blood, and I'll leave the manual underneath it and see how long it takes the cops to figure out if it's a human or a sex doll.
I'm thinking while Phil's sorting the boxes out, we could have a quick little break so Neil could get a cigarette.
Yeah,
Hey,
sure.
That's not a bad idea.
Did Boogie leave already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said bye and left while we were telling him goodbye.
Oh.
He's like, no, yeah, I
Is
mean
he
it.
one of those?
All right, we're going to play a little break here so Neil can get a cig. We're going to let Neil get a cig here.
Not very
A smoke.
satisfying, is it, Doc? It's like missing your cigarette after sex or something. You're like, wait.
I know. Or you see a really good, a dessert that looks absolutely fabulous, and you go, okay, I'm going to spend the calories, and you have it, and it doesn't even taste near as good as it looks. That's such a cheat.
Or you're too damn full to order the dessert. That's even more disappointing.
Ben K. Veritas, if you're out there, yes, you can join. Guys, we'll be back in about 7 minutes.
We're leaving, Ben, but come on in.
We'll be back in 7 minutes, but you can come in during the break. We'll catch you in 7 minutes. Enjoy these ads.
They're good. I should make an ad.
Do you
Why
like
does
your
nobody ask me
novelty
to make an
hobby
ad?
songs organic?
Yes, when are you going to make an ad?
Made with painstaking care, put into every note. Well, look no further than Irrational Times. Using only the finest instruments to create an experience that your ears will thank you for later. Irrational Times attempts to elevate the whimsy to a desirable level. New songs and sketches every week, so check it out.
Idiot boogie bumper. 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 He's really giving that one a workout. Come on. DLive.tv/JJ Stoner. And we love JJ here on the show.
It's the JJ Stoner Spring Collection, the perfect attire for any and every occasion you can think of this season. Like we were in the mosh pit full of sweat and everyone's slapping, hitting, and pulling on you. This shit won't riff! Lunch at your favorite cafe? Brunch with the girls? These stylish ensembles will give you the confidence you need to look and feel your best. Or if you're getting arrested for possession, it comes with a built-in police stick-proof body armor. Keep swinging, pigs! Call now, and your order will come with a complimentary ounce of that dankest bubblegum slurricane that the South has to offer. Don't forget the wall tapestry! If you need to cover your wall, it works!
Hello, my name is Frozen Asian, and I'd like to tell you about my show, The Sunday Night Shit Show, every Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Along with good conversations and laughing at funny and weird shit we find on the internet, we also have the Hat Cam, where I showcase my myriad of great-looking hats. Here is a testimonial from a great friend of mine who has enjoyed my hats lately.
I hope your next hat is a bullet. Jesus Christ, what are you, fucking Asian Dick Tracy? What's wrong with you? Why do you have to ruin my evening? Like, I was gonna just listen to my buds do their show, and you just gotta do that. You do the show without the hat.
So you're not enjoying it?
No!
Dude, Asian
come
Dick
on,
Tracy.
secretly you enjoy it.
You look
No.
like you're going undercover in Argentina, but it's not working.
I hate you. I hate you.
Oh, come on, you secretly love it.
No, I openly hate it.
And there you have it. So Subscribe to the Sunday Night Shit Show at youtube.com/Sunday Night Shit Show. And hope to see you there on Sunday nights. Bye.
Feeling depressed? Need someone to tell you it's not okay? Do you like goth public access TV? Then join me for The Big Empty every Sunday at noon. Major_Tom on D-Live, with zeros for O's, because everything in your life is that difficult.
There's a place that we can go to watch old things. All the warm, fuzzy member berries it brings. It's a special little spot tucked away on D-Live. Enjoy the joy of Bessie. Campy old movies and old cartoons. We hope to see you over there very soon. It's our special little spot tucked away on D-Live. Enjoy the joy of Bessie. When we were kids and there wasn't any school, we'd sit and watch all the best cartoons, eating cereal until it was noon. We never thought that 30 years later it'd still be cool. Saturday night and cheesy movies, the ones that used to show us movies. It's our special little spot tucked away on D-Live. Enjoy the joy of Bessie. Enjoy the joy of Bessie. Enjoy the joy of Bessie.
This just in. The global officials that can help all, also known as Got You, have now banned all boogieing and boogie-related movements worldwide. Public safety is the main concern, they say, and people are reminded that boogieing is contagious. Anyone caught boogieing will be dealt with in the harshest terms police have reported. More idle
Sometimes this world can get you down. There's just one thing you can do. You gotta get back up and shake it all around. No one's gonna tell me how I'm gonna boogie. Come on, everybody, boogie bumper tonight. No one's gonna tell me how I'm gonna boogie. Come on, everybody, boogie bumper tonight. No one's gonna tell me how to boogie. Come on, everybody, boogie bumper tonight.
Patriots, this is your favorite Southerner, Doc Martin. Just wanted to remind you to put on your calendars to join me and your favorite ne'er-do-well Yankee, Bill D'Angelo, on Saturday nights, beginning with Promises Kept at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, followed by the Speakeasy with all of your favorite Patriots. You never know what we might cuss and discuss.
That's right, Doc Martin. This is everybody's favorite Yankee, Phil D'Angelo speaking. And
Damn
on
straight.
Saturday night, we could have Kimmy, Wise Censored, affectionately known as Electrolux, the original Grandma, UK Neil, Rusty and his famous sound test show, Coffee Talk with Sandra, Earth Citizen, Stefan, the infamous Grandma Sears, Mac Daddy may even make a show up, or virtually anyone else in the world for some irrelevant fun.
Yankee, you mean some irreverent fun. So be sure to join us on Twitch, Periscope, D-Live, or YouTube.
That's right, Doc. Follow us at Winning TV on all of those channels.
So be sure and put it on your calendar. We'll be looking for you. We'll leave the porch light on.
I still think it's irrelevant fun.
But why are you farming for coins when you have a heavy bag?
All right, I'm back.
Where's Kerry gone?
I'm here,
Oh, Doc Martin's here.
and I heard you.
Why?
Why?
Everybody's favorite Yankee.
Ben K. Veritas wanted to join. I'm still waiting for him to pop into the.
Is he coming?
I don't know. I'm still waiting for him to pop
Ben.
into the.
Join the fun.
Oh, it says 6 participants. Where are they all? Oh, there he is. I just admitted him. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
There he is.
He's connecting. Give him a second here. That fixed all the boxes, and I didn't have to fix them all. His audio's connecting, so give him a minute. Let's get back to the riots. Now, Rusty, you said you didn't want to play the riots because you didn't want to promote it or whatever. But
Yeah,
I think almost every Periscope channel is playing the riots.
I just do.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, can I just put saying that I thought was actually brilliant to watch today was the SpaceX. What's it called? Is it SpaceX lift off today? I thought that was just unbelievable. So what was that?
Yeah, wasn't that cool?
I thought that was brilliant.
Did you hear what
That was awesome.
said too? He says we're working on advanced weaponry, something of that nature at NASA. Watch his speech.
Who was it that said that, Ross?
Pardon?
Who was it that said that?
POTUS.
POTUS. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Ben K, you there?
I did hear that, Rusty.
I don't think his audio's connecting.
And I did also hear him say that to be that you can't be number one in this world if you're going to be number two in space.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ben.
I'm here. How's it going, guys?
Hey, Ben.
Good.
Hey. Wow. Boogie Bumper cameo. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It sure was.
Definitely.
I was so glad.
I see Kimmy's in the chat.
I thought he was insinuating that I was prison material when he said I had a prison pocket.
Prison pocket.
So I was glad to get clarification on that. Everybody's got one I hear.
Well, everybody's prison material, I guess.
I think I saw Monica in the chat say that they were looting it in Beverly Hills. Imagine that. Did you ever think you'd see that happening in your lifetime?
No.
No.
How come only a few cities are actually putting out the National Guard? How come every damn city is not doing this?
Oh. There's a guy outside a shop in Dallas trying to defend his thing, and they've taken him out. Let me send this to the thing. Wow.
Is it live video?
No.
No, it's been posted up, so it's not live, but it's been posted up. I'll stick it in the chat and the
I swear there's about 300 periscopes out there right now. Not kidding. With protest footage.
Check the one out I've just put in Telegram. Guy trying to defend his business with a sword.
No kidding.
Oh,
Abbott just activated the National Guard in Texas.
Really?
Damn. There's like 30 of them stomping on this one guy.
It's a Twitter video, so I'm going to have to download it because these Twitter videos never work.
Seriously, I've not seen a video like this. This is shocking. It's a guy trying to defend his business with a sword, and about 30 of these rioters just stomping on him it's horrible.
Oh yeah, I've seen people with like rifles and machine guns. This is we're going to protect our business.
There was a video earlier. Apparently, there was an AK or something that was in the back of a police car, and one of the rioters picked it up and was looking like he was about to use it or something. And apparently, one other guy just grabbed it off of him and said, "No, you ain't even doing that, mate."
Holy hell! This video is disturbing.
I think it's
the one I sent you. Yeah.
I think it's gone. It should have been a lot sooner that these National Guards have been deployed.
This guy might be dead.
Yeah, I do.
Are you watching, Phil?
I'm downloading it because it's a Twitter video and they never play on the live show. So I'm downloading it right now. Oh, good God.
I think this has to be the most shocking video I've seen.
Yeah, it's not good.
My seat is still empty on my screen. It's really weird when I'm sitting here and I'm looking
Dallas.
at my empty.
You get beat like that, you can die. I mean, guy could, hold on.
Fascist Hippie says, I just saw the GloomTube chat that live rounds were authorized by the National Guard in Portland.
Holy shit!
And Boogie says, be careful about showing it. Might get your channel popped.
Oh, showing this guy getting beat up.
Especially if it ends
Yeah.
in his death, I would think.
You'd be alright, D-Live, but you're on YouTube and stuff as well.
Yeah, on Periscope too. They might flag it there too.
Y'all remember that show Faces of Death?
God, this guy does not look like he's alive. He's bent into a pretzel. It's bad.
Like a pack of wolves on him.
There's about 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 15 people just kicking him and stomping on him and hitting him with boards and everything. It just, he's twisted up like he's broken in half. No joke.
Is this the last one that was in the show host?
He might be dead. Yeah.
I don't see him coming out of that without damaged body parts.
He looks like he's dead.
Was that in Dallas?
Dallas. Yep. Break it. Oh, damn it. This is getting really bad out here. Dallas is getting really bad.
They stoned him with rocks.
You can die from that. Being stoned to death. He's dead. Someone just said he's dead in the comments.
Holy crap. Shit.
Wow.
And what was he doing? He was just protecting his
shit, I'm looking
store.
at it now.
He was protecting. It says here, it appears he attempts to defend a shop with a large sword. Looters ran at him, then he charged the rioters, then they beat him with a skateboard and stoned him with medium-sized rocks.
God damn.
He's dead. Yep, that's what someone just said. They just heard he was dead.
Yeah, 2020 sucks. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Yep.
2020 was fun yesterday because Planet of the Apes was trending because a monkey stole the coronavirus. It was great yesterday, but shit, today sucks.
The problem here is
from all the hilarity.
These riots are spreading all over to cities that you didn't think would have riots, like Beverly Hills, and imagine all the cities that we don't even see on news feeds from Periscope or whatever, you know.
Well, I haven't seen anything like this in Detroit yet.
I just want to stop for a second, and I want everybody, if you have, okay, let's just pretend that you've watched the video that I just watched and that Phil and
Yeah, sorry we can't show it, but if we do, we'll probably get flagged on multiple channels.
Yeah, no, it's not good. Let's just pretend that you've all watched a man get beaten probably to death and stones and all that stuff for protecting his business. What is my point? Oh, okay, here's my point. So what I just saw was a man who was surrounded by a bunch of other people, human being people, who were beating and throwing rocks at this one individual, all at the same time, ganged up on him just because he was protecting his business. And it doesn't even matter why. But you look at him and you look at them and you see them attacking him all at one time, not even remembering that he's a human being and not even caring that he is, one or the other or both, whatever, I don't know. And you need to look at yourself and know that you can do that shit too. We have got to somehow or another preserve our civility. We have got to preserve our humanity. Because I'm here to tell you, there is a situation in which I could beat a motherfucker to death. And I promise you, I'm one of the sweetest people you know. So, and I've not seen that dark side of myself, but I am not. But stupid is not the right word, but we're just going to go with it. Stupid enough to think that I couldn't also do that under the right circumstances. And every other one of you could too. We have got to somehow or another get control of this shit, or we're going to turn into fucking Rwanda. And I'm talking Rwanda from back in Hotel Rwanda days. I'm sure other stuff has happened since then. We, human beings, every one of us are capable of being a part of the people who will drag another human being down the street and tear them to pieces.
It's mob mentality.
It's
yes,
mob mentality.
It's a very real thing.
And all of us are subject to it. We have got to preserve our humanity. This is scary. This is scary shit. This is
Well,
scary shit.
Jordan Peterson talks about that. He talks about like people that just can't fathom that Nazi Germany was allowed to happen and the things that happened. He's like, that's you people.
It is.
That's you people in another reality. They were following orders. They were basically state sanctioned. Everything that was done was average people who basically transformed into order following people that don't question morality. And it can happen to everyone.
Yes. When the shit hits the fan, you do not know who you are. Nobody know. None of us know who we are. We only know the part of us that we've seen, the part of us that we've allowed to be exposed, or the part of us that we, have needed to use.
Yeah.
Human beings are fucked.
So this is an escalated situation. It's an escalated situation that there's a lot of.
That's right, Monica.
There's a lot of hostility that's been built up by people being basically caged in their homes. And this is of course, it was going to manifest some way, but this is the way it happened to manifest itself. And this isn't just about the name of the guy who died. This is like people are frustrated and they just wanted an excuse, I think, to throw a fit, a nationwide fit. And there's a lot of people who are still all about back the blue, and that kind of went out the window as soon as the police officers were enforcing ridiculous orders from ridiculous governors about masks and businesses and people running on a closed beach with an American flag and being arrested for it, surfing, having boats chase one surfer. Like, this is okay. Back to blue is out of the window now, but mob mentality is ridiculous. I think back to blue at this point is just as ridiculous as vote blue no matter who.
Well, and I'm just gonna say it. Back to blue was bullshit when it started. And the reason I say that is not because I'm anti-cop, okay? The reason I say that is because anything that comes along and just suddenly millions of people are just like on board with it, that's no different than what George Soros does when he pays people to riot. That's no different. That's not organic. People didn't just you didn't just suddenly have millions of people have this brilliant idea to back the blue.
Well, I said this on our previous show that we got to stop doing that, because if you listen to the commercials and to the politicians, it's always all teachers are awesome. We need to thank a teacher. We need to pay them more. We need to do more for teachers. We need to put them up on a pedestal. That, and when Hannity, I said this on the previous show, when Hannity says the rank and file FBI are all good guys, screw that.
They're not.
Stop doing that.
They're not. Some of them are, sure, yeah, but not all of them are. And the thing about the teachers, anybody who thinks that all teachers are great, am I screaming? Sorry.
No.
Anybody who thinks that all teachers are great.
You're ranting.
You've not been to fucking school. That's all I have to say. You've not been to school. If all teachers are great, if we need to support all teachers, you haven't been to school. Because, or at least you certainly didn't have my history teacher. I can tell you that much.
LA Mayor is calling for the National Guard to come in and help.
Group identity.
Called to worship the state, fascist hissy.
LA Mayor calling in for the National Guard now, Doc, is like $1 late and a week short and $1 late, or whatever you want to call it.
But see,
It's too late now.
$1 short.
Yep.
I've had a heated discussion with a very good friend of mine the last couple of days about that too. So calling in the National Guard, okay. When you say a day late and $1 short, for me, I was like, yeah, we need to call in National Guard. But then listening to my friend, I was like, okay, well, fuck, maybe we don't need to. I don't know what we need to do. I don't know what the answer is. But his point was, that's escalating. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, if you call in the National Guard and they're there to protect City Hall, the banks, and Costco and Amazon, and the hell with the rest of the neighborhood, as that gets looted, that's just as bad. Why even bother at that point?
Okay, but so why do you call it? Okay, first of all, okay.
Because if they're there to only protect certain things, then that's just ridiculous.
Right.
If they're there to protect civilians and my property too, okay.
Right.
But that's not what they're going to do. They're going to be told to protect the banks.
Yeah. Are they the National Guard or the corporate guard?
Yes.
What are they guarding?
We'll see.
So Boogie Bumper says, well, we are already following orders about stand in line, keep your businesses closed, snitch on people who don't, and whatnot. I mean, that's exactly right. That's what we're like. This is going back. He commented on this when we were talking about like what people are capable of. People are literally snitching on people for not wearing a mask, for not, for standing too close to each other and that sort of thing. Like, this is like a world full of fucking hall monitors, and they're doing it. And there's not even pressure. There's no fucking pressure to post a video to Twitter or to call the police or whatever because some person is not wearing a mask. There's no pressure to do that. This bitch, this Karen bitch that called the police because I wasn't wearing a mask, that didn't happen. I'm just saying it. This bitch that calls the police because I'm not wearing a mask, that woman is not going to take, it's not going to take much for some
Oh my God. They're trashing the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library right now.
Oh,
is that outside? Is that the White House?
That's in DC, I believe.
Well, there's military. There's a few things here, right? So number one, the guy in Dallas is being confirmed on Twitter hasn't died yet.
Okay.
He's in a bad way, but he hasn't died yet. Number two, you've got military police outside the White House now. Number three, it's coming through from Jack Posobiec. Biden staff don't donate to the group that pays the bail in riot-torn Minneapolis, and basically that means that the Biden staff are paying for the rioters to get out.
Yeah, and I just want to say real quick, Joe Biden, take another fucking picture. Put your stupid mask on your face straight. If you're going to virtue signal, at least don't look like a fucking retarded head doing it. His mask is like all cockeyed on it.
He takes that off the second the cameras are gone. Trust me. Wow, this is DC. It's
sorry, but
going off.
I'm just gonna put my fucking mask on straight.
Isn't the Reagan Library in California?
It said Ronald Reagan, and I couldn't read the rest because they were breaking the glass, and there was a tree in the way.
I think the Reagan Library is in California because that's where he's from.
I wish I could reverse this. It doesn't say where this is.
I can Google. It's not like I don't have my.
No, I think that was the library.
Yeah, they're switching feeds, so I can't get back to the other feed. So Minneapolis is destroyed right now.
California.
Now they're on Minneapolis, and look at it. Look at the street. And you know what? I can't.
Or Los Angeles.
I'm starting to not stomach
in Los Angeles.
The comments that I'm seeing from people on some of the feeds. It's not a black-white thing. If you buy into that, you're buying into exactly what the media wants you to buy into. Got to stop doing that.
Yeah, the media that's got the fucking spirit of Charles Manson. This race war thing, people have been trying to start this shit for decades.
Right. And yet these idiots are on camera.
What I was going to say when you were talking, Kimmy, is that group identity is never. No. You were onto a point. I was just going to add to it that group identity is never accurate to what you are. So if you join a group, you basically conform and compromise with the group. So if one person in the group does something bad, if you're protesting peacefully and one person breaks a window of a business, that's you too, because you joined that group willingly and you compromise your own values with the whole group. And that goes for everything, with race, with the police, with the government, with everything you can think of that can be labeled as a group. The worst individual is going to define who you are.
Well, not just define who you are; it's going to expose who you are. Because you're talking about define who you are when you get caught and you're like, okay, well, like you get guilty by association. But if you're in that group and those people are doing those things, you're going to find out what you're capable of, and you're going to find out that just like this clip that Boogie's talking about that he played in his show of a little white girl throwing a Molotov cocktail to police, that little white girl would not have done that if she weren't in a group of other people doing it. We do not know what we're capable of. We don't.
This is
sure she wouldn't have. She wouldn't have.
Heated.
The power is in the numbers. She wouldn't have done that without the power of the group behind her. She felt empowered by the amount of people.
But she had it in her to do it.
In the last
That's the thing.
8 to 10 years of riots, this is probably the worst I've ever seen it. Not this many cities all at once popping off like this.
Well, because that this is absolutely organized. I mean, or not, or it's unorganic. This is the Monsanto of protests. Y'all can quote me on that if you like it.
Monsanto.
Yeah.
Not only are some of these businesses just reopen after months of being shut down, now they're just devastated. That number of 250 from yesterday is going to look like small potatoes after tonight. It's going to be literally thousands of businesses destroyed tonight.
We were trying to figure out where all the money is going to come from for all of this shutdown and all of this lack of economy that we've had. And now people are just trying to open their doors back up and everything gets destroyed and burned. So now it's going to be another, what, $50-100 billion worth of insurance money on top of the phony money that's been keeping us going this whole time. What the hell is these people are not thinking? It's like they're shitting where they eat. Excuse my French.
You're right. They're destroying their own lives.
We're not excusing
they're
your
not.
French.
They're not contributing because they want to be demonized. They're destroying their, their employment, neighborhood, and I don't understand why they would do that.
Okay, I do. Okay. I do to a degree. It depends on what I don't know what each individual's motivation is, and so I don't mean to be making assumptions on each individual. But some of this, and I don't know what the percentage, but some of these people really and truly are trying and hoping to get the government to be afraid of the citizens for once. Not that we should go out and burn shit down so that the government will be afraid of us because we're violent. But like that's how it's supposed to be. Our leaders are supposed to be afraid of us. They're not supposed to be our leaders. Fuck that word. They're not even supposed to be our leaders. They're supposed to be our representatives. But they're not representing us. They are leading us and controlling us. And I hate it. Don't want to use it. But they're oppressing us. Damn it. And so what do you do? Literally, what do you do? I don't agree with going out and burning businesses and looting and starting fires in your cities and causing the citizens of your towns to be afraid of your actions. I don't agree with that.
How many citizens arrests have been made? Not one.
You're right.
These people are throwing bricks through other citizens' businesses that are struggling already, living on loans.
Beating business owners to death in the streets, apparently. So there's a horrible aspect to this. There's a horrible
technically, you're supposed to have a right to make a citizen's arrest when you have a leader or some kind of somebody that's supposed to be following the Constitution and breaking it. You're supposed to have the right to arrest them for it and do it legally, but I don't think that's ever been done.
Okay, right. And so I posed this question in a DM group a day or so ago. Like, what do we do? What do we do? Because here we are. Like, seriously, we're at a crossroads, perhaps. Where am I screaming? I've got to be screaming.
No.
No, you're fine.
I'm gonna put my mask on so y'all can't hear me so loud. I don't have one. I'll go borrow my husband's. So we're actually at a place, a pretty cool place, where I hate it that it happened to this guy, but like we're at a place where this man who was killed, like people on both sides of the aisle, on all, like everybody believes that this man was murdered by a police officer. And regardless of whether you're black or white or Republican or Democrat or whatever, you get it. Like now we all see it. That there is a problem with the authorities. I hate to say it again, oppressing the people or killing the people or whatever. And it's not supposed to be that way. We're supposed to be in charge of them.
Well, to top off my point, what Boogie said on his show is that the police are basically, when it comes to something like this, they're in the way of, they're protecting the politicians from you.
Right.
It doesn't matter what they do. If it's unconstitutional, that hasn't mattered for 150 years. Unconstitutional, what's that?
Well,
like it's just they have a pen.
Hold on.
The most important pen on the most important paper, and the words on the paper is what you do. And when you get pissed off about it, the police is the barrier between you and the politician breaking the law.
They just rolled in D.C. a dumpster on fire right at the police.
I just saw that. Wow. That's a dumpster fire, literally.
Right.
This is
I'm watching a video in the, well, I don't know how recent this is, but it's peaceful protesters forming a human barricade in front of police in Washington, and they're literally standing there with like "Make Racist Wrong Again" t-shirts. Racism wrong again t-shirts, and you got protesters like screaming at them, shouting at them because they're standing there peacefully. I mean, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so speaking of barricade, I saw a picture, I'm trying to find it, a picture recently, I'm not going to look for it because I'll get distracted, of police officers standing literally shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, side by side, maybe 75, I'm not good at guessing numbers, but maybe 75 people or more, cops in uniform, standing in front of the police officer's house of the police officer that killed the George Floyd. Standing in front of his house, protecting him and his family and his property. While all this, it was the night that the police building was breached. They weren't in the city protecting the city or the citizens. They were at the policeman's house that killed the guy. And now my argument was, first of all, if their goal was to protect their fellow officer for good or bad, whether they should have or shouldn't have, if their goal was simply to protect him, they would not have stood in front of his house shoulder to shoulder. They would have gotten him and his family the fuck out of Dodge. And they could have. They've got the resources to do that. Even if the city doesn't pay for it, the individual police officers will pull their money together and get him somewhere to protect him. But instead of doing that, they're standing shoulder to shoulder in front of his house for optics. I know it's for optics. And it's to show that they are together, you know, to do the show of solidarity or whatever. I don't even know what my point was.
His wife is divorcing him.
Yeah, good for her. Is she really?
Mm-hmm.
Was she divorcing him before this, probably?
She said she's divorcing him because of it.
Oh, because
I think it was probably the tip of the iceberg.
Well, you know what?
Holy shit.
Never mind. I'm not going personal.
It is going off big time in D.C. right now.
Feels like if Kimmy would shut up, I'd update y'all every once in a while.
DC?
Yeah, here's the military police. UK sent me this photo. The military police are protecting the White House now.
Oh, yeah. They've been doing that.
This is... So, this is the worst I've ever seen it. I mean, we had those protests.
Stuff seems to be this stuff seems to be connected with a bigger cause. Like this, the name, the original name, the name that they're using as the protest name, just like the Mike Brown name, just like all of the other names that were used to spread across the country protests. It has nothing to do with this. That's just a.
You talking about George Floyd or?
Yeah, George Floyd is the name of choice right now, but it's not. There's something bigger connecting all of this together, and so what you were saying about like politicians don't fear the people anymore. They basically feel ownership over the people now, and
ownership.
There's
It's like cattle.
Right, but these protests, what they do is, especially these out of state, like professional protesters that are being paid to come and break windows, and even some of the police are being exposed being part of it. What it's doing is it's giving an excuse to take more power away from the people. So there's going to be people calling for more law and order, even though if you look back like a week ago, people were fed up with law and ridiculous order. And now it's chaos, and people are going to call for more law and order than we had previously. And it's just like, yeah, we're goldfish brain sheep as a whole. Individuals are smart, but the public, I can't even imagine being in charge of the well-being of a group of people, because a group is a freaking moron. An individual is a genius, but a group is a moron.
Well, I may just throw a bone out there. Think politicians might be in on it?
Oh yeah.
Well, wouldn't they be?
Well, you got Biden, people in the Biden campaign bailing them out, and then there's what's the name, Tegan? Apparently, he's put up $200,000 to bail out any rioters that are arrested.
Like Chrissy Teigen?
Yeah.
Why does she have to be so stupid? She's fat and
always
bloated.
so
Tell her
evil.
to go away.
I'm telling you.
That was
And,
very judgmental. Sorry.
The there was something to your point. No,
So, Ben, do you think that I'm looking at things with a little bit too much rose-colored glasses, thinking that this could be the thing we need to reset society? You think it's got more potential to fuck it up even further?
Yeah, I always think you have too much rose in your glasses.
I do. I do.
There we go.
I love my glasses.
Tracy Beams, she's put up video footage of buses being brought in with protesters on them.
Really?
Yeah. I'll stick it in the group. It'll probably mean you downloading it because it's a Twitter one.
Yeah, these
Okay,
Twitter
Ben, so-
videos never work.
So if this is only going to work to make people call for more control, which you're probably right. If it's only going to work for that, then what is the solution? You're in the group that I asked this question to, and you did not answer. So now here's your chance.
Oh, what's the specific question?
Okay,
This
so if
isn't
this
normal.
isn't the answer, if looting and burning and rioting and whatever isn't the answer to getting our country back and getting people to actually give a fuck about what our rights are supposed to be, and getting the government to fear the people rather than the other way around. If this isn't the way to do it, which I hope it's not, because I don't like this. So if this isn't the way to do it, then what is?
Well, what is doesn't work. And I hate to sound like a broken record.
I know that
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
this
Can you
isn't
hear-
normal.
Okay. I hate to sound like a broken record, but look what happened with the Hammond family and the Bundys and dozens of other ranchers that were happened to have property in these areas that were confiscated by multiple.
Right. And murdered in front of people, and nobody gave a shit.
What happened was they wrote letters. They wrote letters to the Solicitor General, to the Inspector General, to to the White House. After all of those things failed, they said, okay, let's just gather together and support each other on our property. And that didn't work. Well, it did. It did temporarily. They got so much support that the feds had to basically tuck tail and run, but they regrouped. And
this isn't normal.
How many riots started after Lavoie was killed?
0 as far
None.
as I'm aware.
None, because he was just a white guy. So, using the constitutional language, using the law as it's written, that doesn't work either. They come in heavy-handed. They turned their cameras off. They were told to turn their cameras off for that illegal road stop that got him killed.
Right.
And nobody said a damn thing about it. There's probably like 10 people across the U.S. that actually paid attention to that.
I was not one of them. I only know because of things that you've shared, so I confess that. But I do remember people even not celebrating necessarily, but supporting what happened. I remember people being like, "Yeah, that's what you get," kind of stuff.
Exactly, and they harassed the family members. They made the most grotesque. I think there was like paid troll campaigns about it.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that people could be that disgusting to the family members that were left behind. But they tried to do it the correct way, and that's how they were dealt with. Basically, heavy-handedly murder, premeditated murder, and the White House they knew all about it. The governor knew all about it. The sheriff was in on it too because he turned over his power immediately without any kind of dispute. He just like, oh, the feds are here. Here you go. Here's your power.
Right.
The sheriff is supposed to be the last stand.
Right.
He can say no. He can say, get the hell out of here.
His
But
job
he
is
was-
to fight for that.
Right. No.
Tampa, Florida. Tampa, Florida, and Greensboro, North Carolina. Fires and looting.
In Greensville?
I remember that video about the Bundy Ranch where the guy was getting out of the truck and they just shot him dead. He had both of his hands up too.
Well, that was not the Bundy Ranch. That was in Burns, Oregon. But the reason they protested there is because they were trying to send the Hammonds back to prison for something they already did prison time for, and that had to do that land area went directly tied back to a Clinton uranium one deal.
Yep.
And it was a Clinton election year, so of course they were like, "Oh, shut these guys down."
I learned that from
And-
Doc G.
And they didn't. Yeah, and I told him that. I sent him a bunch of information. But what the plan wasn't to take over a refuge. That was like a last minute plan because they were planning on standing on their property and like supporting them on their property. But basically the feds threatened them and said, if you let these guys on your property, we can't guarantee your safety. You might be moved to a less desirable prison. And so they made a decision. The family members were like, well, maybe we should just do our time and not have anything to do with this protest stuff because they were being threatened. So all these people came to support them and had nowhere to go. So they're like, well, let's go out and just occupy the building that's causing all this. And that's what they did. So but this is after, okay, this is after all of the letters that were ignored. They wrote letters to everybody they could. They had interviews and meetings, and they did everything the legal way. And that final protest allowed time for planning and infiltrators to be brought in, which the infiltrators were, they did their job correctly, I guess. It's kind of a snaky thing to do, but that's what they did.
Sometimes you have
Came in
to.
there, made it look as bad as possible.
So Okay, so that didn't work, and this isn't. I mean, this historically hasn't worked. So I really, like, seriously, like, what is the answer?
The only answer is, like, I think U.S. Marshals are the ones that can go anywhere. They can go and put cuffs on anybody. And they've been kind of, where are they? Where the hell are the U.S. Marshals? That's a constitutional thing.
Well, but then also be careful what you wish for, because who are they going to cuff? I would like to think they would cuff, you know, the police officers, like the, you know, the that are breaking the laws and stuff. But it was to say they're not going to cuff us instead. Like, honestly, if they wanted to, they could fuck me up all over.
Real quick, breaking news. Multiple calls of officers down in Chicago.
Oh, shit.
That's not going to be good.
It looked bad. It doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
No.
Especially
And
after
then
seeing
what about Homeland Security?
So, okay.
I have no idea. That's a newer agency. That's the U.S. Marshals can serve warrants anywhere. DHS is newer than that. It's not even included in the Constitution, but U.S. Marshals can basically travel anywhere.
How many of them are there, though?
They predate the FBI and the CIA.
Well, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking martial law, right?
Not necessarily. Well, maybe. And I was wondering about this with what Trump was saying about he freaked out his entire base. I don't think a lot of Trump's opposition even caught on when Trump was talking about logistics and getting the vaccine out using the military.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Everybody assumed that, oh, Trump is in on it. He's going to mandatory vaccinate us using the military.
No.
But I was thinking, I was like, okay, why would he deploy the military to everywhere all at once? And all it takes is one federal marshal with a warrant, and they can actually, like, deputize the military. So all it takes is one, and then you have the authority to make arrests if that's what's happening. And I'm kind of disillusioned with all of it right now because it just looks like a big mess.
I don't believe he's going to do that with the military. I seriously don't. And I haven't bought it since I've heard it. There's always...
You don't think he's going to do what with the military?
I just think there's always something he doesn't tell us, but, you know, he'll kind of... I don't know. Every time he says something like this, everybody trips. And I just sit and wait because I don't think that's what
trip or they decode.
They totally trip.
I've done both.
I don't believe it.
Well, he did the same thing with red flags. He actually banned bump stocks, which that was kind of weird because he totally ignored the weirdness of the Las Vegas shooting. Like all of the conspiracy theories that were out there, he just ignored all that, and he's like, "Oh, we're just going to get rid of bump stocks," even though there's so much proof out there that there was more going on that was never even mentioned. But he did more damage. Right, he did more damage to the Second Amendment than any Democrat did.
Why was the Prince of Saudi Arabia in Las Vegas on that very night? What? Never mind.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. Well, let's just get rid of bump stocks and let's just change the subject. Shut up, guys.
Yeah. Keith Urban
even though that's an American business, like
Keith Urban has an Illuminati tattoo. That's what matters.
Yeah.
But
that was Jason Aldean was
Jason Aldean. Sorry, Keith. I didn't mean to mess you up.
But go back to
Jason Aldean.
Yeah, he does. It's a triangle or something. I realize it looked really funny.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you like him?
Not particularly, but I mean, I just, he's
Just
okay.
another disappointment on the long
Yeah,
road of disappointments.
just another one on the list.
But go
I know
back.
a lot of people who do. I'm
Another
sorry,
one
Rusty. Go ahead.
bites the
That's
dust.
okay. But go back to when the military was having those exercises in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Highly, extremely unusual.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And they did what? Santa Monica too.
Yeah, and they just had that article come out about how which ones of their helicopters they use in those and why, and all this stuff. So
Y'all know why
they've had some practice.
Do y'all know why the LA riots were called the LA riots?
Because they happen there?
Yes, I just read this.
Because they happen in fucking LA, not all over the fucking country. Because Rodney King was done wrong or wasn't done wrong, and he got pissed, and he did his thing, and it happened in LA where the scene of the situation was.
The how is simple enough. The why that troubles me.
This is bullshit.
Louisville, Kentucky now, and Des Moines, Iowa are popping off.
Yeah, Boogie, I agree with you. Just because he's got that doesn't mean he's Illuminati. He could be Illuminati. He's not an Illuminati yet. I just made that word up.
You Illuminati? Illuminati?
He could just be a dumb. But you know what? I like that. Like, there's so much of that stuff, and this is a weird thing to say, but like, there's so much of that Illuminati, Luciferian, devil-looking shit that appeals to me artistically. Like, I look at it and I think, well, that is visually interesting. And so I don't have, like, I like it. And so I absolutely understand being sucked in by the visuals of these things, you know?
It's the allure.
It isn't. There's an allure to it.
And a lot of people think it's trendy.
Trendy.
And
Well, I'm not, I don't
hot to do.
I don't get into trends, but there is definitely that aspect. But whenever I look at that stuff, there's something about it, not all of it, but a good bit of it. There's something about it that just like
Well,
just
do you
draws
think
me
that
in.
the devil is going to be unappealing when he comes? He's going to be his most beguiling.
Yes, that's true.
He usually dresses him. He's not going to be, coming in with horns and warts and looking all ugly and gross and ferocious. He's going to come in looking like your most scrumptious desire, or whatever.
He's gonna be in the fine print. He's gonna be in the details.
He's not gonna.
Devil's gonna be in the details. But
I think he's not just gonna be in the fine print. He's gonna be the bitch on the cover that's hot as fuck, and you're like, give me some of that.
Yeah.
That's who the devil's gonna be.
It doesn't mean he's Illuminati. He could just be a dumb hick who saw the symbol and thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Phil, I read that already.
Did you?
You're not listening to me.
I'm watching all the riots. Sorry.
So where's the DC one? Did you show that?
No, but I am going to show the video that UK sent over Tracy Beans. Here it comes.
Hey, Phil, henceforth we have a rule. If I'm speaking, you're listening. Okay?
I know that.
Whoa.
This isn't normal.
I like that kid.
I
mean, seriously, is that too hard to ask?
Headmistress Kitty.
Train station.
Little roadblock.
I am still a honeybee. You're a
And
queen bee.
there really hasn't been a lot of people going to the city. I'm going to go drive through here, show you what's going on. There hasn't been a lot of people going to the city, but for some reason the train station is full of all these buses. And I'm going to drive through so you can see how many. I just saw a couple of yellow buses leave, but I know that there's supposed to be a George Floyd rally tomorrow, and I'm wondering, let me drive through here so you can see this. Look at this. First of all, we haven't had any activity at the train station. Now, 3 other buses already left, but they were like yellow buses. These are professional buses, and one of them already left. Somebody had called me and said, Jen, there's a whole bunch of buses down by the train station. So I just wanted to come down here. Nobody's taking the train anymore to go to the city. So this is just really, really bizarre. They got plastic
Why is
sheets
that
in there and
bizarre?
stuff. The other one just left, and then there was a bunch of yellow buses with blue markings on it. Like, you know how normally the buses say that what school they're from? This one didn't. Those didn't. They were all marked. All right. So I just wanted to get this recorded because if there's anything silly that starts happening in Huntington Station and people are being brought in here to riot, we should have some sort of documentation of buses being bussed in here.
Interesting.
Well, AOC's on Instagram telling people how to protest, and quotes like, look out for things that don't seem right. There are increasing reports and investigations that white supremacists may be infiltrating these protests, windows and destroying property. And she's actually got a guide here: protesting safely, what to wear, what to bring, don't bring this, don't bring anything you don't want to be arrested with.
Is it the right season?
This is AOC on Instagram.
Just don't wear white shoes after Labor Day and we'll be okay.
The white supremacists are blending in with the protesters and causing riots.
Nasty white supremacists.
It's always the white supremacists.
Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics, who has yet to put my name in his title, says, saw some dude with a bow and arrow come out of his car and start firing.
Yeah, I see that one. Yeah. Car and starts firing at him.
Bow and arrow.
Then he got swallowed up by a mob, though.
Walking Dead. Daryl. Yes, baby.
Well, for now, it's the protests are only in metropolitan areas. When they start going to the suburbs and to the rural areas, that's where the real shit show starts to happen. Is because there's homes out there that are armed to the teeth that are just waiting for the fight to come to their doorstep. They're like, I'm not going to these Yahoo protests in the middle of the city. There's thousands of homes that avoid the city on purpose because there's always something stupid going on. But you bring that shit to their door and it's a different story.
I would say it's more than thousands. It's probably millions.
Right. I mean, I'm talking about in every city, there's like thousands of towns around it that are just looking at that city, but like, yeah, you're a mess. You always have been a mess.
The people out here where I live are like, yeah, please come here. We dare you. You know?
Right.
We dare you to come here.
And so the cities always have destruction happen when everybody gets pissed off.
Yep. Yeah, they won't. It's highly unlikely they'll start leaving the cities to head for the suburbs, but you never know. You can't discount people for what they'll do.
Thought I was muted.
The next person who asks you why you need an AK-47, tell them to fuck the fuck off. This is why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The AR-15 discussion is kind of funny because AKs are way more reliable and they don't have to be accurate. They just have to chew through rounds without jamming, which they do.
Which one did I say? Because I meant to say the one that was made in Russia. Did I say AK-47? Is that what I said?
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yep. 1947, they got it down, and that's like the world's most popular weapon because they built it right. There's like 7 moving pieces in there.
Boogie Bumper says that he doesn't know my neighborhood. Yeah, but one homeowner will shoot 1 or 2 people and then get swamped. The other homeowners will run, not fight. He doesn't know my neighbors. Everybody around me is armed to the teeth, and they don't care. They won't run. Trust me.
Henry St. George.
And you've got to have everything mapped out strategically ahead of time as to how best to cover your property. Because, like in my circumstance, I'd have somebody stationed upstairs to see, front and back. that would be calling down shots to the person downstairs. I already have it mapped out in my head.
Everybody said that they're coming to my house because there's no way you can get to the back of my house. There's a mountain behind my house, and it goes straight down. So good luck trying to climb down that without killing yourself at night.
I've said for years, when shit hits the fan, I'm going to Alex Jones's compound. I don't know where it is.
I'd be careful. I wouldn't want to be his neighbor because he'll eat you.
Yeah, Kimmy, he may end up eating your ass.
Yep.
I'm gonna eat your ass.
I'd be starting a diet right now, Kimmy, if I were you, because that way you would be unappealing to me. You'd be too skinny.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be worth killing.
I'm not gonna eat you. There's no meat on your bones.
That's the goal. Get starve enough, just enough to be too skinny for Alex Jones to eat me. The wrong way.
Imagine being his poor neighbor. I'm gonna eat my neighbor.
Oh dear Lord, could you imagine? I'd be going, honey, roll the blinds.
That was
bar
so
the
funny.
door.
But you know what? I do understand his sentiment. I hope that I wouldn't get to that spot in my life where I would just murder and quarter my neighbors and eat them. I hope that I wouldn't.
I don't want to live near you, Kimmy.
Yeah, just talk to my neighbor. That's problem solved.
I just did not move to your neighborhood. No.
You got to eat something, Doc.
Well, there's a lot of things you can go to before that happens.
Yes, Boogie, I have a killdozer.
Rabbits for a long time.
Hey, would y'all rather eat a rat or a human? Like the same amount of rat. Would you rather eat this amount of rat meat or the same amount of human meat? I don't have an answer.
I wouldn't eat human.
Would you
I'll
eat
just
rat?
say that right now. I would rather starve than eat human.
But would you eat rat?
If rat was the meat of choice, then
I'd be figuring out how to fry it.
I wouldn't.
Very, very drunk before the eating commences.
I'd be deciding: do I need to fry it or do I need to put it in a casserole?
There's no
Why are we talking about eating?
I will not eat a rat. I think I would eat a human first, which I'm ashamed to say. I'm ashamed to say. I think.
Well, another reason why I'm not living near you.
I'll go human too. I'll go with the human too.
Humans are disgusting. Like rats are so fucking gross.
As long as you can make it into hamburgers.
You haven't been around much. There's some pretty gross humans out there too.
I guess it depends on the human.
Oh, so you'd only eat a healthy one?
I would be considered prime rib.
All right, guys, I'm gonna bail out because it's 5:15 in the morning here.
Whoa.
So I'm gonna crash out and try and get some sleep. But thanks for having me on. It's been awesome as usual. Well, obviously in better circumstances with what's going on over there. And I hope you'll stay safe over there with what's going on.
You too.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail out.
You too, Neil. Thank you for all you do. Just keeping us informed. I know I'd miss a lot of your stuff, but I do see a good bit of it too, and I appreciate what you do.
Tell everybody where they can find you, UK, before you go.
Yeah, you can get me get the show on DLive Twitch, DLive Twitch and YouTube. Just search UK Neil, you'll find me. It's the only UK Neil on any of those platforms, and then just get me at UK Neil. At UK Neil 1979 on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter as well. And the shows are on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. US Eastern, until the lockdown's over. And unfortunately, I have to go back to work. So
Neil is smart and he has a patriot mindset.
Yes, most definitely.
Learn very, very well researched.
And as far as I can tell, has a pretty okay heart.
As I say, thanks for having me on, guys, and I will catch up with you soon. Have a great night. Stay safe. Stay safe, everybody out there in the chat as well, yeah? Speak to you all soon. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Catch you later, Neil.
Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics is warning Alex Jones about me.
Put Phil on that list too. We can see. But me and Ben are on the other team. How about you, Rusty?
Yeah, Rusty. Rats or humans? Where are you going?
I'm going with bugs.
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 They have protein.
We didn't give that as an option.
I was like,
No, you got to ante up like the rest of us. I was going to say, I'd eat a cricket probably or a plant. But
Well, you'll be nice and healthy, and you'll be lean. You'll be lean, Rusty, so we can eat you.
That's right. That's right. See, I don't eat fat. I cut the fat off of my bacon, so I wouldn't have to cut shit off of Rusty if he was eating bugs.
Nobody'd ever catch me.
So people freak out.
This conversation might come back to bite me.
People freak out when they
literally
when they're in the city. People freak out when they hear gunshots.
from the pen.
Well, you hear gunshots in my neighborhood all the time, nonstop.
Oh, ours too.
Actually, I heard two
Ours too.
outside.
Well, people are firing off their semi-automatics in the woods and everything constantly.
Well, just not terrible far from here. There's still, I think it was death hunting or something, some kind of hunting allowed. I mean, I can hear it in my backyard.
We still have gator hunting is legal still in Mississippi. I believe so. I could be lying. If you live in Mississippi, don't go hunting gators because I told you it was okay. Check your laws. But I think we can still hunt gators because.
See, the corporate press feeds from Periscope are giving lousy riot feeds. They're giving people standing there with the hands up. They're not showing the looting or anything. So I got to try to find something.
Don't loot.
Yeah, pants up, don't loot. Trying to find one here. Because the corporate press is not going to. They're trying to avoid showing that. So you got to find Periscope feeds of someone actually filming it.
Right.
This is devastating because it's happening in Tampa now. There's fires in Tampa and looting.
Well, Seattle, it's happening in Seattle too, and my phone was turned off charging. But earlier today, I guess there was an alert that was supposed to come to every cell phone. I didn't get mine, but they said there's a curfew at 5 p.m.
Wow.
So it didn't come through till 7, but it's like you guys all need to go home 2.5 hours ago.
So, they're a little slow on the alert, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I never got mine, but I was told about it when it came through on a different phone. So,
look at these stores; they're just destroyed. This is.
Oh dear God!
Yeah, of course. Because when the chaos happens, it's not about it's just about destruction. So this is. You look at the message that's left behind. It's the aftermath is the message, destruction. That's it. So if I was killed by some kind of a happenstance with the police, I wouldn't want anybody to use my name to destroy other cities across the country in my name. That would be a dishonor. I would feel like.
Well,
okay, one thing happened. And what was the original purpose for this? He was using a counterfeit $20 bill? Is that?
I think so. That's what it was.
Okay,
what if he didn't know? What if he got it from somebody else?
And I was just about to say that. I've gotten a counterfeit $5 bill before, and I didn't even know I had it. The only reason I knew is because I was actually going into a place that had you know how your ID is black light responsive?
Yeah.
Well, they were checking IDs with the black light, and I was looking at my money, and one of them was like bright purple. I was like, oh, that doesn't look real. But in normal natural light, it looks the same as the other ones. And this guy died because he was accused of using a counterfeit $20 bill. That's easy to do. It's really easy to do. It's really no reason to destroy the whole country.
Even if he purposely used a counterfeit $20 bill, or even if he purposely
Right back.
planted it at his very own house and used it, that's not a death sentence. There's not a death sentence for that. And
No.
Right.
yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm just like that is, yeah.
Yeah, I spent that thing as quick as I could.
Well, because you were supposed to have $20. Just because it was fake doesn't mean you weren't supposed to have had $20, right?
Right.
Did he die before? What was the link to the death? Right when he was still being choked, or did
see? This is the point. Like, we've lost the point. Like, what was the arrest? Like, the whole country doesn't even know. They just know his name. They're breaking windows and burning things down because of a name, but they don't even know the reason of the arrest.
There was no arrest.
Fritzy came through.
No,
Rusty.
Did this guy die before or after he's put in the ambulance?
It looks like he was dead before.
Before.
Okay,
Before?
I don't want to say this because it's embarrassing. But when I was some age, like 18 or 19, I was in the back of a Jeep because I'm retarded as fuck. I have no brain. So there was a Jeep and I was in it, and it was the back of the Jeep, and there was this ice chest. I was sitting on the ice chest, and the top, like the Jeep's top and doors and windows and everything were off. I was sitting on the ice chest of the Jeep, and we were not really mud riding, but like going up and down hills and stuff, dirt hills. And of course, I fell out of the Jeep because that's not a very secure place to be. So I fell out of the Jeep and I hit my head on a rock. I did not die, clearly, but I did pass out. And sorry to say, I peed on myself when I passed out. So you can pee and not be dead. Is what I'm saying. So just because there was a flow of what looked to have been urine coming from his body doesn't necessarily mean he was dead. He could have just passed out and peed.
So
looking at his body the way it was, the way it was positioned, he looked dead.
He did look dead.
Real quick, from the previous show,
There's a thread out there, y'all, that's got all of the people that were throwing the bricks and or the stones and stuff at that guy in that video that we were all seeing. That was horrific, where they appeared to have mortally wounded that man, and they've got them all enlarged and circled.
Thank you, Monica, for
so
joining me.
in the previous show, Doc was mentioning the president disabling or altering posse comitatus. And I said that during the Tea Party days, we had talked about that extensively, and I couldn't remember what it was because that was a long time ago. But Obama had already done it. And here it is right here. The Insurrection Act, an executive power to respond with force to natural disasters in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. So this happened after Katrina. Congress amended the Insurrection Act of 1807. The act enables the president to deploy the military to suppress in any state any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy. So there you go.
So they can basically push aside any kind of a peaceful protest as soon as it becomes unpeaceful. So if any peaceful protest has an infiltrator that decides to light a fire or throw a brick through a window, that becomes basically a target for suppression.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what it sounds
Phil,
like.
I do want to correct you though. I didn't say he was going to change it. I said there was mention in that video that I watched that he would adopt it.
We were vehemently against this because the president shouldn't be able to take the military and stop the people from because it's in the Constitution, we can basically overthrow our own government if we want, right?
Not only can we, but we are duty bound to do it, says the girl who will never have the courage to fucking do it. But we are duty bound to do it.
Right.
So are they going to circle back around to the initial cause of all this? Like, I'm trying to think ahead.
Well, what is the initial
no matter what
cause?
happens in the meantime, all the distraction, everything that's catching our eye, I will not be distracted by this.
What do you
Are
say?
they going to circle back around and use this as another attack on cash money? Because I even made a video. I went to the dump and I tried to pay for it with cash. They wouldn't accept it. It says right on the cash they have to accept.
Dump?
At the dump. That's a service. That's a public utility.
Right. That's not even a private business that should be able to.
They wouldn't accept it because of COVID. So all of this stuff is like, everything seems to be traced back to like an attack on cash.
So a government entity would not accept your government issued money.
Well, because they can control us if you only have electronic money.
Exactly. And it goes back to how China deals with things like social credit score and basically depersoning you and cutting off your funds and everything.
And they've already been trying to get all the companies and everything over here to practice it.
It goes back to.
I think I heard that they were already writing programs for it here.
And forget China. This goes back to the Bible. I mean, the Bible says that there will come a time when men will throw their cash to the street. Like, when are you going to ever throw your cash to the street other than when it's not accepted by the people that you want to trade with?
Well, you can look at Venezuela. There's money blowing down the street because it's not valuable. And when your money loses value, that's when the black market takes over, and it's contraband goods, weapons, and sexual favors that take over. So your economy basically turns into a black market. When your money is no longer valuable, when you can't buy groceries anymore, I think $400 turns into millions down there now. It's like $25,000 European. No, it's not European. What was it? 25,000 to 1 in Venezuelan. Why do I keep thinking Bolivar? It's not.
It's like stacks and stacks, or something like that. It's like stacks.
It's like $400 gets you. Here, to put it simply, $400 to exchange gets you 2 duffel bags full of Venezuelan money.
They're making not jewelry, but they're making like purses and shit out of their cash because it's not worth anything.
Right.
I just want to know how much my vajayjay is going to be worth when it's all over.
Well, that's the thing, though.
That looking really good.
Real quick, I want to thank Fritz Ader for throwing me that amendment to the Insurrection Act.
There's a market for men too, honey.
That's true.
I'm just saying, if you have a vajayjay, then you have currency. And that's what people have found out. If you're trying to support children, if you're trying to get groceries, then you use your body or you use whatever means you can, which is your body, drugs, or weapons are the 3 most valuable things in Venezuela right now because cash has lost its value. It's blowing around like garbage. And it's like not even worth picking up. And that's why they can't mine, because their miners can't get a paycheck that's valuable. And that's why they got so much oil under the ground. That's why they got so much gold under the ground. That's why the U.S., China, Russia, and Iran are so interested in Venezuela, because the workers can't get enough money to actually dig it up. So all of our countries are looking at their resources going like, oh, they're rich. But the people are starving to death.
Right.
Well, they were doing that when the coronavirus started in China.
Because the people don't matter. The only thing that matters is the resources of the land. Nobody gives a fuck about the actual humans. that live there.
Right, and that's what's happening to our dollar right now.
Yep.
But we're still ahead of the other countries.
Guess what?
Yeah, so far we certainly are.
It's starting to happen in small cities now. Emeryville, California. They're looting a Best Buy.
What's the town?
Emeryville, California. It's got a small population.
Spell it for. Oh yeah, what's the population?
How close?
Emeryville has a population of 10,000.
10,000. That's smaller than where I live.
Yeah.
Can we pull it up on a map and see what city it's close to?
Sure.
And how close it is?
Emeryville, California.
Is it like a suburb or is it a?
Well, it's got a population of 10,000, which is pretty darn small. But let's pull up a map.
How many?
10,000.
10. My town is 25,000. It
is. Let me pull it up on the screen here. It is. Ooh, let me shrink the map out or go out. It's about. It's in between Oakland and Berkeley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes
location.
Yep. It's about halfway between Oakland and Berkeley.
Makes sense to me.
I don't see a legend on this. Hold on. 1.5 miles, 1 mile. It's about it looks like
Oakland and Berkeley are like ground zero for shit to kick off.
it's like 3 to 4. I don't know. I'm guessing from the legend, 3 to 4 miles away.
And if you're between those two, you're a target.
JW is saying Tracy area. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about.
I don't see Tracy, but I see Oakland, Piedmont, Berkeley. Yeah, so it's almost smack dab between the two.
Yeah, so it's basically a rest stop between the two worst places to ever live.
He says there's a lot of male family members there, siblings, brothers, if you will.
Yeah, there's some video coming out on GloomTube on DLive from Emeryville, California.
Fascist hippie, what line are you? I mean, what?
And you could see people at the doors of a. This is another store in Emeryville. I can't read it. It's a store, but you can see people breaking through the windows, I think.
Oh, I think Fascist hippie. Are you talking about what we've got on screen? The image of people lined up with cable ties waiting for the bus. That is bad.
There's GloomTube up on top. I probably shouldn't
That's what we have.
stream that, but I'll show a couple of seconds of it.
You have two
I
screens.
Yeah, I
have
got
a family member that trades in metals, like gold, platinum, silver, all the metals, and he was saying that the market is fluctuating right now for his business, for gold and silver and everything. Silver is probably number one for his dealings. But I always have to stop people. I'm like, no, it's not the metals that are fluctuating. They keep their value. It's the dollar that's fluctuating. It's like the dollar goes down and up, and you're looking at it in reverse. You're looking at the metal prices going up and down, and they don't go anywhere. They stay flat. It's the dollar that goes down away from it or goes up above it. And it's like, I'm like, stop convincing yourself that the price of metals is fluctuating. That's all I have to say to these people that get wrapped up into the graph. They're looking at the graph, and I'm like, no, you're missing the point. The dollar is fluid.
It always holds its value.
It's fluid.
Now,
I think
But the
Boogie
precious
might have
metal, to your
upgraded
point,
you.
always holds its value.
now here's something to think about. What happens if these?
Because it holds its value. People just don't realize
that
it's the actual
200 years
fluctuation of
ago,
the market rather than the
right.
Just
200
real
years
quick.
ago, gold would get you exactly what it'll get you nowadays.
what happens if these large groups of protesters start hitting small towns and cities like Emeryville? They don't have the police force with the riot gear. They'd be overwhelmed, wouldn't they? Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, California has done a lot to invade the homes of gun owners, so they're screwed.
Yeah.
They would be sitting ducks.
And they've also shown what they do to people that defend themselves.
Yes.
Right.
They treat you like the criminal if you defend yourself.
Well, so I can see back to the same discussion I've been telling you I've been having with an insufferable friend of mine who's been disagreeing with me lately. I think Ben knows what I'm talking about. I love this insufferable friend. When you talk about the Second Amendment, his point was like, does the Second Amendment even exist? And the easy answer is yes, it does. It's written on a piece of paper called the Constitution. But then you go further, and does the Constitution exist? Well, yes, of course it exists. It's in a museum, and we talk about it. But does it actually exist? Does it fucking matter? Like, is it making a difference? I say yes. Okay, so whenever I'm arguing this, whenever I say yes. I say yes, the Constitution still exists. It still matters.
It's like a muscle. It's like a muscle. So if you can bench press 350 pounds in high school, and then you get all fat and overweight and out of shape, and you say, okay, yeah, I used to be able to bench 350 pounds. That was back in the day, and I still remember the feeling. But if you never use it, you're not going to benefit from it.
Okay, but
you're going to be that guy that talks about football.
And to your analogy, that muscle is only as big and present as you is in correlation to how much you do use it. It's like faith. If you don't use it, it's going to be the size of a mustard seed. If you do exercise it and we do protect it, then it has a chance to grow. So yes, we have it, but only as much as we're willing to defend it would be my answer to your question, Kimmy.
I'm going to disagree with Boogie Bumper in the chat. He says small towns don't work for rioters. Don't ever say it could never happen here.
I used to say it could never happen here.
Yes, that's right.
But so my thing is, though, if we really have a Constitution, which we have, I don't mean to say we don't have it, but like if it has the power that it is supposed to have, if the Second Amendment means what it's supposed to mean, then when the government comes down to your house and comes down on you and uses your weapons against them, you should be able to stop them. And if you can't, then your neighbors should join in and help you stop them to the point that they eventually become stopped. It might require your death and the death of a few of your neighbors, but eventually the Second Amendment will kick in enough to where the people
that's where your sheriff is supposed to be coming to your aid, because he is supposed to be your defense against the overreach of the federal government or any other government.
Right.
Correct?
Right. Well, theoretically, and that's my point, is theoretically that's the way it's supposed to be. But is that the way it is? Because if that's not the way it is,
if you've got a good one, if you voted good, if not, you're going to reap the benefit of exactly what you voted for,
or exactly what your neighbors voted for. You know,
we vote for our sheriffs.
We vote for our sheriffs, but what if our sheriffs? What if there are more people unlike us that voted for someone different?
Then you're screwed.
Then you're screwed, and therefore the Constitution is irrelevant
in your area.
Yeah, and that's
I would like to think that I have enough kinfolk, if not neighbors, to take care of a small insurrection.
I know. And see, I agree with you, and I hope the same thing. But so talking to him, I'm thinking, so how many pockets? Like there are pockets within our country that the Second Amendment really doesn't matter, and the Constitution itself is not relevant. So how many pockets?
Well, yeah.
And then when you get those little pockets, throughout America in which the Constitution is nothing. How many of those
Well, we are
pockets?
finding out to the very, I think that's at the heart of what we've been finding out over the last 3 years is how pervasive this corruption and this left-wing BS that we've allowed to fester has done. You know, if you have a bull and you don't put your little fat back on there and draw that thing to a head, then it's going to keep on getting bigger and bigger until it bursts.
If you got a bull in your ass, that bitch hurts. I've had one before.
It sure does.
Gross.
But
right on my tip, right on my. Yeah, I know it's not a good place.
Okay, yeah. We're like, so I'm gonna save you from yourself.
Well,
we're gonna keep on my story.
That's why
we're at that point though, because we've allowed it to fester to the point where it has become the corruption has become systemic. That means traveling throughout the body. That means the body of our Constitution, because our Constitution is only as good and is only as big as the number of people that we have that believe in it, support it, and are willing to defend it.
That's exactly right. The power of the Constitution is only within the power of the people.
Okay, and that comes back to the education level. So the people that wrote the Constitution were much smarter than we've become, and it's because of the education that we've received that's mandatory. They've been basically undermining our intelligence level for over 100 years now.
I don't know if they were smarter
now the
than
status
we are.
quo. I think so.
I think they were their minds were less infiltrated.
These people are not only warriors, not only scholars and historians, but they were most of them had they were physicians as well. Like, can you imagine being a scholar, historian, like a world-class thinker and a warrior all at the same time, and then creating a document that's supposed to define a country, and this document is supposed to last forever. You're not supposed to have to change it.
But how many people was that? Like 13 people, right?
No, there was quite a few. There was a lot of them that had a lot of input.
Yep.
We have that many people who were that smart.
They had debates. And a lot of the stuff was done in secret. They're like, this is no good. This whole being taxed by England thing, we're a whole ocean away. We gotta figure something out where we don't have to pay them anymore. We're done with them.
They had been working on it in secret for a very long time before they, so that it was a go the minute that they did win the war.
You need to read. Hold on. You need to read, Kimmy.
Became sick.
Kimmy, read the 5,000-year leap. That explains a lot about the founding fathers. They were extremely intelligent, well-read.
No, I don't mean to say that they weren't. I didn't mean to insinuate that they weren't. I was just saying that perhaps we are too.
Well,
I don't know. Go into a Walmart and tell me that again.
Yeah, that goes back to groups.
Shit, sorry.
Our education level has fallen.
Well, I think the problem is our minds have been infiltrated.
All right.
It was deliberate.
I got some breaking news here I got some breaking news here from Fascist Hippie real quick. Somebody stole a police horse tonight. Don't know where this is, but here's the video.
I said LOL, but I feel like I need more information before I actually.
I'm gonna just say
that.
And the cops are chasing him.
They were Masons.
The cops are chasing the guy who stole a police horse. What the frig?
Of course, they were Masons. The Masons split off. The Masons split off. I think. Here's my.
The bad ones, Benjamin.
Here's my opinion. I think I think the founders of the country were Masons, and they held some ancient knowledge.
Yes.
And they didn't want to be satanic. They tried to create a country and a document that would define a country that could last forever, and they spent a lot of time deliberating how that document would be.
So
And
do you think we got the
of
good
course
Masons instead of the bad Masons, which is good?
Well, okay. So
I think you're probably right. I need everybody to know for the record that I'm a fucking devil's
shit.
advocate, even though I don't love the devil. Okay, I advocate for the shit. I don't know why. So y'all don't
the
judge
way
me
it's
by what I ask.
the way it's written, is damn near perfect. The only thing I disagree with is how they considered black people.
Start over. I'm
So,
waiting, please.
The only thing I disagree with about the original Constitution is basically the way they considered a black person to be less than a human.
Right. Like 1/3.
And at that point, that was like the nowadays that would be like the illegal immigrant workers, and they're basically treated the same way. But if you follow the Bill of Rights, then any living, breathing person should have all of those rights, and there should never have been a different definition for a different human. They should have all had the same rights. The Bill of Rights should have abolished slavery, like right when it was created. There should have never been slavery.
Well, but they couldn't do it
of
that
course.
way because people had money involved, and money rules the world.
And going back to that, I just took a train ride. I just spent some time in California, and there was a couple of black guys behind me, and I don't remember how the conversation sparked, but we started talking, and one of them said, "What do you think about all this COVID stuff?" Because there was Amtrak officials walking down back and forth and telling us to wear a mask. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I counted. I was told to wear a mask 13 times. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I didn't want to cause a scene or anything, but I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But one of these guys asked me, what do you think about all this COVID stuff? And I was like, oh, just control. And he's like, yeah, I agree. But what I said to him was, they basically abolished the 13th Amendment. He's like, what do you mean? He was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, the amendment that abolished slavery, they basically brought it back because of COVID. They're basically telling you what you have to do. You have to wear a mask. You have to stay in your house. You have to do all this stuff. And specifically in the 13th Amendment, it says involuntary servitude or slavery should only be used as a punishment for a crime. So they're treating us all like criminals. And he was like, wow, I've never even thought of it like that, but you're right. And because I have no problem talking to anybody. I have like no filter. I wasn't trying to be like, I wasn't trying to like preach or anything, but I was like,
red pill.
no, I was just trying to talk to them, and they were like, you're right, didn't think of it like that. And I said, but what I just said would go nowhere. Nobody would listen to me. But if you said what I just said, the news would want to give you an interview.
That's right. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm just some crazy white dude. And going back to the Second Amendment, that's why I flipped out about my state passing 1639. It gets like way into detail about what kind of guns you're supposed to have and what you can't have. And I'm like, whoa, like what's all this? And you're asking if the Second Amendment still exists, but they're layering laws on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's like so many layers of local laws and state laws on top of the original Constitution that like there is no Constitution anymore. If you Like you'd have to like wipe away all of the laws to find out what the Constitution even is.
That's exactly the point, I think. It wasn't my point. So that's why I'm not naming the friend or anything, because I don't want to misrepresent what he's saying. But yeah, that's exactly the point, I believe, is that we've gotten to a point where the Constitution itself means nothing because we have so many laws that have covered up each individual supposed right. And not only that, but the only way that any Constitution means anything to anybody is if it's respected. And it's only respected if the people know what it means and if they care enough about that meaning to do something to preserve it, to preserve the idea. Because it really and truly is, and I hate to say this because I fucking love our Constitution. I don't believe that there is another one other than like the Magna Carta and the American Constitution. There can't be anything better than either of the two of those. Anything other than that is failing in some way, but it only matters as much as the people make it matter, and the people don't make it
exactly.
matter. And the people don't make it matter because the people don't know what it fucking says.
So there's only First and Second Amendment advocates. Yeah. There's no Fourth Amendment advocates. There's no Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, Ninth, 10th, 13th. No, it's only First and Second. You're either a First Amendment advocate or a Second Amendment advocate.
Yeah, and I'm not going to pretend that I know all of the amendments. I certainly can't tell you which numbers each one of them is /are, but I do know like the National Guard can't come live at my house because they want to, right? Whatever it is, it says they can't take.
That's the Third Amendment.
Third, okay. So I know my Third Amendment. I know that they can't like search me and seize me for no good reason. That's the fourth one, I think. But I don't. Okay, so I don't know all of my rights, and I should know all of my rights. But because I don't know all of my rights, I don't know what to fight for except for the ones that I do know. So the people who don't even know what their rights are, they're not going to fight for their rights. They're not going to fight for their rights because they don't know what they are. And they're only going to see that. They're only going to see that, like whatever it is that they're hearing other people say. So if they're hearing other people say that we have to wear a mask to protect each other and that kind of shit, they're not going to think about their freedom to be able to just like freely assemble at Kroger because they need bananas or whatever. They're going to think, oh, well, the government thinks that I need to stay home, so I probably should.
Well, to me, I think the most important part of the First Amendment is the right to petition your government for redress of grievances. Mm-hmm. It's the last sentence in the First Amendment, and that's what everybody forgets. They're like, "Oh, free speech is the First Amendment," but the right to petition your government for redress of grievance, you can't do that if you're unarmed. So it's like the First Amendment needs the Second Amendment, and the way they've layered all these local laws on the Second Amendment to make it mean nothing. They've done this
intentionally too, Ben. I read a very interesting article about it. Yes, because they knew. That's another reason why your local elections are so very important, because your county and your state determine a lot of what they layer onto the Constitution. The other thing that's so very important, yes, and the other thing that is so very important is your school boards, because they determine how your kids are educated.
Yes.
And what they're educated to. Exactly so I'm telling you, they use both of those springboards or they have used them to basically infiltrate us and take us over from within, because they've constrained us. They know that we have the tendency to be law-abiding sheeple, and they count on that, because that's why they put all these asinine laws into play, and knowing that we're going to just happily go along with it to our own demise. And that's
Wow.
why it's so important
Yeah,
that
exactly.
we, as woke people, continue to talk to everybody, engage everybody we can, everywhere we go, in every aspect of our life, as to the truth, where they can start questioning things, where they learn that it's okay to question things. It's okay to think outside of what the norm thinks is the box.
Right.
Because as long as you know, it's just like how they train elephants. When they're babies, they tie them to a tree.
Right.
When they can't, tear up the tree. And then when they're full grown, they can still tie them to that same little sapling tree that they could uproot a million times over. But they've already been taught that they can't uproot the tree. So they don't even try.
It's true. It's true. And so what do you do when you try to exercise your the Second Amendment's a pretty big deal.
You
I mean,
fight like hell.
Yeah.
You fight like hell, Kimmy.
Well, but you fight like hell. But then you like if you by yourself are fighting against the government of your country, then you're gonna lose if you're fighting by yourself.
Sure, they have
You've got to
unlimited
have
resources.
That's right.
But that's why gathering with other patriots like us, that's why what we do on social media matters.
I agree.
Because we build the network. Did any of us know each other before all of this has transpired? No.
Yeah, right. You're right. But so what I'm
It
saying
has
is,
made our tapestry stronger.
it has. I do agree with you. But so my question or my concern, I guess, is the type. I guess this is just rhetorical, but like, it only matters if there's enough people, like literally physically around you, that also believe enough to lay down their lives, not for your life, but for your right to preserve your life and your property.
Right.
Yeah. And so are there enough people?
You either believe in that right or you don't. And if you believe in it, then you believe in protecting it.
And when the rubber meets the road, like for me sitting here in my little house, I think I believe that. I really think I believe that. But when the rubber meets the road, I don't know if I actually believe that until the rubber meets the road and my neighbor needs my assistance. I don't know. I won't know. None of you will either, so don't judge me.
I don't believe that you would sit in your house if your neighbor next door called and said, the government is knocking on my door. I need your help. You'd
really
get
hope
up
I
off your
wouldn't.
butt and you'd go out there to see what you could do to help.
I hope that I wouldn't, and I don't think that I would. I think that I would go to my neighbor's assistance, but I don't know that until it comes down to it, But yeah, I mean, I hope I would, because in my heart,
I think you would.
Well, I'm still gonna recommend the same book. I've recommended the book to
put the link in the chat.
all of my friends, but Only by Blood and Suffering is something that everybody should read. Everybody should read it. It should almost be a high school curriculum book because it covers everything. It's a novel, it's fiction, but it's from the standpoint of every person in a family trying to get back to, regrouping from different places in an emergency, and it puts everything in perspective. Everything is in there. Cannibalism, government control, like the system's shut down. Everything is shut down. And it really makes you think, like, okay, what are these laws going to be used for in the future? And I read it a few times because it wasn't just one of those things that you read once and it was I don't know. It's like it's becoming more and more relevant every year.
I will be happy to tell you, I just went through my spring go bag training, and I will tell you I'm an insurance broker, so I have to go see my clients. I have to go to their place of work and see their employees. And so I drive a lot. And most of y'all know that, and I drive like a bat out of the hill. If you didn't already know that about me, you might as well know it right up front. I drive to get there, and you better get the hell out of my way. If you're going to be slow, get in the damn right lane.
In Rusty's, just an update, in Rusty's zone, Michigan, Grand Rapids, basically on fire right now.
Grand Rapids is a very, how do you want to say, prominent area. It is actually 2 hours away.
Ben, the book is called Only by Blood and Suffering. I can't find you had sent me a link before with the audio book. I'm not finding it on YouTube right now.
It's on Amazon.
On Amazon.
A lot going on in Dallas, Texas right now, too.
Do what?
A lot going on in Dallas, Texas with rioting.
I bet there is.
Well,
all the big cities.
Well, can you go and write Mother Day?
All the big titties.
all the big titties are popping off right now.
You're welcome.
That just scared you. Sent myself flaccid right out of the chat.
Yeah, he'll BRB.
Yeah, I'm afraid of big boobies.
Fascist hippie. Fascist hippie. It's called Only by Blood and Suffering.
Tell him I'm grabbing
I liked
right
it.
now.
I liked it so much that I bought several other copies and passed them out. And I'll be happy to say that the copies that I passed out, I've been getting notified when somebody finishes it, they pass it along. And that's huge. That's huge for me because I can't
reading.
I can't afford to educate everybody, but I can recommend something. And what I could afford, I gave away for free. And I said, the only thing, this is a gift, but don't just hold it for yourself. Like, pass it on. When you get done with it, pass it. Pass it.
Tell one of those people to send their copy to me because I haven't yet read it.
Actually, I sent one to a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and he's passed it on several times. And I said, he actually started something. He's wrote down his information on the first cover, and everybody that reads it writes down their information. So I read it. I just
looked at it. I didn't realize it was written by Lavoy Finicum.
Yeah, that put a target on his back because he understood this whole system.
Okay, I thought it was about him. I didn't realize it was written by him.
It's a novel that he wrote.
Okay, but it's based you said novel. It's not like a fiction.
It's a fiction novel, but that goes back to Jordan Peterson. Fiction can tell you the truth by lying to you. Mm-hmm. So in order to call it art, it has to be fiction. So fiction can be fearless of repercussion because you're not really you're not establishing truth. You're basically putting out an idea.
Telling a story.
So that's art.
Story.
Yeah, you're telling a story, and there's a lot of factual details in there.
Well,
at the bottom, there's all kinds of if something was mentioned in the story, at the bottom there's the factual details about it.
I like that.
It frees you from norms. It frees you from a lot of different things. Since you're a lot of different things to do it in story form.
This is a first.
And it lowers the defenses of your audience.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Yep, they're popping off in Omaha, Nebraska, rioting.
You surprised me earlier when you said Utah. Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yep.
So now you're in Nebraska? There's nothing but fucking corn in Nebraska.
Yep, they're rioting in Omaha right now. Can you believe it? It's almost every major city in America now has a riot.
The major city.
I'm looking at YouTube. Hold on. Looks like They're also protesting in Kalamazoo, which is
Well,
oh,
we
that is
know that if you've been reading the articles about the numbers of graduates that they've been churning out of Obama University and all of Soros's Antifa trainings and all this stuff, they've been doing this, but they've been getting ready for 3 years, guys. They have been churning, training, brainwashing, and churning these people out. Plus, a good portion of them make a living doing it. So,
Exactly.
We've allowed this.
Monica in the chat. Monica was there. Mucho Problems read that book. I recommended it to him. He read it live on Periscope. She was there. And you're right, Monica.
Kalamazoo is not Grand Rapids. Kalamazoo is down by.
Where's that fire that
Grand Rapids, literally, there's about 5 cars on fire. No cops anywhere. They're just looting everything in sight. And I haven't seen one cop on this feed from Grand Rapids the entire time. There's people just going into liquor stores and going into places and stealing beer. There's a woman flipping out. Her car was set on fire. She's trying to put the fire out. Look at the feed up there on the top from GloomTube.
When does this end?
She's pissed off. She keeps running to go get water.
Just leave your fucking car, lady.
It's over. Your car is done.
When does this end?
Yeah, when
This
does it
doesn't end. It doesn't end. It's distraction, and it's always something new.
Yeah.
But
you can't allow yourself to be distracted. You got to keep doing what we do, reminding people that distractions can't stop what's coming. Like we have to be reminded of what our country is supposed to be. We can't forget that the distractions are supposed to get us off of that track, and we can't be distracted.
Yeah, who's talking about?
It never ends.
Talking about Obamagate?
We're constantly
Who's
fighting
talking about anything
distractions.
that matters?
But what I'm asking is, when does this part of it end? Like, I understand that it's always going to be one distraction after
When they get the military involved.
Well, you've heard the saying, it gets worse before it gets better, but it's always going to get worse, and it's always, you can't be distracted by it getting worse. That's the point of it.
But we have. What's also important, Kimmy, keep into focus. Think back to the riots back. Our country has seen bad rioting before, and come together and healed and moved forward.
Right.
I think sometimes this is a good wake up for a lot of America that is too busy and too unaffected to be bothered. And I think this is a big wake up to a lot of them. Enough to say, okay, we've got to get off our asses. We've got to do something. The country's on fire.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I do know what you're saying.
Galvanize.
That's actually exactly my point. So when does this end? It's either going to end when change takes place, or it's going to end when the people get tired of doing what they're doing right now.
Well, it's like the question is, when does the world end? It doesn't. No. There's always going to be events. There's always going to be action. There's always going to be distractions, and right now the action is the distraction. So keep your focus.
Control the narrative.
Maybe I'm just asking it wrong. Then my question is.
They're not going to get tired of this, Kimmy. They're going to keep going as long as they can't stop it. As long as they can keep getting away with doing this every night, it's just going to keep going because nobody's working. Everybody's out of work, right?
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I get that. I get that they won't stop until they are stopped.
Yeah.
But
I do have to go. I think I'm being summoned. My attention is valuable.
Get
apparently.
out the Mr. Bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're glad you came, darling. Enjoyed it thoroughly. You gave us a lot to think about.
Tell she whose name I won't say publicly. Hello.
I will. If I'm not sleeping on the couch, I will tell her hello.
If you are sleeping on the couch, then you deserve it because that is one good woman.
All right. Well, I do have to go. I think I'm if I get a text message from the premises, then I think it's time.
Yeah.
If someone cares about you enough to know you're missing, you need to go take care of them.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, Ben.
Good night, darling.
Bye, Ben. I guess maybe I'm just asking it with too many words or whatever. But what I'm wondering is not just when does it end, as far as just when do we get to finally stop seeing people tear up Target? What I mean is when do we either actually literally get our country and our Constitution back, or the whole thing burns to the fucking ground and we start over, which I do not want.
Well, I think our every intent is for that not to happen.
Right. So
I think that the next few months we're going to be standing up.
So if this is George Soros trying to take down the country, and these useful idiots are out there helping, right? If this doesn't stop, and Trump declares martial law and brings in the military, I don't know. That's a tough sell. Because now you give all these governors more power. Look what they did with the COVID power. They went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go give them more power with the military. I don't know.
Yeah, but now my understanding is from the thing that I was listening to today that this invoking of the comitatus would enable him to have control, not the governors, because they were talking about how it would break federal law, and it poses an issue with the Homeland Security. I'm sorry, I was listening to it, but I've been on pain medicine, so
if
I can't regurgitate all of it. But
if you heard the amendment,
just was that
it doesn't violate federal law because they amended it under the Obama administration, where you can use the military.
So
in this instance,
that may be. But they said his power usurped the governors.
How do we get our Constitution back to the point where it has the power that I used to think it had? Because what I want is to live in the country I used to think I lived in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah. Is that do you see it happening? I mean, I think I see it happening.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think somewhat, yeah. Can we go back in time? No. Can we recover a semblance of it and enjoy a period of fruitfulness? Yes. And I think we're well on our way. I still believe in the plan. I still think there is a plan.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm still trusting the Lord. I don't think he's brought us this far to drop us. And, those saying that faith is when you believe with your heart what your eyes can't see. And I think we're at that point, and that you reach that point in every war. And I think we're there. And I think too many people give up when they're right on the finish line. I think we are close.
I hope so.
For a lot of house cleaning to come.
I hope so, because it feels like we're either going to lose everything and start over, or we're going to somehow
I
or another
don't know
go
that
back
the
to where we
start
should
over is
be.
really an option.
Well, the thing about starting over is you have to trust the people who are going to be in charge of the start over. And we don't
That's
even
what I'm
know who those
saying. There's
people
too much.
are.
If we don't clean house, too many of those corrupt people would still be in power. It wouldn't do us any good. There would be no start over.
And the ones who get to write our next constitution, if we fuck this country up, the ones who get
There
to
wouldn't be one smart. There aren't any of them smart enough today to do it.
there's plenty of people who will write a constitution. It just won't be anything near what we have.
Well, no. So
I
that's
don't
what I'm saying. We
trust.
don't have an option.
We don't.
And you know, it's like that Q post this week where he said, we, what is it? We fight, we win, or we die. We're to
That's
that
true.
point.
Yeah, I haven't read a Q post in a while, but I agree with that. We fight, we win, or we die.
Somebody was talking about today, you know, how they were talking about interpreting that Q post to be about George Soros. And I was reading something a while ago that was saying, well, what if it wasn't really about George Soros? What if it was about George, what's this guy's name?
Floyd. But what if it was just about
Floyd.
like period?
Huh?
I mean, what if it was just about period? Just period.
Well, no, what they were saying
George.
is, no, but they're saying a lot of people, when they saw that Q post, interpreted it to be George Soros.
Right.
But really, what they were talking about may have been this guy saying that that would be when, you know, POTUS would bring in the military and declare, you know, something like martial law, and that they would really clean house. I can't remember the rest of it now. I've lost it, but it was excellent. I mean, it's a good supposition. Let me see if I have it on my timeline.
So
it was a good theory. I always like to look at all the different sides.
But did it mention the name of George, or did like some of the decoders?
Yeah, in the Q post.
In the post, it did say something about George.
It did, yeah.
I wondered.
It was saying something about George, and everybody had assumed at the time that he was talking about George Soros, which he could be, because, you know, a lot of these posts have double meanings.
But that irritates me if Q in some way or another predicted that George Floyd was going to be murdered. If that's the case, then that's pretty fucked up. That Q know that.
Hang on, let me get back to that.
I don't like that. That's not something that I would.
But if you believe in the Project Blue, what is it, Mockingbird, where they can jump in time and see things, that doesn't always mean necessarily that they can change it. They may know about it, but not be able to do anything about changing it. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not hip enough on all that.
I'm not hip enough on anything, I guess. Monica says that they're using contract tracing on all the looters arrested last night in Minnesota. I saw that, and this just takes me back to like my family who thinks that it's okay to wear a mask. Not okay, but who believes we should wear a mask. And I've had fights with my husband about this, about the mask situation. Just happened today. We fought about that today, and then a couple of weeks ago we fought about the contact tracing thing. I said, okay, so, and I try to ask these questions as like diplomatically as possible, so that I'm just saying, okay, so what if there were an app that would such and such, such and such? Would you be interested in that app? And he would. Like like that app is an app that he would be interested in. The app that would tell him whether or not the people he came in contact with had been infected.
Watch how quickly someone gets arrested for being in the vicinity of a crime.
Right.
Oh, you were in the area. Guess what?
Right. How do we know it wasn't you?
Yep. I don't trust the
it doesn't even
government.
have to be that we think it was you. It could be that we want to frame you for a crime, and therefore
Yep.
we're going to pretend to think it was you.
Yep.
And also,
Brian Case has got a great thread about POTUS using the military and how
exactly, Jenny.
he if he had jumped in and taken over when the governors with COVID, the governors and the press would have screamed, and so he didn't walk into that trap. So they have been screaming over this COVID infection thing, saying he was going to be Hitler and take over and do all that stuff. And now they've been caught flat-footed with their COVID responses, and he's going to have to come in with U.S. military to rescue them.
And who is this?
Brian Cates.
Oh, wait.
Epoch Times.
Brian Cates was at Epoch Times now?
Isn't he? Or who is he with? Isn't it?
I don't know. I think of him as
Drawn Strike. Yeah. Epoch
really?
Times. Uh-huh.
Is that new for him, or did I just not know it?
I don't know. I think he's been with them for a while.
Isn't he the one that used to be Stealth Sessions, Brian Cates?
Drawn Strike.
Drawn Strike, okay.
He says during a national state of emergency, the president can send in the military to help enforce the law. He could not do that with COVID, just come in and come in with the U.S. Army and tell the governor to get out of the way. I'm taking over, but he can with this, and it's perfectly legal. As all of these anarchist groups are about to discover over the next couple of days.
We got more action in Texas, now in Austin. Tampa is on fire now. Tampa, Florida.
Austin is.
I got family down there.
They're burning down buildings in Tampa now.
Where's your family, Russ?
Orlando and Kissimmee.
This is a lot. This is probably more cities all at once than even during Michael Brown.
They're taking over. This is not organic.
Yeah, this is pretty well organized.
Oh, well, they got Nordies. They got Nordies in Los Angeles.
What's that?
Good gracious. What does this world come to? Nordies.
Oh, they looted it?
Yeah, in Los Angeles.
There's a lot of buildings on fire in Los Angeles. Some big department stores are on fire.
Well, this takes me back to, I don't know if y'all remember, but back in the day, Nordstrom's used to have an advertisement campaign where they advertised that they would take anything back from their customers, that they wanted the customers to be totally happy. And so they showed this commercial of this little old granny, and she comes up and she has this big old tire in her hand. She hauls off and throws it, breaks their window, and says, "I want a refund." And they go, "Okay," something like that. I mean, it was a whole advertisement about it.
They actually did take a tire back.
That advertisement tonight. Yeah, they did take it back. And they could use that advertisement now tonight if they're getting looted and burned. I'm sure somebody threw a tire in there somewhere.
Anything going on in Detroit, though? I haven't seen anything from Detroit, Russ. Have you?
I seen they were protesting in Detroit, Kalamazoo. I can't get a live feed though. I've been looking for one.
If this goes into tomorrow night, I don't know. You can expect something to happen big to stop this. And it very well could happen tomorrow night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. None of these people are working right now. None of them.
Well, they sure are. George Soros is paying good money for them to do this.
Well, not all of them.
I'm teasing you.
Yeah. Not all of them are working. That's
Jake, don't let them steal your sense of humor.
this is such a if it happens to starts kicking off again tomorrow night. I mean, LA's calling in the National Guard at 10:21 at night. Really? Are you stupid?
Well, hell. Well, I know. I thought the same thing about Governor Abbott. I mean, I love Governor Abbott, but there's been several things that I've not been real thrilled with him about. And as I was pointing out to Boogie earlier this evening, one of them was that he ever shut Texas down to begin with. I didn't think you should do it. And then secondly, he should have already had the freaking National Guard out.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what they did in Dallas last night.
They're doing it again tonight.
And he lives in freaking Austin. He ought to know how freaking liberal they are.
The
I took Mama to the nudist beach was in Austin.
the biggest problem right now is the entire economy is down on its knees, and this just kicked it right in the face. Especially for the small business owners.
It was only down on its knees because of the virus.
Yeah, but now it just got kicked right in the face while it was down.
We always know what all this boils down to is, face it, the Dems and the Chinese and the drug cartels and all of these people are in all-out war with us. And we need to stop belly aching and belly up to the bar. We got to grow up here. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we live our convictions. We got to do something to help. And that means educating people to the fact that this is not an organic movement.
It's not
This
organic.
This is not people grieving over a man.
It's not organic, but it is. I think at this point it's mixed. I think there's partial organicness.
But they're not. It isn't. What's growing is not. I don't think the people that are mourning this man.
No, they're not mourning the man.
I think it is their fed upness with everything.
Right.
I think it is becoming all about something way totally different for a large portion of those people.
Well, and what is that though? Like, what is that? If that is about wanting
They're
to get rid of-
discontent with being locked up. You know, there's ramifications for being locked up for 3 or 4 months.
Absolutely.
Half of these people, just like Boogie said, are from, populations that we know are much more likely to be dependent on drugs or alcohol, have mental health issues, instability.
Or just dependent on freedom, dependent on. But then, okay, so, I kind of lost my question.
Well, let's see how Whitmer handles this. She thinks she's such a big shot.
She really grates on my last nerve. Somebody really needs to introduce that arrogant woman to some spank.
Well, she has to go in front of Congress.
She has to go in front of the state Congress or before the... Huh? Rusty? Are you muted? Did we lose it? Hello?
Everybody's still there?
Yeah. No,
I am.
I'm sorry. No,
Rusty? That was very weird. I was trying to get Rusty to... Oh, I think he's frozen.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
fascist. I keep saying fascist hissy. I must be ready for a hissy fit. Fascist hippie. Put a link in the chat. Seriously scary video is what he says. And I just watched it, and it's not. There's no death. It's safe to play if you want to.
Oh, it's Twitter. I'm gonna have to download it.
Gosh, is this not surreal?
Yeah,
Is it not just? I mean, we're sitting here talking so dispassionately about all these concepts and everything, but gosh, this is just really surreal.
Well, and the thing is that something I don't know. It's those glasses of mine, the rose-colored ones. I don't know. I never know if I'm wearing them or if I'm seeing reality. But this has the potential to actually make a difference, or it could just dissipate and nothing could change.
Men with guns are breaking into the cannabis dispensary. Security is trapped inside.
Oh God!
Be there in about 30 minutes from it. You know, I don't know what that means. But that would have been the first place I would have alluded. I was going to be going for it. Go to the liquor stores and the dispensaries.
All right, I got that video.
These people have it all. Their priorities all askew.
I think it's this one. Let's see.
Oh, there's more. Look at this. They just keep coming.
Oh, go inside! Get inside! Get inside!
Oh shit!
Get inside!
Do you see this? They're going through residential neighborhoods, telling people to get inside. There's armored vehicles rolling through residential neighborhoods.
You just wait.
Get your house down! Let's go! Light him up! Go inside now! Get in the house!
Oh my God! He just shot her
Get in,
with a rubber bullet.
Get in.
What the fuck?
Are you okay?
Who is
Are you okay? You got hit?
She was standing and filming. Period. She just simply was not inside her home.
They're,
is it the
wait a minute. They're in a residential neighborhood, and these cops just shot at her with a, I don't know if it's a paint pellet gun or what. But what the hell is this about? This isn't the city. This is a residential neighborhood, suburb.
Okay?
I don't know.
If you get hit with one of those, doesn't that really, really hurt?
Oh yeah, it'll leave a welt, a good sized welt. I'm gonna play it again.
Look at this. They just keep coming.
All these cops are marching through residential neighborhoods now. I don't know where this is.
Do we know?
Let me go see if I can grab that tweet again. Fascist hippie Senate, right?
Like you said, this is like just a neighborhood.
That's definitely a residential neighborhood. That's not city. It doesn't say where. Christmas. Where is this?
So what do we do as citizens? What do we do? Because that is not acceptable.
No, it's not. The cops shooting at somebody on their front porch.
We're going to find out.
It doesn't matter where it is. They shot a woman because she was standing on her fucking porch.
Well, I know, but we got to find out where to go take care of these bad people.
I'm trying to see on the tweet where this happened, and nobody has it. I don't know where it is. Where's M10 News?
I think that Russ is in our Discord saying knock knock. I'm not sure if that's what's happening or not. But it says Discord : Iceman knock knock. I think he's in our Discord.
Did he get booted or something?
Maybe so, and can't get back in. Maybe you need to approve to let him back in.
Oh yeah.
I know you had
Because
to prove
remember a
to
while
let me
ago,
in to begin
earlier
with.
it told me that you had to let me in.
Okay, I got him.
Both times
I don't know where this video is.
Well, aren't you smart, Rusty?
I don't know where this video
That was
is
a
out
great
of.
way to get our attention.
Makes me think of that Cheech and Chong movie. Up in Smoke. You keep it knocking, but you can't come in.
Let's get that video feedback up.
I always like that funny where it shows them parked.
Yes.
Cheech and Chong are in the car with all the fumes.
They're like parked in the median.
They're parked in the median, and they said, what was it? Oh, it was so funny.
So here are the cops marching down.
Get inside! Get in your house now! Let's go!
Number one, the cops don't. If you're on your front porch, fuck the police. They don't have a right to tell you to get in your house now. I don't give a fuck who they are. You're on your own property. This is bullshit.
You're on your own porch.
This is
just like.
This is the shit why people are pissed off and rioting right now. Because this bullshit that's gone on for 3 months.
Where was that at?
I don't know. Can't find out.
And the thing is like George Floyd. As much as I believe that he was killed by that cop unrighteously, this woman standing on her porch just videoing.
This is unbelievable.
There's no crime.
Private property.
Yeah. Why does
Watch.
she have to go in
Right
her
here.
house?
It's coming right up to where they shoot her. I don't care if it's a BB gun, pellet gun, paint gun. I don't care if you're a cop or not. You have no right to shoot at somebody like that on their front porch.
On their own front porch.
This is not America.
They don't do that whenever they've had
No, it's not.
somebody loose, like a bad guy or something like that. Is there some kind of temporary martial law they can?
There is no justification for shooting somebody on their porch. I don't care if there's martial law or not. You can't just say get in your house and then comply on your own property. They turn around and shoot you. That's no better than freaking communist, the CCP, China, right?
Exactly.
This shit pisses me off.
Get in. Get in.
Oh, God, that hurt.
Are you okay?
Right on the fucking crotch.
Are you okay? You got hit?
Yeah, they hit her.
That's a lawsuit.
All right, Rusty, how much do I need to pay you to vote for the My Pillow guy who is voting for governor? Do I need to pay you? Send me your address.
Oh, I love him.
What the hell is going on?
And I love my pillows. If you haven't bought one, you need to. They're fabulous.
I bought 10 one year for Christmas, and I bought 3 of them for my own bed. It's a king size bed, and yeah, I have no regrets.
I bought them. I bought 2 of them for everybody one year for Christmas too.
Yeah.
Great
Okay.
minds.
So I'm seeing Junie saying not all cops, obviously, and Monica saying it's not race. Exactly, with both of you, it's not. To me, this is not about police. It's not about race. It's about freedom, and it's about taking it back. Like, I didn't even know. I'm sorry. I didn't even know until a couple of years or a few years ago that my country was not what I thought it was. I thought that I had.
Well, we've all had that same experience. That's why we've become Redfielders, because we've all become aware that nothing is what we thought it was.
Who would have thought in America, sitting on your front porch, you can get shot at by a cop?
Right.
Yeah.
Sitting on your front porch, not sitting on your front porch, pointing a gun at someone, or sitting on your front porch, even smoking crack. Sitting on your front porch, just videotaping.
No, Monica, I don't think they're dressed as cops. Those were cops.
Those were cops.
Those were cops.
Those were cops. There were too many people.
Yeah.
This wasn't. Yeah, there were too many people. Too many of them.
They were marching in formation.
And he said, "Light them up." You hear that? Light them
Yep.
up. Pow, 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 pow. light them up.
And they fired more than once.
Because she doesn't matter.
We're just in their control. We're just sheep to a lot of these people. Do what we say, no matter, even if it's unconstitutional, we don't give a shit.
Why would we? Why would we? We're in control. Why would we care what your rights are if I'm in control?
Well, yeah.
It's true.
Remember. Corruption.
Well, we're looting in Tampa, Florida. We're looting a gas station now. A marathon.
I wish that stuff would stop because it is distracting from what matters, but it's also at the same time calling attention to what matters or calling attention to the big stuff. I'm torn, honestly. I am.
I got a problem with the looting and burning buildings down because most of the people that are getting hurt are small businesses and the cashier that's got to try to go to this place tomorrow and it's shut down.
And I do have a problem with that. But then taking me back to my question is like, so what's the answer? If it's not this, which I think it's not this, but if it's not this, then what is it? Is there an answer?
Well, it's a peaceful exercise of because if enough people exercise our constitutional rights, then we have the numbers in our favor.
Okay, but
if we don't go by the rule of law, then we become as bad as they are.
No better than them, and I agree with that.
No.
So then what?
So again, you have to go through the legal channels, which is laborious, slow, frustrating at best.
But the people
But that's the tool that we have through our Constitution that you value.
But and I do. But the people who are in charge of the law and the justice system and all of that, those are the people who get to decide if your legal actions even matter.
That's why we've got to all be really, really, really careful about who we vote for in November.
Absolutely.
We see the kind of authority we have seen firsthand, what kind of authority that we're granting these people and how they choose to exercise it. Look at the difference between Whitmer and the little South Dakota governor, the one that's she's another rising star. I mean, look at the look at the vast difference in the way they've handled it. One seized the power and beat her people to death with it. The other said, you know what? I trust you. I trust you to make good choices. It's not for me to make the choice to shut us down. We're not going to do that. And they didn't. And they've been very successful. So, again, we have the power. I think it's important not to forget because they want us to think that we're powerless. We really do still have the power, but we got to choose to exercise it in November. And we're going to choose to fight like hell on every day until then for people that we know are better than this.
Well, I don't know if you heard me before I got cut off, but Whitmer has to go before this.
You just barely got like 3 syllables out and you were gone.
I just heard Congress and then bam, you were gone.
Yeah.
So finish your point.
She has to go before Congress. And she has to explain herself about this shutdown and her COVID-19 actions.
Before which Congress?
Senate, excuse me.
Before the, are you talking about the U.S. Senate?
Yes.
Or are you talking about Michigan?
No, talk about
state.
the US.
Okay. So, and don't forget this week we have, who is it testifying? Oh, Rod Rosenstein testifies this week, y'all.
You know what?
About what? Like Russian
That's
should.
right.
That's
About
the
woohoo?
third. Oh, and you know what? I have to give a shout out to my Obama chain. I've had it for 26 years this week.
You finally do something right.
Well, hey, I've had him for 26 years.
Oh, you're celebrating him for putting up with you for so long? No. We should
No, I was
celebrate you
celebrating
for
that I lasted, that I put up with him for so long.
Right.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, we need to do a shout out to you instead of him.
Monica, I'm trying to find out more information on this tweet about these cops.
Floby for crying out loud.
I'm saying for 25 of those 26 years, probably.
Let me see.
Isn't that scary?
Happy anniversary. So 20, how many? 6?
Well, it's 26 married. We've been together probably 29 and a half, I think.
Oh, there's more.
That's good.
I started dating my husband April of 1990. I don't know, something.
We started dating. I think we met on a blind date. My sister picked us up on a blind date, and I think it was football season of '92.
Oh, so I started dating John in the spring. You started dating in the fall.
Yep, football season.
By the same amount of time. Football season. That's a fun time to start dating.
Mm-hmm. It is. I'm anxious to return to some of those same fall traditions that we all have with football and all that kind of thing. And I don't know about where y'all come from, but I was telling them I need to check it out. We have this brand new, like, I think they have like six screens or 10 screens, state-of-the-art drive-in movie theater. They ought to be doing, if I were them, I would be living in every house for miles around. Because, I mean, what better way to socially distance and still be social? You know? I mean, honestly, right now, especially in Texas where it gets too hot.
If you can't go to the games this fall, I think that you can possibly send a cardboard cutout of yourself to the stadiums, and they will place you in a seat. So it will appear as if you were there. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, and then I think Boogie talked about it last night or night before. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you just send them a cardboard cutout, picture request, not the actual cutout.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they will even pipe in fake crowd sounds.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, so we're not even needed, actually.
It's just like we're not even needed. They have a good time all by themselves.
Well, who goes to football games anyway now?
Who what?
Who really goes to the football games anyway now?
I would. I did.
I like college football.
I've only been to one pro football game. All of mine have been college. I agree with you completely on that.
I've been to both, and I still prefer college. And of course, my Red Raiders have been doing so fantastically over the last few years.
Yeah,
so
they have.
Woo! Wreck 'em Tech. We can get in all four sports. In 1 year, we were in the Final Two basketball. We were in the championship for football. We took golf, I think it was, and equestrian, and something else. Baseball. I mean, we racked it up for a little old college out in the middle of nowhere. I'm telling you, we put ourselves on the map.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that video came through on Breaking 911 as well.
Yeah, that's what I think. That was the link that
The first one was M10.
Nobody's ever said where. Those people drive me crazy with
it was in Minneapolis.
That is in Minneapolis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they
I
were
love
cops.
The Twin Cities.
Breaking 911 is pretty reliable.
Yeah, they usually are, as long as you're not doing. Now, they did have a couple of accounts that were, like, I don't know what y'all call it. There's a name for it, but where they mimic you, but they, instead of ones, they had L's or something else.
I hate
And
that.
you know
They
what?
were bad.
You know what's irritating? The comments. The police did say to go inside. I mean, what are you freaking stupid?
What?
Go into your house. You're supposed to obey the police when you're on your own property now.
Well, I would be going now. Why are you asking me to go inside?
They're just in this video. They're just screaming at people. Get in your house now. For what?
People in the chat are defending what the police did.
Yeah.
In their chat.
Well, just go inside. No, not in our chat. Just go inside. When they tell you to go inside. I mean, wow. There's a few of them in there.
Wow.
Obedience gets you far in life. Wow.
Oh my God.
Is that ironic or is that real?
They're not law-abiding if they're not following curfew. What the fuck?
See, this is what the problem is.
Where did these people come from?
She was told to go inside 500 times. She have a hearing issue. Well, you can't even write a simple sentence, retard. What the hell is wrong with people?
You need to make a comment on there saying, you people are sheeple. Wake up.
Wow, this is unbelievable. People are making these comments.
Scary. That is so scary.
Stay inside. You will not get shot.
They're not law abiding if they're not following curfew.
Nice.
What the hell is wrong with this country? You're on your own front porch and the cops shoot at you.
The only way I can excuse this, the only way I can excuse these comments is if they're coming from people who are being sarcastic.
It doesn't appear that way.
I mean, the only way I could explain it would be the bots, the paid trolls and the bots,
Well, yeah, but it doesn't seem sarcastic. Not to me anyway. But I've had what happened?
Oh my God.
This is a pretty powerful.
People
what I
are
call
crazy.
Pink Whitney.
Texas is such a different mindset.
Right there.
If you tell people.
They are cops, by the way, because you can see police right on the front of his chest. And they're all dressed in the riot gear.
Well, you can tell they're in SWAT.
Yeah.
This commenter says, so like paintballs, nothing to get too upset over. They were told to go inside and they didn't. A few paintballs will leave a welt, but that's it. And those are facts. But that's not the point.
That's not the point.
No. That's why we're all wearing masks like retards out in the public.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
They have lost their mind.
And this person says, not so law-abiding when you don't follow curfew and law enforcement directives, as if law-abiding was a pinnacle of morality.
You mean sitting on your front porch?
Yeah. Well, but sitting on your front porch, Phil, is not being inside your house. So if you've been told to be inside your house...
You're not minding orders, Phil.
Yeah. Being on your porch is clearly disobeying your authorities.
Phil.
We've gotten to a bad point where the cops can just shoot at you for not going into your house and sitting on your front porch.
Even if it's not deadly force, it's scary, and it will make you, next time they tell you to get inside your fucking house, it'll make you get inside your fucking house.
Yeah, they're sending a message.
Again.
Obey us, even if it's illegal constitutionally, because there is no constitution right now.
No, there's really not.
Obviously.
There's really not. And that gets me back to the friend that I was having a passionate discussion with about this. There's a quote from a person, I don't know if I'll find it or not. I'll look for it. but it's a quote. And I don't like this quote at all. I think I found it. We live in a society where the average. Hold on. No, that's not it. Okay, I'll find it. I'll let y'all know if I find it. But our Constitution it means nothing right now.
No.
It only means as much as we, the citizens, say it means.
Where in the Constitution does it say the governor of your state can just say, you got to close your business for 90 days? Too bad. But right. I'm going to allow Walmart, Target, and all the big box stores to stay open, selling the same stuff you do. But
that's why I love
too bad for you.
I'm not good on the law.
What's that? What's that, Russ?
I says that's why I love my sheriff, because several of them says we're not going to follow this ridiculous thing. We're going to follow the law and the Constitution. We're not taking your orders.
Well, the county sheriff does have a lot of power, believe it or not.
They're supposed
we
to.
We have a badass sheriff too.
That's good.
Yeah, Boogie Bumper, the Constitution is just a piece of paper, George Bush.
There's another one. Tell Boogie to find that quote that him and Jason like to say.
You can tell him. He can hear you.
Hey, Boogie, find that quote that you and Jason say. I'm looking for it. I'm scrolling. I was having a conversation. Okay, I'll just go ahead and let y'all know Jason is their friend that I've been fighting with. But I don't want to misrepresent his.
God, this is nuts.
Like, just because I understood what he was saying to mean something doesn't mean he meant it that way. Okay, it's a Lysander Spooner quote. I'm going to find it in a second. I'm almost there.
Yeah, if you reenacted the Constitution, people would not recognize the country. But you also have to get rid of I think it's the 17th Amendment, where senators are elected now and not
they're not supposed to be elected. They're supposed to be appointed by the governor.
No, not by the governor, by the legislature of your state.
Oh, okay.
That way, if you have a Democrat governor and you say you have a legislature that the assembly is Republican and the Senate is Democrat, you come up with somebody that's not 100% one party nut. You know what I mean? Like we have in New York now. We have Schumer and Gillibrand because they're elected.
So here is my least favorite quote that I know about. But I can't disagree with it, but I fucking hate it. I really hate it. I don't want this to be true. Okay, but the quote is by Lysander Spooner. But whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. And I really am trying not to cry. I've also had alcohol. But like this Constitution that we have is either has authorized the government that we have, or it's been powerless to prevent it. You can't argue with those two things.
I disagree with that. I do argue with that because I don't think it's been powerless to prevent it.
Well,
I think
we,
the people, have not. It's not that it's not prevented it. It's that we, the people, have allowed it. It doesn't have anything to freaking do with the Constitution, Kimmy.
Well,
it has to do with us, the people, going to sleep and not freaking doing our due diligence.
And I agree with
you.
you.
And you can pass the buck off all you want and say it's Constitution's fault and all that shit. That's bullshit.
But see, the thing
it's
is,
designed to work, but we didn't enforce it.
right,
We
and I agree
didn't
with
do our job.
and I
And
agree
it's
with
time we
you.
take responsibility for that.
And I agree with you, and that's the problem that I have with that quote. Is I agree with you, except that the Constitution only has the power that we give it. And if we, as not just as an individual, but as a society at large, if we don't give it that power, it has no power. Period. Our Constitution very literally only has the
But that
power of the
doesn't have
people.
anything to do with us going to sleep and not um, requiring our elected officials, the people that work for us, to do our bidding over the years. And now we want to bellyache and say, well, it was this, it was that. No, it was that we let people sit there and tell us, oh, it's not polite to talk about religion or politics. Oh, now you get too worked up about all of this politics. Oh, now you're always one of those conspiracy theorists. We let that stop us, and that's our fault.
But Doc, where does our Constitution, which I promise you, if you don't believe me, I promise you, I love the idea of our Constitution. I love the promises of our Constitution. I love the things that our Constitution represents and what our country, what I thought our country is and what we were supposed to be. I love that, and I want that. I want it back. Well, I say back. I want it. I don't know if we've even really had it. But at the end of the day, it really and truly is nothing more than an idea written on a piece of paper if we don't have enough people. And that's the key, is enough.
Well, I know you keep making that point, but you can have all the people in the world. You can have enough people. But if they don't choose to exercise it, if we don't choose to be educated, if we don't choose to make good choices, then no, it isn't going to be upheld. But we've already established that. So what's important is, what are we going to do to address this? How are we going to move forward?
That's exactly my question, my point.
And that is, well, unless you've got another idea, that boils back down to exactly what we keep saying. It means red pilling. It means talking. It means getting out. It means educating our neighbors. It means running for office. It means being educated enough to know who to support. It means us being involved and vigilant, and nobody wants an answer that requires responsibility for them. There is no other answer. We are the government. We are the people.
Well, R.M. John says the Constitution guarantees our rights. So what happened for the last 3 months?
The Constitution doesn't guarantee anything.
It didn't guarantee anybody's rights. It didn't guarantee your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because your business was shut down by the government, and there was nothing you could do about it.
If we had mass, I would like to think that maybe there was one other alternative, and that is if we had mass riots against that, and if we'd had mass protests on Washington against those things and against our government, I like to think that maybe we would have had a snowball's chance in hell of overcoming them just by the sheer number. But see, that requires the majority of our citizenry getting up off their ass and doing something.
Right.
And we've all been too busy with soccer practice and shuttling our kids to every freaking thing known to man to keep them busy.
Or crying or whining because our kids are at home.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's been far longer than that.
We got more cities. We got Santa Ana and Scottsdale, Arizona are rioting now.
Well, Scottsdale.
See,
Scottsdale is a nice little town.
People don't just suddenly decide, hey, I think I'm going to go riot. This is not organic. But
Yeah,
the thing is this is nothing more than proof. Like even our conversation is nothing more than proof that our Constitution means nothing more than what the people are willing to put behind it, and the people can only put behind it what they believe in, and they can only believe in what they know, and they can only know what they've been
and
taught.
so, but no, that's
They
not
don't
true.
know. The people
That's not
don't
true.
know. But
They
the people
can
don't
know
know
more
what the
than they're taught
Constitution
if they
means.
take responsibility for it. If they take responsibility to go out and educate themselves and research and put the work in, yes, you don't have to be taught. So that's a misnomer. That's
I
not
agree with that.
necessarily the full truth.
I do agree
So,
with that.
you
I
know,
agree with that.
it still goes back down to personal choice. We've all chosen to become educated enough to make a fairly good choice.
Yeah, I'll
And
give you
they
that.
could make the same decisions, but they don't. And we let them slide. We let them poo-poo us for being politically involved. We not only didn't take them to the mat, we let them take us to the mat with a winning hand, because we were the ones in the right. We are the ones that are the guardsmen of our constitutional rights. And we, the woke, have allowed them to shush us, to convince us that we are helpless when we're not.
No, I
So,
agree with
you know,
you on
it
all that.
still comes back down to, you know, you can talk about the philosophical part of this, which, you know, we've ascertained. We've decided what the problem is. We know what, you know, what our challenge is, but we have to just adopt a strategy and get on doing it. You can dicker all day long about, you know, what to do, how to do, and I think it's going to take a lot of different forms. But the main thing is we've got to agree to do. You know,
Right. And that's the only power that our Constitution has, is if we agree.
We
To agree that it has power and that it matters.
we don't have power, and here's why. It's gone. We gave the police the power to act like a military force.
That's right.
To control us. And then a lot of states allowed their governors to pass laws and their legislatures to pass laws to take your guns away, or limit the amount of weaponry you can have and the number of bullets you can have. And then they armed the police up the teeth with AK-47s, M16s, and tanks and everything else. So yeah.
which remember Obama tried to confiscate.
But we
you know
don't
what?
need those.
We still have a shot, and we can't become paralyzed, and we can't become defeated, and we can't become mired in philosophy to the point where we let it numb us to the reality that action is the only thing. And that means getting out, red pilling, dumping for the right candidates, getting our Congress back, our Senate back, and not only winning the election, but holding their feet to the fire afterward. You know, but it's going to be imperative that between now and then, because it is exactly what you said. We either rise to the occasion or we die. And y'all are pointing that out very succinctly.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I'm saying. We either rise to the occasion or we die. And so my what I'm wondering.
So I'm gonna rise. I don't know about you people.
Well, but that's exactly what I'm wondering is, are there enough people who arise? Because if there's not enough people,
we're
who
never
arise,
gonna know until we get
we,
there. But
I
we
know
got to
that.
bring as many to the dance as we can bring with us. Is the
Well,
point? We all know that.
Well, yeah, and I get that. But I guess my point is, or my question or point or rhetorical question, whatever, is that we don't know how many people there are. And the only reason that that piece of paper, which I value, so please don't misunderstand me, I value our Constitution and what it stands for. But the only power that that Constitution has is that the power that the citizens insist that it have. And the only way that there's enough power in that Constitution for it to matter is if there's enough citizens behind it supporting it. Mm-hmm. And that's the question that I've got right now. That's
everybody's
what I'm
got to get off their duffs. We're not going to
Well,
know the answer to that question until this story has ended. This show has ended.
Yeah, no, I agree
And
with you there.
we're not to the end of the movie yet.
Hey, you subscribed. Does it feel good?
I definitely agree with that. But it's just, and so, okay, so having established that, and then you saying that, and I agree with you, you saying that we need to red pill people, I agree with you. And then the other people in all these other cities saying, oh, the way to do it is to loot and burn. Okay, so you have two separate routes to get there. I prefer yours very much so. But yours is more slow and it's more methodical and, in my opinion, ethical and civil, and has more lasting effects because it goes deeper inside the soul of a person. But what if these other people that are looting and rioting and burning, what if they get there before we do? And they get to tear down our country, and they get to burn down our Constitution and start the country from scratch.
The only thing I can say to
Hey, you subscribed. Does it feel good?
Look at that.
Thank you.
And you can what if yourself to that.
Well, I'm not. I'm not trying to. No. I'm not doing the pie in the sky stuff. I'm talking literally, very, very literally, because something is about to happen. It's either going to be the red pillars or going to red pill.
People are going to lose against the military. I'm not thinking that's going to happen.
But see, I have a problem with the military winning. If the military wins, then we become a military fucking country, and I have a big fat problem with that. Because we already have enough authoritarianism in our country.
Yeah, because you look at other countries that have had the military take over to fix the corruption, and then you end up never leaving.
I'm happy with that, but I'm going to say this. I don't think we can sit here and let them burn our freaking country down either.
You know what, though? I don't know what I would choose. I don't know what I would choose between a militaristic country and a country run by looters.
I don't think that's our only two choices. You act like that's our only two choices, and it's not.
And I hope it's not. I hope it's not. That's exactly my point. Is we've got to somehow or another figure out how to maintain civility.
Yeah, Mersh from Nightwave made a good point. He said these people out there rioting and looting are trying to get their change done, right?
Yeah.
And here we are, the people that want to get back to the Constitution are making memes and talking about and waiting for what? What are we waiting for?
Right. I'm sitting here waiting.
We're waiting for a superhero to come and do it all for us. Right?
Yeah. And I'm sitting here with the waiters.
Yeah.
Just to let y'all know that I'm not making any pretenses here.
He has a point. He has an absolute point. Something happens to them, they go out in every major city in America and riot. And then we sit and have a Tea Party protest.
March and do all this shit like then. If we don't have to loot and burn.
Yeah.
But if enough of us march, enough of us gather.
But Doc, we tried that. The Tea Party. The Tea Party did it.
Yeah, but you know what?
And Levitic and
That don't mean shit. I'm not giving up just because we tried it once and it didn't work.
But look, okay,
come on, people.
But we had been on here earlier. Not one fucker protested for Levitic and Finum. Not one person gave enough shit about him to stand in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Not one person.
Shame on us that we.
Shame on us is fine. Shame on us is fine. But
yeah,
is
the glass half empty or half full?
No. I agree. Shame on us. And as far as half empty and half full, my glass is smack dab in the middle because I what I'm trying to do is not just like see what America could be. I want America to be what it's supposed to be. And if it's
I
not,
agree,
well,
but we
but
can't. We
there's
got to do something to get us there.
well, and that's well,
We're going to do something.
we're on the same page there. And my question is, what is that thing? And
I've been given a list. But
well, and I'm telling you,
I don't think it's what everybody wants to hear. So
and I
don't
agree
know that
that
it's ever going to be acceptable because it requires personal responsibility. It requires us to get up off our asses and do something.
okay, and then
a
we're
lot of
back to
different
the
ways.
circle, and then we're back to where I say, do we have enough people who are willing to do that?
We're never going to know unless we do it.
I think so. Look, I
Okay,
mean,
but that's a non-answer. That's a non-answer.
No.
I know you
No,
can't
it's
give me.
not.
It is a non-answer. You can't give.
It's the only answer that's available right now off of
It's
the
the
data
only
you've
answer
got to go
available.
with.
It's the
You're
only
wanting
answer.
an assurance for something that's going to happen in the future that nobody knows.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying
exactly.
is,
And
we're
that is
not
my
going to know
point.
unless we rise en masse.
And that
Because just like with the Trump rallies,
we don't know if there is an en masse. That's my point. That is
I know,
exactly
and my point is,
point.
you're not going to ever know unless you try.
And I'm not against trying. I'm saying we don't know that there is an en masse, and
So
that is
what? We don't know. Like, there's no guarantees
Okay.
in life. I say
Right.
we march forward.
okay. So
You
March.
know?
So March.
I'm trying every day I get up. I try to do something to contribute to it.
Here's the thing. Tracy Beans tried to have a march in D.C.
So March.
And how many people showed up?
I am.
A couple hundred people showed up for her rally
Exactly.
in D.C. And that was it.
Exactly. Smack dab in the middle of our
so
nation's country. Almost
but we can't
nobody
give
fucking
up.
showed up. I'm not
We
suggesting.
can't give up.
I'm not suggesting we give
We
up.
got to keep trying.
Yes.
We've got to find out what message reaches the masses.
I'm
We've
not
got to be
against any of
adaptive
this.
to our messages.
I'm not
We've got to change and keep on trying to get it out
Yes.
and educate people.
Yes.
I think that a lot of the things that are going to be coming out, again, information we keep hanging our head on.
But this is
I do
pie in
believe
the
it is
sky
coming.
stuff. This is pie in the sky stuff. I'm talking about rubber meets the road shit.
Well, I'll meet you
The
in
rubber
Washington
meets
D.C.
the
Let's
road.
plan it. I mean,
Because
what else do you want to do?
I don't know, because I'm here to tell you when the rubber meets the road, I don't know that I will be there. I can't say that. And that's the God's honest truth. I would like to be there, and I hope that I would. Well, listen to me. I don't know that I would be there. I hope that I would be there, but I don't know that I would be there because the rubber hasn't actually met the road in my life yet.
And that's my point to you. We're never going to know until the day comes when we're called and we all try to rise up to meet the call.
So has
that's
the day
the
come?
only time that we are going to know.
And
it's coming. I think we're very close.
You know what'll happen when these riots reach the suburbs? Then you'll have people waking up and going,
because
what the hell?
We're going to be threatened.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And where are the cops going to be? They aren't going to be here. They're going to be protecting the governor's mansion, the banks, and City Hall. And screw us.
Well, honey, you act like there's enough of them to take care of all of us anyway. There's not. That's why we've got the Second Amendment. There ain't enough cops in this.
No, but you're missing the point. They're gonna protect the corporate stores. They're gonna protect the corporate stores, the governor's mansion, and the politicians' homes.
I heard you.
And then screw us.
Even if you took all of them, there is not enough of them to come into the suburbs and protect all of us. It still comes right back down to that same mantra. Personal responsibility. Get yourself a freaking gun and know how to use it. And if you don't, the day comes that you put your trust in the government and it fails you just like it always does, then the only person that's going to be between you and bad intention is you and your gun. So have a plan. Work towards protecting yourself. Practice. Go to the gun ranges. Get your license. I mean, do whatever you can so that you're not dependent on the freaking government. not dependent on the freaking police because there isn't enough of them anyway.
No, there are. There absolutely are. There absolutely
No, there
are
ain't.
enough. How can you possibly say that? I'm standing in
Not
my
to
house.
protect every citizen
To protect
every,
me?
in
To protect
every
me?
suburb.
I don't have enough guns or ammo, and I cannot have enough guns or ammo to protect myself from the government.
Well, Kenny, what I'm saying, I'm not talking about protecting yourself from the government. I'm talking about protecting yourself from the hordes that could be coming out from the cities that Phil was talking about.
No, I'm
So,
talking about.
but you're missing the point, Doc. You're missing the point. They're going to send. You're missing the point. They're going to send 2,000 cops to protect the banks and the governor's mansion, and we get screwed. When you say there's not enough of them, they'll surround the governor's mansion with side by side cops, and then and the senator's house and your congressman's house.
All of them, it would not be enough to protect everybody in every neighborhood in every town.
There are not
because there isn't enough of them. There is not enough cops in Texas to protect every citizen in every town.
I agree with that, but I agree with that, but where are they going to go protect first?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that, and I'm not arguing with that. But what I'm saying is, we see reality. So when to see reality is not enough. It requires you facing reality that there's not ever going to be somebody there to rescue you. That it still comes down to, the fittest win, and it still comes down to the human plight on this earth, which is, that life is dangerous. That we have to fight for our very survival.
I'm not missing your point.
Get lured into thinking that we've evolved past all that. Well, honey, we haven't.
I'm not missing Doc's point. I'm just saying, where do the cops go first to go side by side to surround the building? It's not the nursing home, all right? People in nursing homes don't have firearms handy. The cops aren't sitting there protecting nursing homes. They're not going to protect the nursing homes. They're not going to protect the hospitals. They're going to protect the corporate interests and the politicians first. And the rest is secondary, right?
Well,
of course. I mean, that's what they're paid to do. It's the way that we've allowed it to work all these years.
Exactly. Maybe that makes my point a little bit better, that, that your grandparents in a nursing home aren't going to be protected by the police if they start rioting at a nursing home or going after nursing homes to loot that, because these people will loot anything. So.
Well, it's not even to me about the looters. Fuck the looters. It's about the government. It's about the people. It's about the power, like the police, the powers that be, the ones who are supposed to be afraid of us. They're not afraid of us. We are afraid of them, and we are afraid of them because they scare the shit out of us. They scare the shit out of us because they have more power than we do, and that is not how it's supposed to be. That is not how it's supposed to be. I'm not suggesting that the police shake in fear, but I am suggesting that they realize, not just the police, but our entire government realize that if we want them gone, they're fucking gone. But they're not. They're not. They're not gone just because we want them gone. They're only gone if they piss off the right person in power, and that's not us.
Well, a lot of the police treat us like we're children, and they order us what to do, and we don't have a say.
Yeah, they get to walk in my fucking neighborhood, not literally, in my neighborhood and shoot me with a paintball or whatever because I'm standing on my porch just talking to my friends on Periscope, videoing the police that are walking down my road telling me to get in my house on my land, supposedly, which is not true. By the way, in case anybody wonders, you don't own shit.
No.
I don't
not
care.
As long as the bank is involved.
Well, even if you own your home and don't have a mortgage, the county or your state or whatever owns your property, basically.
There's not one person in this country who owns anything.
You don't pay your taxes. It doesn't matter what your house is worth. They take it.
Yep.
I had a neighbor up the road, older couple, retired. They were farmers forever. They sold off most of their land over the years. They couldn't pay their taxes anymore. It was $3,200. They lost their house and what little land they had left.
Yeah. Bottom line,
For $3,200, a whole lifetime. They lived there in their entire lives. Gone.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't own your property or your home because you don't pay your taxes. They come and take it for $3,200. It's gone.
Or less.
Yep. Or less.
The thing is, if you can hear my voice and you live within the confines of the United States of America and pretty much any other country, but specifically the United States of America, you are owned by a corporation. That corporation is called the Corporation of the United States of America. It is not. You are not a sovereign citizen. I do not care who you are or what you think. You don't own yourself. The government of the United States of America owns you, period. You are cattle.
Okay, well, on that positive note, guys, I gotta excuse myself. I have not felt well this week, and I need to take some more medicine, so I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Well, we're praying for you, Doc.
All the cussing and discussing.
We're praying for you to get better.
Doc, you know I love you to bits.
Well, I love you too, darling. Just because we cuss and discuss doesn't mean we don't love each other. I don't ever take it that way. I hope you don't either.
No, girl, let me tell you, I have such low self-esteem. I have such low self-esteem that if I thought you would stop loving me because I disagreed with you, I wouldn't let you know you disagreed with me.
Well, you know what? You should never have low self-esteem. You're cutting yourself short because you are wonderful and you are smart. And if more people thought like you, we wouldn't have the problems we have today. So
amazing. I just can't convince anybody else of it.
Question. I'm just saying. We're moving past the time for questioning now. We gotta put feet to the fire because we gotta beat these people.
It's rubber meets the road time. I don't want my rubber to.
And I don't know exactly. None of us are sure what the road's gonna look like, but I can tell you this: I would not rather be at war with anybody other than y'all. And I am so glad that God has brought me to y'all. Y'all are my friends and my cohorts in crime, and I just wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, I'm here to tell you, if you were to come to my house and strike a match and burn it down, as long as my sweet baby daughter didn't die, I would forgive you. No problem.
Oh, you are so sweet.
Wow. In LA, they tried to ram the.
I won't burn you down.
In LA, they tried to ram the gates to CBS with dumpsters.
Nobody cares, Phil. I'm having a love fest with Doc. Leave us alone.
Leave us alone. We were having a love fest. What were you saying, Kenny? That's much more important.
I was just saying that you were so precious and so wonderful.
Nobody loves
me. You could do anything short of killing my youngest child, and I will forgive you.
I do not know why you say so, but I am so thankful that you think that way.
And I was going to say they could eat me if they needed to.
Oh, we're not eating each other now.
No, I went in. I was voting for the rat. Me.
See, and I'm team / I'm hashtag team human.
I know, which concerns me a little bit about. I might come visit, but I won't live near you.
Yeah, I don't blame you because I will kill you and quarter you.
Well, I would be very juicy because there would be a lot of fat, I'm sure, on this body to make it very tender meat.
Wait, tell you what, we'll make it even and let Dave cut my hair with his flow.
Hey, you subscribed.
Oh, dear Lord.
Does it feel good?
Please let him cut their hair with a freaking Flowbee. Honestly.
I swear, if I ever leave my house again, I'm coming to your house
and
I'm going to get a Flowbee cut.
Because we would have so much fun. He does a great job.
I don't even care if it looks good. I just want it cut.
It always does. But we were in Bunko with this couple that was he was a hippie. Basically, he was a professor and he was a hippie. And he had, in protesting something, he had let his hair grow really long. So right there in the middle of Bunko, they dared David to cut it for him. So David did. And y'all would not have believed how much hair that he cut off that man. It was unbelievable. I didn't know human could produce that much. And David did a great job. He looked great. But the only part you jump him with is on the back. You know, do his neckline in the back. I have to do that part.
As much as I love you, Dave cutting my hair with a Floppy is like a very, very, very close second to me coming to see you.
Well, you just come on. And I'll tell you something. I would scope it too.
Oh no, I'll scope the fuck
We
out
would
of
have
it.
to scope it. We'd have to scope you getting your hair floppy. That would be too fun.
We're going viral.
Yes, baby.
Naked in your hot tub with the Floppy.
With the Floppy. Well, you know, you don't want to do the Floppy in the hot tub because it is electric. So you don't want to do that.
Well, Dave doesn't have to get in there with us.
You could Floppy and then get in the hot tub to rinse the hair off. See?
You don't want me clogging up your Floppy with my hair.
Oh, you wouldn't have that much.
Ew. That's gross.
Well,
we'll have to iron out the details later. I'm coming to your house. This is on my. I'm going to manifest.
Well, you've got a standing in fight. You know that. And I really don't think it would be that far.
I don't think it is.
I think
it's
you
like
thought
5
it was
hours
farther than it really is.
It's like
which
5
really
hours.
is not bad for a road trip. That's doable.
Girl, I
So
have
you
enough
have no
CDs to
excuse.
last me at least that long.
Oh, I know. And I'd be watching you scope all the way here singing. You'd be singing about why you were coming to Doc's house. See? That'd be fun.
Okay, so we're doing that.
Yankee, someday he's going to have to break down and come see me.
Okay, anybody who's not following me on Periscope, follow me because I'm going to Doc's house pretty soon. I'm coming to your house.
Okay.
I'm going to be at your house before the end of July.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it. Y'all are my witnesses.
And the problem is I've had a slight amount of alcohol, so y'all have to remind me that I said that because I do mean it.
Okay. Well, I will remind you. Because remember, us girls remember things that hadn't even happened yet.
Girl,
I have
I've recently
memory like an elephant.
Horrible hat.
Recently been.
What do you mean,
don't
RM
talk
Johns?
to us about the real world, Phil.
No, RM Johns said my hat is horrible. It's a pirate radio hat.
She's probably. Oh yeah, it's horrible. You need to wear a Kimmy's No Name Show hat.
Look down where we can still see the writing on it.
It says pirate radio.
Yeah.
Pirate radio. There you go.
At least I have a Boogie Bumper T-shirt. I bet you nobody else does.
I'm just.
I'm a bigger fan than you are, Kimmy.
What?
Nothing.
What'd you say, honey bunny?
I said I have a Boogie Bumper T-shirt. I'm a bigger fan than you are.
Yeah, I'm going for that Boogie Bumper butt plug, man. If you can plug your butt with a boogie, there's no winner that can win more than that. No, when he was spinning that wheel and my name came up as someone who was getting eliminated, I was like, thank the good Lord.
Thank you,
in
Lord.
Heaven.
Guess what? Your name's back on the wheel for Friday.
All I could think of is I got to outlast Bill. I've got to outlast Bill.
I can't wait till Friday because I hope the final spin lands on Doc Martin or ends up being Doc Martin the winner of the Boogie Bumper butt plug.
Well, here's the thing, though.
I thought we already had the spinning.
No. You have a second chance, apparently, because the winner of last week's the air quotes winner of last week's
turned it
competition.
down.
Exactly, turned it down. Why do you put your name in something you want to turn down? I don't know. Except that had I won, I would have turned it down. I don't know.
Oh no, I'd use it as a paperweight. I'd be saying, "Send me that sucker boogie. I'm going to use it as a paperweight."
Are you sure you're still gonna go see Doc Kimmy if she wins butt plug?
Oh, I'll go there sooner than July.
Well, honey, I'm the one you should be asking. Should I let her because she wanted to eat her neighbors?
Well, I was on Team Human too, so.
Doc's like, great, she's gonna eat me and have my husband cut her hair and plug my ass with a glass butt plug.
And then sit in my hot tub.
Can't wait.
With a bottle of Chianti. Or what was that thing you're drinking tonight?
A Peak Whitney.
Peak Whitney.
I think I'm gonna go too, and I'm on Team Human too, so.
Uh-oh. I'm in real trouble.
Okay, so let me ask you people something. Okay, so I consider myself and the rest of the panel on this show to be rather high profile.
I'm low profile.
No. You're at least as high profile as I am. We're all high profile celebrities here. So, as a high profile celebrity, were you to win the Boogie Bumper butt plug? Were you to win the Boogie Book? I can't say it. How do you handle that in a public way? Because you're public, and since you're famous, you do have a public. Your public would expect certain things from you. So how do you please your public without putting the actual butt plug in your ass?
I'd have a butt plug cam and just set it on the table here with a camera.
And just watch it do nothing forever?
Yeah, just sit there and the butt plug cam.
Well, now, I mean, what is y'all's expectations of the winners of this darn prison pocket?
I don't know. It sounds like Kimmy's looking for video evidence of usage.
I know.
No. I'm not looking for said video evidence. I'm concerned that were I to win, people would expect video evidence.
I would send y'all a picture of it being a paperweight on my desk.
Yeah, that's about as far as I would go with
that
such a
would
thing
be
as
about
a butt
as far
plug
as the usage would go at my house.
I mean, even the dildo was rather personal.
Rusty, what are you going to do with it when you win?
Last I heard.
I'm going to say, hey, look at this cool thing. It came from Boogie Bumper.
Yeah.
Rusty's like, I ain't scared of shit, man. You think a butt plug scares me? And I'm like, oh no, not a butt plug.
I can't eat Monica because she's all on Team Rat. Ugh.
Yeah, no, we don't fuck with the rat people.
If you're on Team Rat, don't worry, we're not going to eat you.
That's okay. You people go right on over there and live all by yourselves, you cannibal people.
But I think
us rat people, we're going to scurry around here.
That's right, because you're a Team Rat. So press 1 in the chat if you're Team I'll eat a human before I'll eat a rat.
And then, of course, we have Rusty over here being non-committal, saying he's going to eat bugs. We didn't give that option.
No.
Yeah, no, there was no bug
when we didn't
option,
give that
Rusty.
option, you didn't ever have to decide.
Come on, Rusty. You got to pick. Are you on Team Human or Team Rat?
A or B.
Okay, press 1. I will eat a human before a rat. Press 2. I will eat a rat before a human. Or press 3. I am a pussy who cannot make up my mind. 1, human. 2, rat. 3, not I will eat a pussy, but I am a pussy.
Oh, Rusty went with 2. He's on Team Rat.
Yay, Rat, Team Rat. Welcome, Rusty. Glad to have you on our team.
Henry St. George, Henry St. Tucker Bumper Politics. A garden doesn't count. Either on Team Human or Team Rat.
When our team moves, Rusty, when Team Rat moves, which we will be doing very shortly, we are not going to give Team Human our forwarding addresses because they like to eat people.
I was like, yeah, I'll
They're
see
gonna
you
have
for
to
the
send our Christmas cards to a PO box.
Wow, look at the looting going on. Unreal. Fires.
Oh, General Eaton's not going to be on my human cannibal island. Oh,
No?
man. Yeah. RM Johns wants to eat pussy. No, she is a pussy. Sorry.
My lord, she did not say that.
No, I think I might have twisted her words just a little bit.
I think maybe just a little.
Or the way I like to say it is just a lot of bit. I might have twisted her words just a lot of bit.
Wow. I had to look to make sure that's not what she said.
On the White House?
Oh, White House, Schmite House.
Nothing. I haven't seen anything.
By the way, I think there's a rat on my back porch. That's why I'm thinking
Or did they calm down?
No, they're still rioting all over the country.
I thought for a few minutes since we were talking about them that maybe they just all of a sudden got home, go to bed.
We don't have as much influence as we thought, Doc.
I guess not.
If I wonder,
we are.
Anybody, any thoughts? Is this going to happen tomorrow night too? I think so.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
100%. Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
Unless they're stopped.
Now, why did not the military bring out sonic weapons? Sonic weapons are non-lethal. They hit the nervous system. They will take you down.
Yeah. Makes you stop your track.
I don't think they should.
They've even got those new, those new machines for these things where it blasts a sound at you that's incapacitating, and it repels large things at the field either narrowly or wide width, and it's to repel riders and people like that. What are you giggling at?
Monica, so you three will be like Hillary, head jerking around with Kuru cannibal problems.
Hey, that's true. And the bulging eyes. They're all going to have bulging eyes, Monica. Yeah. We'll just
for
have
life, man.
We'll just have rabies, but other than that, we're going to be fine.
I'm not going to eat. We're not going to eat human every day.
Rabies, but don't worry about us. We're going to be fine.
Monica, we're only going to have a human burger every once, a couple times a week. That's all.
Well, see, the thing is I start shaking and convulsing like a person who's like addicted to cannibalism, all you rat eating people will be like, "Oh, she's crazy." And we'll be like, "Yeah, so what?" And that's all you can do.
Eventually, you people are going to run out of rats. Then what are you going to do?
Oh, honey, are you kidding? We're never going to run out of rats. Y'all on the other hand might run out of bodies.
But the human bodies are so much bigger than the rat bodies.
Y'all will be fat. We're going to be lean.
I bet Phil and me and like 3 other people could feed on just one body.
And just think about it.
For a couple of weeks.
Rats are indestructible. So we are going to become the rat brigade. We are going to become indestructible.
Well, that just makes you even better for us to eat.
All of that, the human fatty people
That's lethal.
that are not fit, and y'all are going to get heart disease earlier and die earlier.
No, we're not going to go for the fat people. We'll wait till they're feeding on rats and getting really skinny or lean. Then they'll be lean. They're not going to be fat forever.
I ain't got time to cut no fat.
I started that before I run out of fat, honey.
More rats than people.
Yeah, but
there's more rats
how much?
than people, but I'm talking about like rats, like pounds per
rat? You get no pounds per rat.
It's a couple for your one human, but that's okay.
You have to eat about 12 rats every day there,
Just
Doc.
think about it. The bonus is we're going to have fur coats from all the rats we.
There you go.
What do you think we're going to do with your beautiful locks of hair, Doc?
You people are going to be naked.
Hey, nothing wrong with nudity.
Well, no, but it might get a little nipply up there in New York. You know.
No, I'll be down south in Texas hunting humans.
Yeah, probably. I should have never given you my home address. I
could get into this.
That's funny.
Ben wants me to bite his ass. I'll start there, Ben.
Ben, I'd just be worried about whether it's going to be pleasurable or not. She might really think she'll bite your ass now, honey.
Girl, if I bite anybody's ass, they're going to like it. They're going to be happy I did it.
Woo.
Boogie Bumper sent a link. Let's see what this is. Oh boy, this is almost like cannibalism.
I mean, it's half. It's like partial cannibalism. It doesn't really count.
Metro, mom drinks sperm smoothies to fight off coronavirus.
I'll be right back. Hang on.
Oh, that looks disgusting.
My Lord.
Do you see what it looks like? Ugh. Although she's a human ID.
Look at Pimple Popper. What?
She's a human ID.
Is she attractive?
She's very lean.
Oh, I've seen her. I saw her. I think I did see her.
A mother of two believes that drinking smoothies with a shot of sperm have helped to boost her immune system.
You just go right ahead. If she's that weird, you can have her. You're going to be unhappy in a month, is all I'm saying.
Well, where's she getting all that sperm? Just saying.
Well, I understand that. But I'm sorry. It's a freak of nature.
Oh, Kimmy disappeared, so you can't say goodnight yet.
I was about to say, I thought I was going to say goodnight.
Oh my God, are you serious? Joya Pesci says.
I might be. If I start talking weird, y'all know why.
Joya Pesci says she totally ate her own placenta.
Oh, God, what are y'all talking about?
That woman who drinks sperm shakes.
See what happens? Go away.
Ooh.
Yep. She thought it was healthy. I told you.
I left and feel like I came back.
Lock yourself into a house with her for a month.
Well, I think that girl's on Team Human, Kimmy.
Team who did what?
Yes,
I think that woman is on Team Human. Team Human.
You know what? That's okay with me. If she will be on my side.
Because she'll do anything.
You can have her. You can have her.
You know what women will do? Are y'all talking about placenta eaters?
She ate her own placenta.
People have done that. That's not the first time I've heard of that.
I think that's disgusting.
I
don't care. It's disgusting.
I consider myself to be.
But I'll tell you what, Kimmy, she won't have a problem if you say, "Hey, sperm drinker, can you chop up tack into some nice steaks?" She'll do it.
Right. Well, you have to be practical about these things.
Kimmy be going. I'd call Kimmy and say, "Kimmy, come over for lunch." Well, I'm having my Aunt Peggy, and she'd say, "Well, sure, I'll come. Are we eating her, or is she joining us for lunch?"
Yeah, girl. I'll eat anything or anyone. Except for my own placenta. I do draw the line at the placenta.
Okay, now here's the true measure of a woman. Will you wear white before Easter or after Labor Day?
Yes, I fucking will, because you know why? I do not care what people think. Oh my gosh, that whole fucking wear white shit. No, you do not get to tell me when I get to wear what color. Okay.
Well,
as far as
my answer is they didn't specify about winter white, even if it wasn't a matter of telling me what to do.
My answer is I get to decide what I put on my body, and sometimes my other colors are not fucking clean. So if my white is clean and my black isn't, I'm wearing black. I'm wearing white.
There you have.
I feel like I might have had
And
too
how do
much
you feel
vodka.
about Corporal? How do you feel about the death penalty?
The death penalty? I think it would be nice if everybody would stop killing each other.
Well, that is not the option. We're not getting philosophical. Answer the question.
And that was pie in the sky right there.
Thank you.
Oh, listen to me, mister. The pie in my sky is the yummiest pie.
Or nay?
Okay, as far as the death penalty goes, I honestly think that if it cannot be proven 100% that you are the most, like...
But if
honestly,
it can, yes or no?
If it can what?
Be proven. Yes or no?
If what can be proven?
They've got DNA. They can prove it. Yes or no?
Prove what?
We're not letting you wiggle out. Death penalty. Yes or no?
Okay, now who's being evasive?
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm against.
No, there's no more ifs.
Oh yeah, I know there's 1,000 ifs. I'll show you all of them. If what you have done is so heinous, like super duper fucking heinous, I mean like heinous, that it requires a death penalty, and it can be proven literally without the
100%.
Shadow of a doubt.
Yes, we get that.
Without the shadow of a doubt that you did this terrible thing, like peel a human being skin off of their body while they were
for
living.
the murder charge.
R.M. Johns, who's the pussy now, Kimmy?
Spit it out.
Okay, R.M. Johns, I am a very proud pussy.
We're gonna make her a politician.
I am not.
Come on,
I am
yes
not.
Or no?
I am
yes,
not.
Yes, no.
Come on, Adam Schiff. Let's give an answer.
Okay. Insofar as the death penalty is concerned, I am not for the death penalty as a rule. Because, well, okay, period.
So your answer is no. So if they qualified for murder, no, we're not getting off into the rabbit trail.
No. It's not rabbit
If they
trails.
qualified for the murder charge and it was proven that they did it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, but I do have some caveats.
Would you vote for the death penalty?
Depending upon what they did and whether or not it could be proven.
That's already been taken care of because it falls under the murder.
No,
charge.
not for murder. Not for murder. Not for just simple murder. No. Not for just murder.
Okay, so if they came in and murdered your child, you would be okay with them not putting them to death.
I would want them dead, but I would not.
But you wouldn't want to
that
put
the
them
state
to death.
should be the one who did it. I would actually like to be the one who did that, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, but if the state doesn't get to do it, you sure as hell don't get to do it.
Right, legally. But no, I don't believe in the death penalty for just like a simple murder.
Murder.
No.
Okay.
To me, the death penalty, if it exists, and I do think it should exist. But to me, the death penalty, if it were to exist, which it does, okay, blah, 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 parenthetical phrases. The death penalty should be reserved for
heinous.
And as far, okay, I don't even like to use the word heinous because I don't know how people just, what is the word?
But that's the problem. Once you deviate from the straight answer, then it becomes subjective. There's always got to be somebody decide what the parameters are.
But I would want to remove the parameters. I would want it to be very like within the confines of something, because I don't think the death penalty is. I don't think the death penalty qualifies for everybody, because there's always that chance for forgiveness, for grace, for the person to be innocent, even though they might have been considered guilty.
Well, no, we put a parameter as being it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, but still, I have to say that even if
we know they did it, they've admitted it, and it qualifies as murder.
When something
so your vote is still under the law, it would qualify for the murder penalty, and you're still saying no. And your answer is no. That's what I'm
saying. When somebody has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, it still doesn't mean that person has done it. It just means that reasonable doubt hasn't.
But I said in the setup that they had admitted that they did it.
Well,
okay.
I'm
taking away all of your excuses. I'm just trying to get at, do you really believe in the death penalty?
Okay, you got rid of all of my excuses except for one. Because a lot of times people will admit to guilt without actually being guilty.
Oh, please, good gosh. We've proven it. They've admitted it. Get over it.
General Flynn did. General Flynn admitted to being guilty.
Yeah, but he wasn't proven to do it.
But he admitted
that was
to
made
it.
up.
But he admitted to it.
It didn't have proof. They didn't have proof.
But he admitted to it. But he admitted to it.
Yeah, but we know why.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Legally.
In my setup, I said they had proof and they admitted to it. I said both.
Okay. So they had proof that he did it, and they admitted that he did it, and so. Okay.
And it was heinous. It was particularly grievous what he did or how he did it, whatever.
Okay.
Do you believe in the death penalty? Yes or no?
Where is the line with heinous? Because if you, I love my kids. But like
see, that's subjective. That's everybody.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. The death penalty should never be subjective.
Well, but it is because it's made up of men making up laws about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So, that's not acceptable. Okay, now, Rusty. Yay or nay?
Oh, she's moved on from me. She's like, no, Kimmy's done. We're done with her.
No, I'm just saying. I meant that.
There's no hope for Kimmy. She's not thinking tonight. Too much vodka.
Isn't that the fun of it?
Yeah, it is. I can talk all kinds of philosophy on vodka, man.
Okay, run with it, Rusty.
I gave you my answer. Absolutely, no question.
Kimmy, you got to read Boogie's comment in the chat.
I just did. I like Patsy's comment. Be careful, she's got a lighter. Reason enough violence today. I do not smoke in my house, but I've had enough vodka. She might
go up in a ball of flames.
I've had enough vodka, and I had an argument with Doc tonight, and I can't take any fucking.
You didn't have an argument. You had a discussion.
It's the same thing. If you're
a peace-loving argument means you're pissed off.
Kind of chick.
Were you pissed off, or were you having a discussion?
I was not pissed off. No.
Well, then it was a discussion. I mean, that would be like saying that me and Boogie had an argument. We had discussion. I mean, I thought that's what we do in a free society.
I've had a few of my own discussions with Boogie, and I'm like, at the end of it, I'm like, somebody needs to get heard.
I enjoy debate. I think people get way too uptight about because, see, again, in the Matrix, we've been taught that debate is wrong because debate instigates freedom of thought. And everybody gets so uptight if you even discuss something. And it just doesn't bother me. I'm not an easily offended person in many ways. Now, you go slow in the fast lane, you don't use your blinker.
You go slow in the fast lane, I get to decide if you live or die.
You call my kid ugly, then I'm going to have severe problems with you. But other than that, I don't. I'm much more free thinker than I thought I was. Or
when I was pregnant with my first daughter, I was so terrified that she would be ugly. Not that she would be ugly, but that she would be ugly and I wouldn't know it, and that I would think she was
I thought
cute.
That was the panacea. I was worried about having an ugly kid. My sister said, well, don't worry about it. You won't know it.
I didn't care if she was ugly. I was like, let her be ugly, let her be cute. But if she's ugly, please, for the love of God, let me know. Because I don't want to be the mom who walks around looking at my cute little baby. And everybody's like, oh my God, E.T. came back to life.
But wouldn't you want to be the kid of that mom?
No.
Where she proudly would go to her friends and say, even though she had an ugly baby, saw the beauty in that baby enough to say, he's mine, and that makes him beautiful.
No.
Now, it's all in how you look at it, Kimmy. Just saying.
I don't think I would want to be that kid. I think I would want to be the kid of the mom who
Oh,
said,
you would too.
okay, she's
She's ugly, but she's
I love her
okay.
anyway.
Her personality's okay.
Yeah, because she's worth loving.
I'm just harassing. Oh, good Lord, no. I want my mama to say, well, I think she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my eyes. Because you know what? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Just saying.
That's true. That's true.
I would want that person that was loyal enough to see my heart, even if my outside wasn't matching.
I would
even
rather
though
my
I
friends...
did write, I will say that I'm guilty of writing. What's her name? I wrote her and told her she was as ugly on the inside as she was homely on the outside. I thought, for me, that's really mean.
Okay, so Boogie is super anti-death penalty, and I do agree with Boogie on that, because I do feel anti-death penalty because I don't believe in our justice system, and that sucks because I want to believe in it. Okay. But then Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics Kimmy says the death penalty objectively serves a purpose as a deterrent, and that also is true.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does one do? What does one like me, a self-processed pussy,
make it with high enough stringent standards to meet that it's very rare? The best you can do.
So if I'm on Team Human, I may have to go anti-death penalty. I don't want to get death penalty.
Because why? You're anti, Phil?
I said I might have to rethink it if I'm on Team Human.
Oh. But if you're on Team Human, you want humans to die so you can eat them.
You're not anti-death penalty, are you, Phil?
She's not going to marry you.
No.
She will not marry you if you're against the death penalty.
I will not marry you if you answer wrong. No, you are not anti-death penalty?
No.
Here's the thing.
Or no, you don't like the death penalty.
I just said no.
Answer the fucking question,
I know,
Phil.
that's why I'm asking you to be very specific.
This is not the time to straddle the fence.
Did not raise a fool.
I'm not anti.
Anti what?
Are you pro?
I want to hear it. The full meal deal.
Do you believe the government should...
Wait a minute, you didn't grill Kimmy like this.
I sure did.
No.
Phil,
Rusty's
do you or do you not believe the government should murder its citizens?
I lost my sound.
Come on.
I lost my sound.
Hello? Anybody there?
Biggest bunch of chickens I've ever seen in my life. Voice an opinion, right or wrong, good or bad, spit it out. Come on. Have the courage of your convictions, people.
Joey Pesci, I like long walks on the beach, good barbecue, and the death penalty.
Do what?
I like long walks on the beach, good barbecue, and the death penalty.
I'm with Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics Kimmy that I believe in rehabilitation, but we don't do that, and that's the problem. But can we? I don't know.
Well, we ain't talking about rehabilitation offenses. These aren't going to be people that you can rehabilitate. If it's bad enough or heinous enough to qualify for that, these aren't going to be people that you're going to be retraining or reskilling and sending you back out into the community, people. Come on. Put it in perspective here. We're talking about they come in and skin a family of four. Right. They do something really bad.
That's pretty funny.
And they left DNA behind, and we know that they did it.
Right.
Then would you put them to death or not?
That particular person, were it proved beyond the shadow of a doubt, then yes. That particular person, yes.
Well, it only took me an hour to get that answer out.
I'm not anti-death penalty. I'm anti-fucked up.
Well, that's what I kept asking you.
I'm against the people being.
Well, I get that, but I said with the 100% with knowing they did it and saying them admitting it, and it was heinous. Would you put them to death? But you didn't want to answer it.
But I needed you to define heinous. And when you said skin,
well, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But still, there's people that would try to argue that, oh, you can't put them to death because I want to marry him in prison. I think there's a man in my dreams. Doesn't matter that he skinned a family of 4. I'm saying there's always somebody. So just have to be.
Joy of Passy says you walk.
Nobody asked me my opinion.
Oh, I know your opinion.
You do?
Doc's
What
like,
is that?
kill them all.
String them up. No, I'm joking. Well, I'm just saying, if you know, and it was his, heck yeah. An eye for an eye.
Oh, Joy of Passy.
It's a valid question, though, Phil. You walk into a room, there's a skinned corpse on the floor. A man is standing next to the body wearing the skin. Cum is everywhere. Death? Death penalty or no?
Well, hell yeah. I'd be the one administering it with a bullet.
What if, and I hate to do this.
Anybody wearing a skinned human?
Nope. What if the person wearing the skin is
the victim?
Also a victim, and that skin has been placed on them by the actual murderer of the people. And so
well, if they were proven, again, I would require proof and DNA and all that. And yes, if we did a reputable job and they were the killer, then nuke them, take them out back, put a bullet in their head, call it a day.
If they were the killer,
go to happy hour.
What if we could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, but we were wrong?
Can you tell I've had a little medicine? Huh?
I've had a bit of vodka myself.
Yeah, I know. Noticed that somebody had other kinds of medication. I should have got mine too. Too late now. So anyway,
Joy Pessy says, "Sorry, Wing TV, I'm derailing."
They've been saying goodnight for about 40 minutes now.
Well, I know. I was going to leave 40 minutes ago, and you people dragged me back in. I was like,
Generally, at this point, I'm completely bored with you people. Just kidding, but
in all honesty, I did ask my husband that on our very first date, and if he had answered wrong, in my opinion, I probably would not have ever gone out with him again. But I did stop dating this one guy who did daddy shit.
It really is a hard question, though, because I do not want us to kill anybody that is not very, very, very.
Well, yeah, but I was given that consideration already by saying that we had proven it with DNA or something of that nature.
Right.
Like a what's his name? And the other thing is, as a person who is conscientious about the death penalty, isn't it odd that people seem to overcome that with knowing, that there's certain kinds of people that when we send them to prison, it's a death. That they're going to be killed in prison because they don't, like a, I don't know, what do they normally kill? I know pedophiles get killed in prison, but other than that, who else gets killed? I don't care about them, but anybody else, I was just saying. But, people that normally would be at odds with the death penalty are suddenly like, okay, well, let's just send them to prison, let it sort itself out there. Have you ever noticed that?
Right. Well,
am I the only one?
Well, no, you're not. And my oldest daughter has, she has an affinity for serial killer stories and stories about crimes that have been wrongly prosecuted. And there's one that she did that she's been talking to me about that happened in Mississippi. Anyway, the like everything, this dude was proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, complete 100% proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, according to a jury of his peers. But the jury of his peers was only allowed to hear the evidence the judge allowed. There was other evidence the judge did not allow they didn't get to hear. And as it turns out,
see, I don't know. That's where I have the problem. Is I don't know that I think a judge in a case like that should be able to restrict.
Well, but they do, and they can.
Evidence. I know, but I'm saying I don't think that ought to really be allowed so much. But I was referring to somebody that we had like DNA on or something of that nature, that was conclusive.
Yeah. Well, this particular person, he was Mississippi Delta, and he did not rape and kill this person. At least rape. I think it was killed too. This person, and now after this podcast did its thing that it did and raised the awareness that it raised, that case is now being reopened and things are being looked at again. But he's convicted. He's actually now out of prison because of this podcast. But he was sentenced to death.
Okay, now here's your good question. If you have been convicted of a crime, if you've been convicted of a crime you didn't do, and you were going to either have to serve 50 years behind bars or die, and knowing that at the end of that 50 years that you would be vindicated and let out, would you choose to do the 50 years, or would you choose to go ahead and work the death penalty?
No, death penalty. Put the needle in my arm. Get me the fuck out of here. If I know for sure that I'm going to be sitting my ass in prison and there's no out, yeah, no, kill me. Yeah.
Rusty?
Probably the same thing. Just get it over with.
Bill?
If there's no out, yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
I wouldn't be sitting there for 50 years. I'm opposed to that.
The only thing that would make me feel any different would be wanting to be there for my 5-year-old
children.
Yeah, I mean my oldest kids have had me. They're over me right now, but Piper's not. Just kidding, they're not over me. They love me.
Well, okay, guys, it's 3:00 here. 3:09.
You don't want to philosophize anymore?
I can't even think straight now.
Well, it has been fun, and it has been fun, but I can't say it's been real fun. No, I'm joking.
I have more questions to answer, Phil.
I hope I just don't wake up in the middle of the night with a mouthful of someone's hand or something.
Why am I the only fucker who does not a winner in this chat? I just looked and saw everybody's a fucking winner but me. Oh,
Kimmy's the only one that's not a winner.
Son of a biscuit eater. Let me figure this shit out because this is not okay. Okay, gift sub.
All right, well, we
better
start saying our good night.
I just gift sub someone. I gave Ben a fucking gift sub to Boogie the other night.
I saw that.
Accident. I take it back. I didn't mean it. It wasn't meant. I went and chased my dog down the damn street because she ran away. I chased her on the street and I came back and I looked at my phone like, okay, so I've gifted a fucking sub to somebody.
Yes, Monica, my eyes have a heavy bag.
All right, guys. Well, everybody wants to start saying their good night.
I still don't have this little winner tag.
We gotta start with Kimmy. This will be another 40 minutes here.
Dude, Joy of Pessy and me were the only non-winners, / losers in this group. I'm not okay with this. I'm not getting off until I say the word winner in front of my name. Okay, everybody, thank you for coming in. We love you all very much. Everything I said is true, and everything everybody else said is wrong. And that's how it is.
Rusty, you're up next, brother. Tell them where they can find you too, and what your award-winning shows of sound test, and this does not work.
Estimate 4433 on Twitter, Periscope, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Actually, I'd moved there. And Random Scope, I'm working on something on a Tuesday or Thursday night.
You can't have Thursday night. It's mine.
It's Thursday. Well, I'm only going to do an hour, not 2.5 hours.
No.
He could be your warm-up. He could be your warm-up, Kimmy.
No. I warm myself up.
Ooh. All right.
Hence the
black woman. I don't need no man.
Hence the entry into the Boogie Bumper Butt Plug contest.
So now let me get this straight. Are we starting from scratch? Is everybody back in the drawing?
Yep.
Or did we?
Everybody except for SoCal Chris.
Okay.
He has clearly stated he does not want. Y'all, I've had way too much vodka. I apologize, and yet I'm not sorry.
Oh, we got some winners here. Oh, Joya Pesci 119. Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics Kimmy
I did win?
Took 24. No. Henry St. George Tucker Bumper Politics Kimmy 124.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear his new name.
Angie 445 33 and Monica got 56. Awesome.
Woo.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week. It's been a long night of riots and fun.
Hey, Phil, before everybody goes, I would like everyone to vote on a scale of 1 to 10. How incoherent am I? 1 is we hear you very clearly. 10 is what the fuck are you saying?
I give you a 3.
That's not bad.
Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10? And what was our choices again?
1 is I hear you very clearly, and 10 is what the fuck are you talking about? My dog just murdered somebody else out my window.
Henry St. George Bumper Politics Kimmy gave you a 40.
Awesome.
Give me a 2.
You're slurring a tad, but it's hilarious. See, as long as it's funny, that's the thing. Joy of Pesci gets it. So slurring, I'm okay with that. Because my goal is you can either laugh at me or with me.
Monica gave you a .08.
My eyes are not yet crossed.
You look a little Asian there.
Press 1 in the chat if you want to be the next guest on my show.
You're gonna be like my friend Jerry. She memorized the alphabet backwards because she was convinced if the cop ever stopped her while she was driving under the influence, she'd be able to sing her way out of it, being hauled off to jail.
I'm just gonna be like, look at these.
Here.
And then I'll get a ticket.
Okay, on that note, guys,
yeah.
Y'all come back and see us next week because we might even get Kimmy to flash you next week or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, one never knows.
All right.
But I have been very sad that my boobies didn't get me out of it. My boobies have not gotten me out of one single ticket, and they are not tiny, and so that pisses me off a little bit. But good night, everybody.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, mine haven't got me out of a ticket either.
I know. It's not okay, is it, Phil?
Mine did, Kimmy.
Did they?
I was just harassing you because you brought it up.
I always keep a roll of quarters in my pocket in case a female cop pulls me over.
Female cop? What cleavage are you talking about, Phil?
I said I always keep a roll of quarters in my pocket in case a female cop pulls me over.
Oh, har.
I'm always like, ooh.
Last cop that pulled me over, he offered me a ride. Escort to my destination.
No, Doc, he offered you a ride.
Doc,
No, it wasn't a ride. He offered to escort me. He gave me directions on how to get there. And he was very nice after I explained my situation. Of course.
Well, I'm doing something wrong. I've explained my situation 1,000 times. I get a ticket every time, and I'm very nice. I don't cry or bitch.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
Catch y'all on the flip side. Let's run while we can. Good night.
Have a good one.
All right. Chop. Start playing the closing credits. Hurry.
Yeah, go before I
Oh, why you fumble the coins when you have a heavy bag? I don't know why I keep stuttering.
Just like that, I'm working for the Chinese again.
There's some sex in it for ya.
I'm gonna be a double-mouth spy. Donald Trump don't trust China. China is asshole.
But why you fumble for coins when you have a heavy bag?
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh, fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Right, guys. Enjoy your passion.
Surprise, motherfucker.
That's a disturbing image.
Yeah, baby! Yeah.
That rascal took all of my firewood and built a dam across the cement pond.
Check it out! I blinded us with science!
That was still in case anybody was wondering.
It's Corona time. Hey, it's Corona time right now. It's Corona time. Corona time.
This is gonna film like presentation.
That was stock marketing, in case you're wondering.
That's so pretty.